Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Environmental Defense Fund and CNBC-TV18 present Climate Tech Convening India 2025 in association with the Climate Collective. Now, this is a platform where ambition meets action and innovation leads the charge in addressing one of humanity's greatest challenges, climate change. Today, as the world navigates an urgent call for sustainability, India stands forth with hope and leadership, with its bold commitment to achieving net zero emission by 2070. the country is not just participating in the global conversation, but is also shaping it. Central to this transformation is a vibrant ecosystem of climate tech startups, each bringing fresh perspectives and innovative solutions to reimagine how we harness energy, how we grow our food, how we manage waste, and capture carbon. Now, the Climate Tech Convening India 2025 is more than just an event. It is a collective mission to empower, accelerate, and amplify. A mission to explore breakthrough ideas, foster cross-sector collaboration, and inspire bold actions to decouple growth from emissions. Now, throughout the day today, we'll hear from some of the visionary leaders already here, industry pioneers, policymakers, innovators on the opportunities and challenges shaping India's climate tech journey. We are also thrilled to announce our partnership with the Grow Billion Trees initiative. And as part of this effort to combat climate change, a tree will be planted in the name of each panelist participating in our discussions today. So together, we can help create a greener future, one tree at a time. Now, we believe in meaningful conversations, and changes come only with collective ideas and voices. So please share your thoughts on today's discussions and initiatives using the hashtag #ClimateTechIndia. Together we can inspire action and innovation, and your opinion counts, and we value that. And now, to set the tone for the day, please join me in welcoming Dilshad Irani from CNBC-TV18 for the welcome address.
Thank you for that, Mugdha, and good morning to everyone here. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Climate Tech Convening India 2025. We are thrilled to be hosting this event in collaboration with the Environmental Defense Fund, a global leader in advancing innovative solutions to the climate crisis. This convening marks a significant step in shaping India's pathway towards a cleaner, more sustainable future, where technology and innovation play a pivotal role in addressing climate change. India is at a critical juncture in its economic and industrial growth. With ambitious climate goals set for the coming decades, this is an opportune moment for all of us to gather, reflect, and act on how we can leverage the power of climate tech to decouple growth from carbon emissions. Over the course of this event, we will explore transformative technologies, key strategies, and collaborative opportunities to achieve a 100% clean economy. This event brings together a dynamic mix of investors, entrepreneurs, scientists, economists, and thought leaders, each contributing their unique expertise to a common purpose, driving India's transition to a sustainable future. Throughout the day, we will engage in insightful discussions on various aspects of climate technology, from decarbonizing industries to financing innovation and building resilient agricultural systems. We will also hear from experts on how public-private partnerships, policy reforms, and R&D efforts can accelerate the deployment of clean technologies at scale. We are especially excited to hear from the prominent speakers and panelists lined up today, starting with the keynote address by Union Minister of State for Science and Technology, Mr. Jitendra Singh, who will share insights on India's role in industrializing without carbonizing. We will dive into important topics such as decarbonizing industries, the role of finance in scaling climate tech, and how India can become a global leader in sustainable industrialization. In addition to these invaluable sessions, we are pleased to highlight the Tech Showcase, a platform for 10 innovative presentations highlighting pioneering cutting-edge climate technologies. These innovators are developing impactful solutions that address key environmental challenges in sectors like clean energy, agriculture, waste management, and more. Throughout the day, you will have the opportunity to see these groundbreaking technologies in action, hear directly from the innovators, and explore potential collaborations. The agenda for today is packed with thought-provoking sessions, from discussions on climate action strategies by Tata Power CEO Mr. Praveer Sinha to panels exploring the intersection of climate tech and agriculture. We will touch on crucial areas where innovation can drive tangible solutions for our economy and our planet. Together, we are not just talking about the future, we are actively building it. And I hope today's discussions inspire bold actions that will shape a sustainable, prosperous India for generations to come. Once again, welcome to the Climate Tech Convening India 2025. Let's make this day a powerful catalyst for change, collaboration, and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilsha. Thank you so much for setting the tone for today's discussion. And now, to officially kickstart the event, we are joined by a leader whose work has been instrumental in advancing climate tech in India. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Pratap Raju, founding partner, Climate Collective, to deliver the opening address.
All right, good morning. So I'm so happy to be here when Hisham and his team called us and said, we're doing this event on climate tech. I think I said yes before the sentence ended. This aligns with our work. This is different from when we started our nonprofit in 2016. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. I was a banker, like many of us maybe in the room. I was in JP Morgan over there in New York. Came here to India after doing a degree in development and wanted to be an entrepreneur. So I started off with an IT company in 2001. And I think I was the only IT company in India in 2001 to fail. Everybody else succeeded. No one told me how to do it. It's okay. So after banking and IT, I didn't know what to do. This is what it's like being an entrepreneur. We have to find ideas. So I joined in Bombay. I became a film producer. Something was happening in film, so I said, okay, I like films. I think sometimes we forget it's good to find fun stuff to do when we're thinking about business. I wrote and produced a couple of films. Some of you may have seen it, at least if you were watching Bollywood back in 2003. Eventually, I left in 2008-09 and joined my brother to start a solar business. So that was the beginning of the National Solar Mission, 2009-10. We raised money, developed and commissioned about 84 megawatts. Back then, that was a big number. I mean, it's still a big number now, but the game has changed, of course. We were riding high as an entrepreneur. We were in India, Singapore, Philippines, etc. And then we lost in the business eventually as the game became much too big for us. So I do tell people that when I started Climate Collective that I'm the perfect person for this, because I'm a true entrepreneur. I've been bankrupt several times. And we're forgetting sometimes this is what the story is like being an entrepreneur. It's not an easy sector, especially in clean tech. It takes a long time for a clean tech startup to get to the market, succeed. Lots of risk, especially in a nascent ecosystem. When we started in 2016, I think there was maybe 50 clean tech startups in India, maybe. And in the rest of the global south, at least on the high tech or deep tech, very few clean tech startups. Long story short, we've grown quite a bit because the ecosystem has grown. I think we estimated, before that, in 2019, who was talking about clean tech? Not too many in terms of the startups. I met the director of NIT Trichy. She was telling me in her incubator in 2019, every one of our incubatees were working on clean tech, right? And this is a trend we've seen. We've seen now, I think, roughly about, we estimated 4,500 clean tech startups in India in 2022, 20,000 crore going into clean tech startups, not solar projects, but the tech startups in 2022. A little bit of a slowdown, of course, because globally, funding for startups has fallen in the last couple of years, also in India, but it's still holding up here in clean tech. I'll just give you a little bit about us. Let's see this. We're now the largest clean tech startup accelerator in India and the global south. I think we've run, 92 clean tech accelerators, 1,140 clean tech startups have gone through our market accelerators. We do everything from, of course, helping startups develop their business plans when they're going to the market, to raising capital, that's grants through our grant platform, angel investors through our Seeders Club, Series A, Series B funding as well. In particular, we've been working a lot in the last 4 years in piloting startups. This is the hardest bit to do, despite the number of innovators that's happening. It's getting that acceptance to look at a solution, an external technology, into your corporate or into your utility or whatnot. So we run a program with called Electron Vibe the last 5 years, working with 16 discoms, electric utilities. I think we've gotten 14 pilots with discoms. And we have a larger platform with corporates as well, 103 corporates. Corporates are looking for solutions today. This is amazing. This was not true 8 years ago for sure. The world definitely has changed. We also have a large program called the Women in Climate Entrepreneurship Initiative. This started about 5 years ago. There's tremendous talent in the clean tech space, women-led startups. And as we all know, there are lots of barriers, not just here globally, but especially in India maybe, to women either raising capital, getting access to support that's needed, especially in those critical early stages. So with multiple supporters, donors, I think, these are old numbers, that they have grown a couple of years ago. We reached, I think, 287 women tech, climate tech, women-led founders in India. We do events as well. If you have heard of Climate Startup Week, we run it twice a year, 15, 16 cities each time, 4,500 people come. That tells us there is interest in across India, not just in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, but also Vizag, Nagpur, Lucknow, everywhere we run these events. There are clean tech entrepreneurs, clean tech stakeholders. I won't go through the rest of what we do. There's 55 odd programs and platforms. That is what it looks like when we start thinking about a ecosystem. Our accelerator, as I mentioned, is initially started with Climate Kick, KIC, if you've heard of that in Europe, is Europe's leading innovation initiative for clean tech. Now it's a homegrown platform where we work with groups like WWF on water tech, FCDO, the UK government on AI for climate, etc. As I mentioned, the number of women coming into clean tech is only accelerating. And this is a great focus. I hope everyone in the room perhaps shares as well. The need to support all the groups that are often excluded from opportunities like this, entrepreneurship opportunities. This is our Electron Vibe program. We do work with utilities. As you know, the grid is very important if we're talking about climate change. We need solutions that work with transforming the grid to a climate resilient grid itself. I won't get to that. It becomes complicated. The startup journey, I know it because, as I mentioned, I failed more than one time. It's hard. It requires support from everyone. It's not just the funders, it's not the accelerators, the VCs, it's also the corporates, it's mentors, it's government agency, policymakers, everyone. So we've run, as I mentioned, these 55 platforms to really think about the startup journey, and when groups like EDF come in, EDF is such an amazing and important part of the story here in India, especially in decarbonization, where we need more science-based or lab-based technologies to help industries look at their net zero goals, etc. We have been working with everyone across the ecosystem over the last few years, from UNDP, GIZ, MOFCC, and quite a bit of others. It's only increasing now. The interest in solutions is starting to become more and more prominent, so we're very happy to see that. We'd like to thank our donors as well. Without donor capital, it's very hard to do this development work. A lot of these things take time and effort. There's awareness building, there's technical skilling that's required. We've gotten generous support from many donors, both internationally as well as here in India. This is us. There's about 40 of us. The team is growing. We do have 5 open positions, so if anyone's interested, please come and talk to me after. That's my quick presentation. I'm very happy to see this convening. What this tells me is that the interest in clean tech is much deeper and maturing. It's not a push. The push in the past was, let's get more entrepreneurs, let's get more innovation happening. That's a great push. It's needed. It's only a start. We are now starting to see the pull. People are asking for solutions, and it's mostly B2B in India, business, industry, etc. We're even seeing more sustainable products, since consumers asking for sustainable products. That's going to even deepen more our startup ecosystem in the climate space. I want to thank again EDF. As I mentioned, when Hisham called, this was a no-brainer for us. In decarbonization, we have a lot of clients and partners looking for solutions. These are hard solutions. I think in the video we looked at the areas like in cement, steel. We're at the early stage of the process. We need more acceptance. We need more awareness. We also need more entrepreneurs. So I'm looking forward to learning from this day and networking with everyone here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pratap, for that lovely address. Your perspective on climate tech landscape is innovative, and as we move forward with today's agenda, it is going to align a lot with what you said. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on, and we now have a leader who has a wealth of experience and a deep commitment to creating sustainable solutions for our planet. She has dedicated her career to advancing climate resilience, environmental protection, and the innovative policies needed to drive meaningful change. Please join me as I welcome Amanda Leland, Executive Director, Environmental Defense Fund, for the special address.
Namaste. Hello, what a beautiful group of people. It's lovely to see you here this morning. And it's a pleasure to welcome you to Climate Tech Convening. Thanks for being here, whether you're an innovator, an investor, a policymaker. Your role is essential in advancing the solutions to the climate crisis that are necessary. At Environmental Defense Fund, we focus on finding practical ways to solve the world's biggest environmental challenges. We work with a wide range of partners and allies worldwide to spark innovative solutions to stabilize the climate, strengthen the ability of people and nature to thrive, and to support people's health. We operate in more than 30 countries, and our efforts are largely focused in 4 geographies: here in India, in China, in Europe, and the United States. Environmental Defense Fund, our mission here in India is to support an Indian pathway to shared, sustainable prosperity. We bring scientific and economic capacity to complement governments and local partners as they work on the audacious ambition for India to be the first major economy to industrialize without carbonizing. EDF offers our scientific and economic expertise as we serve as an authentic and distinctive partner in India as we help to improve livelihoods and ensure a clean, healthy environment alongside a stable climate. We do this by amplifying local partners and following 4 strategic niches. First, working to improve sustainable livelihoods for the farmers and the fishers who feed this country and fuel its economy. Second, leveraging market forces to incentivize economic and environmental outcomes. Third, by promoting sustainable business practices to increase shareholder values. And fourth, advocating for a climate tech revolution in India. These efforts are part of a larger mission to build a healthier, cleaner, and more sustainable future. India is at the center of this mission. As one of the fastest growing economies in the world, it faces the challenges of achieving economic growth while addressing the climate crisis. India has different emission challenges and opportunities than many developed countries. in particular around freight and mobility, manufacturing, agriculture, and food, and construction. These are the areas where innovative technologies can have the biggest and quickest impact in reducing emissions in this country. And a growing stable of entrepreneurs is rising up to find innovative solutions in these critical areas. With growing momentum from both the public and the private sector to accelerate R&D investment, the country is poised to become a leading hub for climate solutions. India has demonstrated leadership in greening some sectors, such as the more than 1.5 million electric vehicles sold in 2024, mostly scooters and three-wheelers, as well as greening of the cement sector through the use of fly ash as a primary raw material. Also, high energy efficiency light bulbs and ceiling fans, but there's much more work to do. And that's why this convening is so important. India has over 600 startups. These startups have incredible potential to help India achieve its climate goals, but they often face significant hurdles like limited funding and regulatory challenges. We want to shine a spotlight on sectors that represent 60% of emissions, but today receive less than 10% of climate investments. This is where the power is, in opportunities around agriculture and food systems, manufacturing and construction, freight and logistics. Our goal today is to connect them with the support that they need to scale and to succeed. I was honored to be part of the Climate Tech Convening in 2022 here in Mumbai, and there have been major advances here in India since then. Smart Joules was one of the climate startups that was part of the convening in 2022, and they've been making all kinds of waves in the energy and cooling space since then. Their first international deployment was in Indonesia and showcased their potential. They're backed by funding from SIDBI and Tata Capital, and they're climbing to new heights with new innovations all the time. Now, Freight Fox was another startup that was at the 22 convening, and they're going to be here again today to talk about their exciting journey over the last few years. India's climate tech sector has emerged as a key pillar in this country's pursuit of sustainable development, driven by a combination of policy imperatives, economic opportunities, mounting environmental challenges. Climate tech startups garnered about $1.2 billion, making India one of the top 10 destinations worldwide for climate-focused investments, alongside the United States, the UK, France, and China. Green solutions have transitioned from niche interests into mainstream business opportunities that simply cannot be missed. It's abundantly clear that investors are drawn to scalable solutions that yield both environmental and financial returns. And we're seeing this momentum across sectors. And while renewable energy and electric vehicles continue to be the main attractions, there is notable diversification here. Efficiency technologies, waste management, circular economy solutions, these are gaining traction, and they're reflecting a broadening understanding of climate tech's potential to solve problems. EDF is working to help catalyze the Indian climate tech ecosystems, and platforms like the Climate Tech Convening aim at bringing mainstream corporates and generalist investors and Indian research capacity into the climate tech space, which is so important, alongside the innovators and the angel investors. The goal is to get more investment here, both domestic and foreign, and today's agenda is packed with opportunities for thought-provoking conversations by everybody here. You'll hear from global and local leaders, and join discussions on decarbonizing industry, financing innovation, and advancing sustainable agriculture. And you'll get to meet some of the most promising startups in India today. This is all about fostering partnership and collaboration and community to drive action. And the challenges that we face, they may be enormous, but it's events like this that help us connect and remind us that solutions really are within reach when we work together. As we look ahead, India's climate tech journey will require significant investment, innovation, and collaboration, and the opportunity is significant to create a future that's economically strong and environmentally sustainable. So, dive in, ask hard questions, challenge your assumptions, and think big. This is a space for collaboration, and that's what we're going to do today. So, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being here, and I look forward to a really exciting day ahead.
Amanda, thank you so much for giving us such a clear and compelling picture of challenges and opportunities ahead. All right, moving on, let us dive straight into our next segment, CEOs of Change. We will hear from some of the most impactful leaders who are driving climate action strategies across industries. To kick it off, we have with us a leader who has been at the forefront of sustainable energy initiatives. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Praveer Sinha, MD and CEO Tata Power, for the keynote address.
Good morning. Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here in the Climate Tech event. Thank you to Environmental Defense Fund, CNBC, and Climate Collective for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I'm a practicing manager, and the perspectives that I would present to you is how, as practicing managers, we look at climate change. But let me look at what's happened last 100 years. I think we could have done much better. 5 things that define how we did many wrong things, and the impact of that is today the world has the biggest challenge, and that is the climate change that is happening. And how do we reverse it? How do we undertake actions which will reverse some of the actions which were taken in last 100 years? What were the main things that made a change? The first was about the ozone depletion that happened. This was one big thing that happened. We didn't realize the challenge that we are facing or are going to face. Many of the things sometimes the technology gives is counterproductive to the environment. And CFC was one of those things where more usage of it led to not only ozone depletion right across everywhere, but also in the very many experiments that were carried out in Antarctica, they found that there is an ozone hole and the depletion is impacting even Antarctica, leave alone the places where people are staying. And this is something that had to be reversed. They have reversed, but its impact is still there, and we still feel that something that we could have avoided right in the beginning, we did not take care of it. In fact, that's the history of how the climate change has happened. 1850, we're talking of 2025. In the last 175 years, I think many things that could have been done. And this is not that something that we didn't know. In fact, the earlier studies of 1856 and others showed that there were scientists who realized the impact of carbon dioxide and how it will lead to the global warming. Somehow, no one took real great interest in that. And that's where we are today. The second big thing that happened was greenhouse gases. We continue to do that. Greenhouse gas, coal-based plants, hard-to-abate sectors. We take it as a matter of fact that it's a hard-to-abate sector, but we need to find a solution. We cannot have sulfur dioxide going into the atmosphere. We cannot have nitrogen dioxide. We cannot have carbon dioxide going into the atmosphere. And we cannot, I think, take a stand that our per capita energy consumption is less and per capita carbon emission is less, and hence we are the privileged one. But yes, it also talks about the climate equity and how we need to address that. But it is a fact today that if we have to move away from the greenhouse gases, action has to be taken, and it has to be taken yesterday, not today, because I think we are already crossed the 1.5 degree temperature that we anticipated we'll be able to restrict ourselves. I think we are more towards 2 degrees, and I was reading reports that in last few years there have been many days that we have crossed the 1.5 degree, and I think that's a challenge that we have before us. We have to find a solution for our steel industry, or for our aluminum industry, for our power industry, as to how they transition from the carbon that they are using over there, the coal that they are using over there. How do you come up with alternate solutions to reduce the ore from which they produce steel? Because I do understand that we cannot live without steel, we cannot live without aluminum, we cannot live without cement, but we need to find a solution. We need to find a solution which is cost competitive and is environmentally benign. So I think that's a real thing that we need to do, and this has to happen much faster than what it is happening today. The third is smog. I think we talk today, especially in India, we talk of smog. We talk of smog. If some of you are coming from northern part of India, you know that more. But in Mumbai also it is there. And we are okay. PM 2.5 is 250 or 300. It's not severe. We are in very poor and poor. So I think we have taken it in our stride, but this is not. And this is not that this is happening for the first time. In fact, first time the concept of smog came in LA way back in 1940s and 1950s, where they started feeling the impact of smog over there, why it is happening and how they need to take care, how the vehicle pollution has to be reduced. And I think so much of research has been done, but somehow we forget what has been done 70 years or 80 years back, and we start reinventing the wheel, trying to figure out what needs to be done. And I think the science behind it is already available. It is a question of how do we use that science and customize it to local requirement. So we cannot, year after year, we have the smog in Delhi. Come Diwali or come November, we will have that. We'll have it till December, and then everyone will forget it because it will go away, and then it's absolutely life as usual. I think we need to work more on that. We need to find a permanent solution and not attribute to the farmers who are working and are burning. It is much more than just the farmers who are burning the paddy. So I think there is much more that needs to be done, and that's the third big thing happened. In fact, because of smog and the steps that was taken by the local community over there, the Clean Air Act of US got enacted way back in 1970. So I think that we know exactly how it is. We have not learned from that, and that's what is the challenge before us, that how do we learn? How do we be much faster? How do we scale up solutions? The fourth big thing happened was lead. And I think people say that lead is everywhere. It's in our hair, it's in our skin, it's everywhere. And we have taken it for granted that lead is there, and whether it came from petrol or it came from painting or anything, we have just forgotten about it. And I think that's the fourth area where we need to understand that today also many of the chemicals that we use in various places batteries or even for silicon panels that we have the issue of lead, and how do we handle that? The fifth thing that has impacted very badly in the last century was pesticides. I think everyone again took it because it had a certain benefit, but I think the benefits were much less than the negative impact that pesticides had. DDT and all the things, we used it for spraying to see that mosquitoes and other insects go away, but I think we created a big problem for ourselves, and it impacted children, it impacted our agriculture, it impacted the food, and I think that was one big thing that, and I think all five of them are good examples as to what we did wrong in the last century. We continue to do many of the things now, and I can give you a number of examples that companies, corporates, industries, because they are looking for a shorter-term benefit, will go and do something which will have a negative impact. And this we will have our future generations. And mind you, today we are talking of catering to 8.5 billion people globally. We'll have about 11 billion by the end of the century. And you can imagine if we have to cater to their requirement, what it would lead to. Do we have one planet, or I don't know, maybe Elon Musk will take us to Mars at some stage, and we have another planet to live in. But I don't think that we are doing enough. And I think also what happens is we all become very, very selective in our understanding of issues. If there is a wildfire in LA, or a wildfire in Canada, or a wildfire in Australia, it doesn't impact us over here, but it does impact. It is actually impacting globally everything. And in fact, every year you see the report, you find that new extreme weather conditions are there. I remember last year reading the report, and they all said that 2023 was the hottest year on record. Now I read some reports which are a little early, but they say that 2024 is the hottest. So I don't know, we are creating every year new benchmarks of being hottest, and I don't think we should be very proud of creating this sort of benchmarks. We can create something else, but not definitely becoming the hottest place in the world for having the hottest year. And not only, this is not again restricted to India, but it is globally also this has been found. And I think it's a worrying aspect. Countries, cities who never had air conditioners, had never had fans, are now talking about how to have cooling arrangements, have to have fans so that they are able to survive the summer months in those places. So I think there is so much that we need to do. India, we had a day, every day, 365 days of extreme weather condition. Some place it was a flood, some place it was acute heat wave, some places it was too much of rainfall. So what is happening? 365 days, some place in the country, it can be northeast, it can be northern part, it can be southern part, western part, some place or the other we will have. We never used to have cyclones on the west coast. We now have cyclones every year on the west coast. So I think there is so much of change that is happening, and it's so dynamic, and it is also very scary. In fact, I remember some time back, one of the leaders from one of the island countries was here, and I was having dinner with him in one of the hotels in Nariman Point, and I asked him, Mr. President, you must be a very worried person. Your country will get flooded, and you will be one of the first countries to get extinct. So he said, why do you say that? You will also never have the benefit of sitting in this hotel. You think it will only impact my country? It will impact the city of Mumbai. And some studies, simulations have shown that the southern part of Mumbai, at least 1/3 of it will get flooded, and we will not have many of the so-called hotels. I don't know whether this will survive, but yeah, many of the places in in Mumbai will not be there, as also along the coast, many of the cities will not be there. So I think it's a time bomb which is ticking. And I think we need to do more. And we need to do big, and we need to do deep. I know that many of the countries have big plans. They have done many things. I have been a student of electrical engineering, and I follow many of them. I go to some of the research institutes which are the best in the world, and I find that they were coming up with alternate technologies. I started going there in 2010. The first time I went and saw whatever, many of those things, 2010, even till now when I go there, I find many of the things are at the same. If they are looking at alternate to lithium in batteries, alternate chemistries, they have not been able to come out. Either the temperature is too high or the contacts are not there or something like that. Now, these are technologies which require deep pockets. These are not technologies which can come through angel funding. It cannot come from a small amount of money. These require really deep pockets. And I tell those scientists over there that what you guys are doing over there, what research you are doing, is like doing a spot jogging. You've not moved. Every time I come, every 2 years, 1 year, you show me that we have done this incremental improvement. But there's no solution that has come. Of course, they have their own reasons. But I think some of the things that is happening globally, especially some of the funding that is happening in US, the IRA and some of the other funding that has happened, the European funding that is happening is very, very important. You require a few billions of dollars, not just millions of dollars. And I don't think we are in the incremental innovation. We are in large scale innovation that has to happen. And this can happen only if some of the richer countries, some of the richer institutions globally, some of the richer governments are in a position to put that sort of money. It requires $100 billion. It cannot be by 100 million rupees, $100 million or $200 million. It requires that sort of big money. And I think it's very, very important for everyone globally to understand that the impact of this is huge. Normally, everyone only gets to get impacted if it is happening in their city. If there is a flood in your city, you would get impacted and you will realize that it's hitting you. If it gets impacted in some other city, you don't realize, or the extreme heat wave conditions. Last year, we had in India 52, 54 degree temperature. I remember I went to middle of June, I went to one of our project sites, which was in Bikaner and Barmer, which is a very hot part of India, the desert part of India. It was 44 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning, leave alone afternoon. So we had to change the shifts at which people could work. They could not work from morning till evening. We had to start the shift only at 5 p.m. in the morning, and it could go up to next morning 6 a.m. because there's no way that you can work outside, because you have 52 and 54 degree temperature. So I think there is a huge necessity for us to make this change, and make this change as a collective effort. Globally, a lot of effort is being made. We have conquered and we have overcome some of the challenges that are there. But what we are doing, I don't think we are doing enough. And that's where I think the issue of the previous speakers talked about collaboration. How do we bring empowerment? How do we bring inspiring technology changes? And these are big technology changes that we are going to talk about. I come from the power sector, and everyone asks me that we'll never be able to come out of coal. We'll always have coal. You will never have renewable power which will be 24/7. It will be for a few hours. You will have solar and you have wind, but it's not adequate. But I think today we are working towards many of the technologies. I do understand that power sector requires reliable power. Reliable means it has to be there 24/7 in one day. I know in some parts of the world 24/7 means 24 hours in 7 days, but in India and other developed countries, it's in one day you need 24/7 supply. And how do we ensure that? How do we bring? And that's where I think some of the change in technologies, how do we produce power, how do we use some of the technologies. And today we have pumped hydros, we have battery storage, and mind you, these are not only just one type of battery storage, they can be n number of chemistries. We need not always have rare metals as battery storage, so that it becomes more affordable for countries like India and other developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. How do we bring those type of solutions? How do we bring alternate to even the polysilicon? Because the way that we manufacture polysilicon, again, you reduce the silicon. You reduce from Si2O3 to SiO and then to Si. So how do we bring technologies which are much better than the polysilicon? That's very important. How do we also talk about the alternate ways of producing energy? In fact, the world had forgotten about nuclear power. I think the track record of nuclear power plants has been much better than any of the other industries that we have seen. And I think there is an opportunity for us to develop smart and small modular reactors and come up with technologies. How do we bring some of the newer technologies from the fission? Can we go into fusion? But I think all this requires a lot of collaboration. It requires a lot of money. It requires a lot of best minds to work globally to find a solution, because these are solutions which will not be just for one geography or two geography, but it will be impacting the whole world, and especially when we are talking of many parts of the world who do not have access of energy. We still have more than 1 billion people who do not have access. So how do we bring some of these solutions which can make a difference? And I think in the power sector, we always talk of reliability. We also talk of resilience. And how do we have the N-1 so that even if something happens, if the sun is not there or the wind speed is not there, we still are in a position to supply you. And that's where I think nuclear and some of the other technologies are there. How do we get security of supply of that? Because energy security is very critical. Today, I don't think anyone anywhere in the world can live without the access to energy. And whether it is your mobile phone or it is usage of any of the data that you use through your computers and iPad, I think you would not be able to survive if the energy is not there. And I think there is a very, very urgent need and a requirement that practitioners of these technologies, the technology scientists who are there, the policymakers, the governments have to come and pitch in, because this has for long gone and we have been putting the blame on one or the other. We all come together, the people who make a difference in the society, they all come together, and the narrative has to change of working together. The narrative has to change that how we can make a difference, because this is a world which requires to be protected, which requires to be saved. And our planet is under threat to that extent. We cannot just be doing an academic research and saying that so many times this sort of event has happened or something like that, or some sort of catastrophe has happened. What we need to do is find out a solution, and a solution which can be scaled up and implemented right across the world. So I personally believe that we have a huge task in hand. I would like to compliment the organizers for organizing it. Whatever is being done, we need to collaborate. And I think some of the examples that Climate Collective Pratap mentioned in his presentation are very good. But how do we make it global? How do we make it bigger? How do we make it deeper? We cannot pat on our back when so many things are happening and so many things are happening which are not right. And how do we correct that? How do we work together on this? How do we put money together? And this requires big money. This, I don't think it requires small amount of money. This requires huge, huge effort where everyone should become an evangelist. Everyone should become a climate crew and a person who is passionately thinking about making the change and the transformation. So I strongly feel that we have a task in hand. This is a great opportunity for all of us, and I look forward to learning from all of you, working with you, and taking this agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha, for those powerful insights. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel coming up. But before that, again, a reminder of the hashtag that you ought to be using if you want to share any of your learnings, deliberations, etc. from today's event. Let me quickly get you that. Hashtag Climate Tech India. And that would be great if you could tag all of us so that we can get your messages also to others using our social media platforms. All right, it's time now for our first panel discussion of the day, and it's called Decarbonizing Industry, Strategies for a Sustainable Future. And as India continues its rapid industrial growth, the challenge of balancing economic progress with environmental sustainability obviously becomes increasingly critical and difficult. But with industries accounting for a significant portion of their country's carbon emissions, the need to adopt cleaner, more sustainable practices is pressing. Now, India's commitment to reducing carbon intensity and achieving its climate goal has set the stage for transformative change across sectors, and to shed light on how industries can transition towards greener solutions while ensuring continued growth and competitiveness in the global markets, I would like to once again invite on stage Dilshad Irani to moderate this session. Dilshad, if we can have you back here. And joining her a stellar panel, may I request all of you to put your hands together for Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW Group; Ram Vaidyanathan, AVP and Head Environmental Sustainability, Godrej Industries; Mithika Bajpai, DGM Sustainability, Reliance Industries; Derek M. Shah, Senior VP and Head L&T Energy Green Manufacturing and Development, Larsen & Toubro; and Mirik Gogri, Sustainability Investor, Spectrum Impact. Over to you, Dilshad.
Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Of course, we set the tone with fantastic speeches from stakeholders, and it was enlightening to say the least. But on an aside, I was having a conversation at breakfast with a delegate here, and I must say that it's micro changes, right? Like at this hotel, all of us have been to several events, and it's just, it's lovely to see we are using glass bottles instead of single-use plastic. So just putting it out there for everybody in the hospitality industry, kudos on that. Let me get straight into the conversation now. Of course, the topic for our panel is decarbonizing industry, strategies for a sustainable future. And Prabodha, I'll come to you first. Of course, JSW, massive company, JSW Steel announced plans to invest $1 billion across its operations to cut carbon emissions, and have some ambitious targets there as well. Dial back a little bit. Tell me, what are the priorities that you have set, the company has set for decarbonizing?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, let me start because straight question for the steel. Steel is always in focus because it is contributing a large part, around 12% of emissions to India's emissions. To start with where we are focusing, if you look at from a strategy perspective, because let me start with strategy so that it can be easier to understand what we are doing and why we are doing. See, our strategy is very simple. How do we balance economic growth with decarbonization? So that is the main strategy that we are following. And to achieve those strategy, and we have set ourselves targets. The targets is very simple. We have 2 phases with 2 milestones. The first phase is 2030. That's where we have set ourselves to reduce our emission by 42%. And the second is 2050. That's where we want to achieve net neutrality in carbon emissions. So having set our strategy and target, obviously the next important question which you asked me, that what we are trying to prioritize to achieve that. So that is, the essential part is that if you look at the first part, 2030, there we have identified initiatives, those are financially viable to decarbonize. Let me give examples of what we are doing and where we have allocated that $1.4 billion which you mentioned. The first part is improving your efficiency. And I would bucket into 3 efficiency parts. The first part, low-hanging fruit, energy efficiency. The all best available technology, if you look at, if you can implement that, that will give us significant reductions, not only in cost, but also in decarbonization. 2 examples I want to say from the steel industry, the BATs which are not really penetrated well. I was told only 30% penetrated in India, which we are focusing. One is called CDQ, that is coke dry quenching, where it's basically waste gas management, where you generate energy and use. Second is TRT, which is top recovery turbine in the blast furnace, where you make the huge structures, where you make irons that goes to steel making. Lot of energy get wasted, lot of pressure gets wasted. This is too simple technology. I wonder why we are not implementing that 100%. So that's our first focus. Efficiency, energy efficiency. Next is process efficiency. This is simple. If I can produce more with less, that will give me in cost saving plus decrease in emissions reductions. But it requires a massive change in the attitude and the mindset change of each and every level of the organizations. Let me give an example. In the last 2 years before, we started an initiative, we named it as SEED, Sustainable Environment, Energy and Decarbonization. This is all about motivating all grassroots people and making them ownership of the asset that what they have. I'm not talking about new disruptive technology here. We are talking about the technology which I have right now, that how can I produce more with less? How do I decarbonize? That has given significant emission reductions, and our estimate, it is going to reduce almost 18 million ton of CO2 emissions by 2030 from a business as usual scenario. Just to give a perspective, it is equivalent to taking out 3.5 million IC engine cars from the road. It's almost equal to annual emission of Sri Lanka. So that's the kind of benefits I'm taking by simple changing the mindset and doing more with less. Okay? The third problem, I think we were discussing about the energy transition, which doesn't require any, it's apparent. Renewable energy is becoming cheaper. It makes sense to do that transition well. And in steel industry is the energy intensive organizations who use a lot of energy. So we have estimated by 2030, we want to eliminate thermal coal use for our steel operations. That means we require almost 10 gigawatt of renewable energy. That's what our focus is. And we have made a significant progress. Our board has already approved 2.5 gigawatt of energy, renewable energy. And you would have seen today in the Times of India, the news has come, our chairman has already given a statement that he intends to invest almost $30 billion in renewable energy and associated energies. So that's going to significantly reduce our emissions.
Go on.
Too much? Shall I continue?
Go on. But I want to ask a follow-up question to everything that you've said. So maybe you can take that now, Prabodha, because you've, of course, set very ambitious targets and you have the investments to back it. Tell me just quickly, you mentioned a mindset change, right? What are the challenges to managing and matching your decarbonization goals to, the set speed of growth?
The first mindset change is that I think I'm in the sustainability field. We need to speak the language of the functions that we are dealing with. And that's changed the mindset of the people. Because usually a person who is responsible for maintenance or the productions, he will love to hear those languages. Let me give one example here. We have the largest steel plant operating in Vijayanagar. And when I was talking to the head of the function that we call site president, I told, do you know, if you can use all the west temperature which is going from 100 to 300 degrees centigrade, you can save 1 crore a day, that is around 465 to 400 crore a year. Wow, that's the saving. So that means the operation loves to understand how we can improve processes and become more productive and save money. So the fast
Speak the language, put it in context.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So speak the language. Pressure, like we have hired a specialist organization to help us to make those changes. To workshop, we have created beautiful climate action center in every operations. So people come, see the pictures, discuss, brainstorm. They find, oh, this is my idea. So they get an idea, then we reward them. So they get, they get enthused to do more and more.
Right.
So that helps them to drive. So those kind of subtle changes we can do. I think lot of low-hanging fruits we can really realize by doing those subtle changes and the way we do things.
Absolutely.
Instead of talking, no, we need big investment and big breakthrough technologies, which is going to take time. I'm not telling we should not do that, because that's horizon scanning we need to do. We need to identify those technologies which can make substantial changes going forward, and those will be financially viable going forward. At the moment they are not, but we must invest in those things, because what we are doing today that can take us to certain level, like we have said 42% reduction I can achieve by doing all these things.
Right.
But 100% reductions, I need those disruptive technology, and there we need to invest. And that's what we are doing. We are investing in green hydrogen, and hopefully this financial year, this year we'll get into green hydrogen into steel making. We are operating carbon capture utilizations, storage. We are thinking it will take time. So we are investing, looking towards those electrolysis process. We can segregate each and every mineral, and then we can start utilizing. So we are doing that. That is necessary.
Right.
So please don't misunderstand. I am not telling that is not necessary. That is very much essential. But I think most importantly, what I started, that making a balance between economic growth and decarbonization is very, very essential for business to push the agenda through.
Absolutely, and it's a combination of small and big actions. Mithika, let me come to you, given that today's theme, of course, is climate tech. Where do you source climate tech? And we spoke a lot about investment in R&D. So tell me a little bit about the strategies when it comes to investment in R&D, and where are you sourcing your climate tech?
Right, absolutely. So I think very good context setting here. It's a wide range of technologies that you need to consider, right? So while energy efficiency technologies are in-house, usually it's something that your teams have the capabilities to develop themselves and collaborate with the right academia partners, right collaborators, right technology partners to sort of implement. What's exciting in this space is, what about the new age technologies? What's next, right? What's our opportunity? What is the new energy growth story? And I think that's the essential piece of the puzzle when it comes to research. Where we source this from, or how we are looking at it is, we have, of course, incredibly talented and capable technology and carbon abatement teams. Kudos to them. I think their brain functions on a whole other level. So that's great. But I think what they've cracked beautifully is a balance between strategic partnerships and acquisitions, partnering with the right stakeholders in academia that are looking at proof of concept and implementation in the near term and scaling it up to the right credible levels, and the right balance with in-house research technologies. So utilization can only happen with the right researchers in-house. You need the right engineers and scientists to be able to understand what streams can be used when, because they understand your refineries, your steel plants, your manufacturing locations the best, right? So I think there's a very fine balance between the three, and that's just an example from a research strategic partnership and acquisition point of view. REC is already established in the photovoltaic space. One of the largest providers for PVs in the US already have a plant in Singapore. we are partnering with them and acquired them to be able to source that, and not just from Singapore, but actually build that in Jamnagar, right? To have that be in-house, to have that be made in India, such that it's catering to the efficiency requirements of India, to the climate needs of India, such that it's not just an external technology that you're bringing in, which is also a very good model. But in this context, when you have the capability to do so in the Indian context, it's best if it's made in here, right? One such acquisition is there, but of course that goes to every single attribute. So we're building 5 gigafactories within Jamnagar. 2 of them in the solar space, 2 of them in the hydrogen space, to try and make grey hydrogen to green hydrogen, because everyone has some amount of experience with grey hydrogen, at least as a fuel, but it's extremely crucial to get the renewable sources to be able to, make the transition to green. And I think the missing piece of the puzzle in the gigafactories is the power electronics ecosystem, and how that bridges the electronic needs across your gigafactories. So that's the other sort of research focus. And all of this is in addition to energy efficiency improvements, because you need to have energy conservation initiatives going on year on year. You need to have that research and innovation driving that on site. So I think 3 key areas of sourcing your research.
But let me just quickly, briefly dig into, how do you make sustainability a core objective of the R&D function? Just give me your brief thoughts on that before we move on to the next question.
I think it's a little bit of what Prabodh also mentioned, speaking the language. But I think what's interesting is our R&D team, or our research and technology teams, have started innovating with certain themes or end objectives in mind, right? I think that's what's interesting. So your R&D measure has moved beyond the number of patents that they're able to acquire or file for, to the kind of impact they're able to create with the technologies. And I think that mindset shift, fortunately for us in the Indian context, has been going on for a few decades, and that's, the impact that you're seeing on ground now. One such example of how we've done it is every single site has a technology lead as well, right? And that technology lead, of course, and the research lead work very closely together to drive innovative technologies, be it from, say, algae to figuring out how to use biofuels to, creating nutraceuticals and proteins as an alternate coming from a refinery, right? The ideas are abundant, and what you need is the right minds to come together to be able to bring that up. But I think a fine balance between your technology teams, because they're very rooted within your manufacturing sites, within your refineries, within your locations, right? So the right balance between your technology teams and the research teams, such that there's a fine line of innovation coming into how you're developing technologies. But I think I'll just take a step back and also mention that in the definition of sustainable development is to balance today's needs without compromising the future needs, right? And I think people understand that. I feel like we've moved past the conversation of convincing people why we need to do this, right? I think fortunately for us, and especially in the Indian context, over the last 8 to 10 years, you've seen a significant shift wherein the rest of the world is talking about why we still need to do it, or why we're debating about certain themes like whether or not climate is relevant or climate change is happening. But in the Indian context, it's okay. Like, okay, why is done? What do we do about it? Because we need to leapfrog. Because I need a new development model, and the West's development model has not worked for me. I need to get to the development stages. I need the economic growth to be balanced. How do we do it? So, the conversations have already now moved to how.
More progressive, yes.
Which is helping a lot of conversations drive the change, at least in the energy transition and decarbonization space.
Absolutely, and I love your point about collaboration. And before I move to the next question, my apologies to the gentleman on the right, because I've been sticking to the left for a bit. But I'm going to quickly go to Derek before I come to the right. Derek, we spoke about, of course, economic growth, and I want to ask you, how do you balance the unprecedented demand for additional infrastructure, we see it everywhere, with the necessity to build it sustainably?
Yeah, so first of all, apologies. I told you I'm a little bit under the weather, so my voice would be not so good. But anyway, so if I look at it from my organization L&T's perspective, we look at it in two views. One is our own sustainability goals and requirements which we need to do, because we are largely an EPC project and a manufacturing company. So what are we trying to do in terms of meet our requirements? On the other hand, obviously we are into projects, and we build projects for the country, we build large projects for India. And how do we inculcate and bring all those sustainability measures and ensure that, it gets incorporated? So if I look at it, it starts with engineering. Because, I don't want to jump to what are we doing. It's engineering. We are a large engine company. We have more than 40,000 people across our various entities who are into engineering. And we make sure that our choice of materials, because we are conscious of it, that during execution, what will be the material used? I think I heard one of the previous speakers talking about, concrete, obviously cement using, and then also blast furnace slag, and there are multiple other things that go into. So we ensure that those get embedded into the design. Obviously, because of these cement and the type of even the buildings that we do, whether the LEED or the green buildings, how are we incorporating, making sure that once we go through the entire phasing of the engineering to execution to commissioning, that the entire sustainability is captured. So number one. So we need to make sure that we have to do this. Number two is obviously we need to take care of the flora and fauna also. I don't know, many people do not know that manner in which L&T actually designs and incorporates. See, in Indergarh in Rajasthan, we have done an 11-kilometer, 8-lane expressway where for a sizable portion, it's elevated. You know why? For the animals to cross below. In India, the whole 8-lane expressway is elevated to allow this. I don't know, this bridge that we built, flamingos, pink flamingos, we were so conscious that we never wanted to, disturb the biodiversity over here. We used very specific drilling, reverse drilling, because the reverse drilling avoids too much of disturbance to the flamingos. And there are examples and examples I can keep telling you there. So I think it's engineering, use of materials, and all of these that keep getting, incorporated into our execution, which allows us, to your question, while the large subject of, the project, because the size of the projects keep getting bigger and bigger, we need to be, 2 steps ahead of it. We can't let, whether the, issues of use of materials, incorrect use of materials, or wastage of materials, to impact at the end of the day. Because we are strong advocates of sustainability, not only for our projects, but for the projects that we do for other customers. So I think that this is the way we believe. We are a large engineering and manufacturing and project company, and we make sure that we incorporate all these into our design and execution.
Absolutely. By design is the key term there, I think, Derek. Mirik, let me ask you this. Of course, you've heard from, large players here and the way they go about building for the future and sustainably. Tell me, in your view, how can we ensure self-reliant growth in climate technology?
So I think this world of climate tech is basically quite complex, and in terms of the solution landscape, and as was mentioned, there are some solutions which are here and now. There are some solutions which are down the line. In some cases where, say, here and now solutions, if you look at the global trends, I think China is pretty much dominating on the module. Obviously, folks here also are coming up, but they are sort of, I would say, much ahead. And there is a catch-up to be done in terms of the self-reliance part of things. That's why when you think about self-reliance, the leapfrogging angle is very, very important. How do you look at the next generation technologies from an innovation perspective? So in the here and now, we need to obviously collaborate. We need to look at building our own capacities, but a lot of them will be still driven by global supply chains. But there is a genuine opportunity in terms of the next generation of technologies where if we invest right now in the right building blocks in terms of R&D, in terms of technology and scale up, we can do quite a lot. So I think that will be the thing. The second thing will be like, there are some interesting technology that we are looking at. So I wear two hats. One is the spectrum impact. I am also Aarti Industries. So Aarti Industries is obviously not as large as the companies here, but it's a pretty, still a couple of $1 billion company. So it gives us a right balance between agility and some scale. Like we use gray hydrogen, but not at the refinery scale. So one of the other things that we need to do as organizations here is give opportunity for entrepreneurs to become test beds. Because that's quite important. It's not only decarbonizing your own supply chain, it's how do you ensure that the ecosystem is growing. So I think there's Neville here, I think, in the audience somewhere. So with him, he has this technology of carbon dioxide to ethylene. It's still new, it's still young, but just give them that opportunity either as an offtake agreement. I think we just need to be a more liberal in some of those early stages. That's where we'll ensure that some of these technologies will in 5 years' time get us green ethylene, for example. Other thing I think is important is all organizations have their own strengths. So when we also look at our own decarbonization journey, it's important that how you use your own strengths in the global decarbonization space. So at Aarti, one of the things that we have been doing is taking strategic bets on technology of the future, whether it's energy storage. So whether maybe lithium ion has its own challenges and we are sort of far behind in that ways. What about flow batteries? What about organic flow batteries? What about cathodes which are metal free? Can you make wind turbines recyclable? These are 5-7 years down the line bets, and we all have strategic projects across the whole domain. Thirdly, I'll say is there are we recently announced with a global non-profit project in our space about mapping the geothermal potential of India in Gujarat. So apparently in Gujarat there is good geothermal potential, and it's very relevant for some of the companies here. And we were the first industrial partners to map it out for our site. So we need to sort of think outside the box. And now suppose if you do geothermal, then your material intensity goes down quite a lot. You are not dependent on imports. You can obviously extract it. It's still again a 5 to 7 year horizon. So I am not going down the path of the here and now solutions which were mentioned earlier, which are obviously energy efficiency, agriculture, bio-waste. But to become self-reliance, map out the next journey. Lastly, I'll add is we have to think about supply chain bottlenecks of the future. The example that I'll give is silver. So right now, silver usage in solar panels is quite a lot. I think it's, if I'm not wrong, 15 to 20% of the global silver goes into solar panels. Now, if we just say that let's triple solar panel production, suddenly the bottleneck is going to shift to silver, which isn't, it isn't right now. So maybe copper is an alternative. So if we now, quote unquote, invest in copper-based solar panels, copper as interconnects, maybe that's an area we can get self-reliance. So slightly that 10-year vision, but map that 10-year vision with 1, 2, 3 year milestones is how we are looking at both at Aarti and even at Spectrum, which is our family office.
All right, but in that map then, Mirik, tell me, where are the policy gaps? What have you identified as the key policy gaps in achieving these goals, whether it's 5 years, 10 years?
I think, again, I'm not an expert there, but my sense is there are the carrot and stick approach, right? So for me, one of the sort of policy gap arises on resource prioritization. So in my mind, agriculture bio-waste should go to industrial heat first and not to power, because power I have solar and wind as alternatives, but in industrial heat I do not. So maybe the approach there is divert a lot of the agriculture bio-waste supply chain that is created either to compressed biogas or to biobriquettes, not to power. So I think rather than painting a picture that this is like 5 big policy gaps, we need to really go down the details. This is a specific thing, but if we do that, it can change. Secondly, if you look at the future, we need to really identify these future bottlenecks and have policies for them, which from a PLI perspective, if you are only looking at import data, you are solving an here and now problem. But what I am trying to envisage is if we have policies to solve a 7 year down the line, not a problem, an opportunity. That's a different mindscape. Like focus more on getting the ecosystem right to solve the 7 year problem. problem. So that will
The
be
building blocks, absolutely. Ram, interestingly, earlier we heard something remarkable happening in how all of us behave. There's this sort of consciousness that has crept into our daily lives, and we're far more sustainability conscious now than we've ever been. Godrej, of course, legacy organization. Give me a little bit of an insight into some of the best practices there. You have a view on the whole company. Give me your take on some of the key initiatives that have led to some significant impacts for you.
I think one of the biggest drivers, which is often ignored, is governance, and setting up very effective messaging through the organization to drive any kind of ESG growth. Because once the message from the top is very clear that we are willing to leave something on the table to do some good in this other sphere, that percolates through the organization. So the debate about, for example, why a 2-year payback? Why not a 4-year payback if it solves some other issue for me, like a water stress issue or a carbon issue? So building in those things into a very strategic manner. I'm not just saying announcements and, proclamations, but things like setting an internal carbon price, setting an internal water price. Because water is, again, one of those biggest areas which we really don't speak about. And because it's such a low cost, and artificially low cost in India, that it's often ignored. We don't really pay attention to it. And carbon, by the nature of the market itself, by fuels and the way the global oil market is, has taxes, has ups and downs, which relate supply and demand, but water doesn't have that. Similarly, on things like responsible consumption, which is very difficult for companies to do, because fundamentally, you need to rethink, how do I influence consumers to consume more responsibly? Does that mean the cost of business? Are you saying I'm going to make fewer products for the customer? Maybe in the short term. But in the longer term, maybe you gain an entire customer base towards buying those kind of products from me. So it's we all spoke about the science of it. We've spoken about, the policies, but there's a philosophical aspect to it as well. Is how much is enough? We keep talking about profitability cannot be sacrificed for the sake of the environment, fair. But how much is enough? What can 1,000 crores buy you that 900 crores can't? So I think that kind of thinking percolating from the top really changes an organization's shift. And that's why we've been able to do it. We've been blessed, thankfully, with promoters who have a very strong view on these things and who are also very technically and commercially they have the acumen to really make those decisions. And I think that's really what's percolated through the organization, enabled us to really take decisions which even within the organization, there was a thought that we couldn't do this. Just to give you an example, 2011, when the Good and Green journey at Godrej was set up, we had a very measly target of 30% renewables by 2020. And even that 30% was after a year of arguments with every single manufacturing guy saying that, no, it cannot be achieved. But sometimes driving that top down meant that the 30% target eventually led to an achievement of 50%. And today we're around about 80% renewables as a group. So we're only limited by what we can't see in terms of ambition. And that can only be fixed through a governance structure and having expertise, knowledge, and know-how, and real boldness at the top. I think that's been the biggest driver. All the other components of the ecosystem will fall into place. But having strong governance is really what drives this forward.
I like that, boldness at the top. Let me get to a little bit more of a technical question. Unless, Prabodha, you want to sort of give me your take on the philosophical aspect of it. Anything to add to what Ram said right now?
On the policy, I think I have a take.
Please go ahead.
Broadly, I would say 3 things are required if you have to, progress is faster. One thing is that we need to create a mandated demand. And we have seen this been successful in the case of RE. Because renewable energy uptake, if you see what's happening, it started with a mandated use of renewable energy. So demand, which is basically a pool, essentially is a better way. Science tells pull is better than push. The second is supply side. In the supply side, there are 2 aspects. One is how we can scale up those technology which are available but financially not viable. So there you require viability gap funding or cost of financing or mandated use of those technologies. So those kind of policy we require. So that will essentially enhance the supply side. But the third important thing I think you have covered is that how do we get ready for the future? And there comes R&D, research and development. If you see, I see American economy is completely dependent on R&D. They bring in the technology that drives the future. So in India also, we need to encourage those. So therefore, the ecosystem to drive R&D for the future technology need to be created. I think if we can, I broadly bucket this in the three parts. To bring in the policies, we have, I'm not telling we don't have, we have many policies addressing bit and pieces. Can we think comprehensively drive? Holistically fashion, drive all three things together so that the ecosystem is ready and all the industries also adopt those faster.
Absolutely, absolutely. Derek, would you like to add something on that, on the ecosystem and of course the policy gaps?
Policy gaps is one part, but I'd just like to touch upon technology because I think it was spoken about, and because we also in L&T are driving green technologies in a very big way. Now we are manufacturing electrolyzers, and beyond manufacturing, we are actually doing a lot of research in material science. We are improving the efficiencies to such high levels that possibly, we want to make sure that we are best in the world in terms of, achieving these. So I also heard in the earlier instance of talking about how do we make sure that these technologies are available, get developed in India, and helps us to bring the cost down. And that's something that we are doing in a big way in L&T. The same electrolyzer, which probably costs X, because I know this is a number, it is in euros, per kilowatt. We do it at 0.5 or 0.4, at the cost of Europeans. And we are still going lower. So that means the same efficiency or even better efficiencies at half or less than half the cost can be developed in India. And it's only one subject that I'm talking. We are going into fuel cells, and I heard about batteries. I heard about lithium-ion and flow batteries. So there are so much of, technologies that are to be developed. We are at kind of a cutting edge. We are moving. I'm aware what the Reliance is also doing in a very big way. I think this is one subject, especially material science. Material science is something that is not so much spoken about in India. We are collaborating with IIT Bombay, IIT, Madras. We are working with IISc, global universities. I have a large R&D team with me in Hazira. We brought in the best of the guys across the world. We are developing. So I think that's one big subject that I thought, it was necessary to state it in this particular forum.
So just go on.
I'm a material science graduate, so it's really lovely to hear what you're saying. I think in that front and combining what you mentioned, a collaboration with academics in the right way, the translational part of it. So we actually set up a translational research center for membranes. And again, if you look at electrolyzers, fuel cells, one of the bottlenecks that you will envisage is going to be the membranes. So I think one thing that maybe everyone in the room needs to figure out is go from the 30,000 feet, which is all these big things, and go and find out the specifics, which may be this membrane center, which may be some catalyst for fuel cells, or it may be some material innovation in ceramics and things like that, where we need to focus our attention on. And when you look at those numbers, they are not insanely large. We are not talking about 10, 20,000 crores. It may just require 50, 60 crore, ignite the spark, then there are industries who can take it up and academics who can take it up. So I think just slightly go down the specifics is one thought.
Not at 30,000 feet. Quickly, just one final question. Maybe I'll ask this on technology. What role do smart technology, and we're hearing about artificial intelligence and the massive investments that governments, of course, and companies are making in AI. Tell me, what role can AI and machine learning play in climate action?
So I have a sort of a maybe slightly more controversial view here. I don't think people like to talk AI is the game changer in everything, right? I don't think that's the approach. I think when you look at the climate space, it's a much more complex and a nuanced problem. AI will definitely add a lot of optimization and efficiency. I think the biggest role AI will play actually is in materials. If you get the material discovery right, if you are able to we recently invested in a company which is using AI to make better Haber-Bosch catalyst. Now, if you make a better Haber-Bosch catalyst, then your all ammonia production can become more efficient and that leads to downstream. If you make better alloys. So more than the generative AI side of things and everything, I think more physics-informed neural networks. So slightly a subset of the AI on material discovery and supply chain optimization in certain cases. That's where I would say, I don't think it's like a magic wand that you can just play AI around, because these actually physical systems that still need to be built. You can optimize a design, but you will still need concrete to make that design at the end of it. So that will be my perspective. But
I could add to that actually. If we have time.
Go ahead.
So I think AI is the now, right? A lot of the now challenges could be addressed through AI. Like the logistics portion that you just talked about, and I think Ram also touched upon it in his value chain bit. We know biofuels is a now solution, right? How are you getting your waste? In an informal economy, where are you getting your waste from? Right? It's decentralized. It's coming from tens and thousands of farmers. There is no hub currently situated in a lot of these states for you to collect it. I think AI has a major role to play. And, you know, similar systems have already been implemented by technology leaders in the country to do it in a decentralized way for waste. When I say waste, in the context of plastic waste. And it can very easily be done for other waste systems to solve the now problem. And I think that's the role an immediate solution can work with. But I think because AI will be embedded in the future in our value chains, I think longer term will be like the internet of, it's a very basic technology in 5 years' time, right? So yes, of course, the buzz right now is with generative AI, but I think the role of AI is much bigger, and it merging with quantum, you know, in the future will be quantum computing in the future will be a much bigger opportunity. Having said that, I think one easy example I can give is, for example, while producing compressed biogas. It's extremely crucial for you to understand your different waste streams. It can come from energy crops, it can come from paddy, it can come from municipal waste, it can come from multiple different streams. You need to understand what is available where and at what point of the year or point of the day in the month, right? And that keeps changing hour by hour, day by day, and it's that granular. And for a human intervention at that scale is just unreal. It is not the best use of our resources, and it can be done in a far more efficient way with the right technology usage. And I think that's the fine line. It's not just heavy engineering technologies that come handy, but it's also computing technologies that are equally crucial in solving the climate problem.
Absolutely. Ram, I'll let you have the last word on this.
Don't envy that. But I think brilliant points made by both of them on this, and I'm so glad you said this, that, you know, it's not a magic wand, because a lot of people assume technology is eventually going to solve all the problems. Technology is an enabler. It's a tool. And the biggest thing it's actually going to help us solve is, they've beautifully summed up the why and the how part of it, but the when part of it. Because the biggest challenge we have today is not that, I think all of us can see the green growth path, but it's not fast enough. What technology is really going to help is shorten those times of maturity of technology. It's going to bring the maturation time for technology really slower. The first nuclear fusion reactors are planned to go online maybe in another 6 years. That wouldn't have happened if not for AI. So that's really helped us with computational abilities which we didn't have before. But I keep coming back to saying it's an enabler. There are far bigger issues in terms of behavioral change that need to be addressed. And if we don't address that, all the technology in the world can't help you, because I'm glad she brought up the Indian sector example, because if you look at a dairy farmer in India, AI is not a magic tool that's going to help them produce milk in a more environmentally effective manner. That involves behavioral change. That's sectoral approach. So great use of technology, use that, but do not forget about the behavioral aspect of it and changing things at a ground level.
But Ram, I think, you know, with your nuclear technology, the increased amount of energy consumption that AI will see will solve that problem. But that's my concern.
That's a topic for another discussion for sure on AI. But thank you so much to all my panelists for sharing your invaluable insights. It was a pleasure chatting with you all. And I'm going to invite Mugdha back up on stage.
Much for this deliberation, Dilshad, and the panelists. May I please request you to stay back on stage. Dilshad, requesting you to please felicitate all our panelists for the wonderful insights they shared with us, and also for giving us their precious time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our tech showcase featuring innovative solutions from 6 pioneering climate tech innovators. Now, each participant will have 5 minutes to present, followed by a 5-minute Q&A round with all of you. So let's keep this energy high and get ready to be inspired. All right. First up, we have StelApps Technologies, that is revolutionizing the dairy supply chain with IoT solutions. Now, StelApps has also developed a patented end-to-end livestock management platform that integrates methane monitoring, real-time analytics, and traceability. Please welcome the team on stage. StelApps Technologies, all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible out there at the back. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. And happy Sankranti. Today happens to be a festival day in many parts of India, so happy Sankranti to all of you. So I'm Ranjit Mukundan, CEO co-founder at StelApps. We started this company in 2011, so been at it for about 14 years now. What we do is trying to build out a very carbon-efficient dairy value chain using our end-to-end tech stack that helps solve for productivity, quality, and traceability. And how do we do it? Let me set this context first. How does the India dairy value chain look like today? It's a highly fragmented value chain. As you can see, 80 million smallholder farming families, 300 million cattle, 1.5 billion consumers. And do remember, more than half of this population does not eat fish or meat, and hence dairy happens to be the single most important source of protein for this population of 1.5 billion people. 400,000 village-level collection centers, as I said, highly fragmented smallholder farmer ecosystem and value chain, and 100,000 chilling points. And this is roughly, if you take the pre-harvest and post-harvest part of the supply chain, it's about 7.6% of our GDP. So it's quite a massive value chain, but highly fragmented. And this contributes to about 1,000 million metric tons of carbon, right? That's about 18% of all of carbon emission in agri comes from dairy. And dairy itself is about 18% of the overall carbon emission in India. Right, so what are we trying to do? So we're trying to use a bunch of tech stack, an end-to-end tech stack, including technology such as, on the farm side, Fitbit for cows that goes around the animal's leg, helps improve animal breeding efficiency, preventive health care, and helps also optimize on nutrition. And that's something that we use. Other than the farm side, the rest of the supply chain too, be it on the village-level collection centers where milk is aggregated, village-level chilling points, logistics, processing plant, and across the supply chain, we use a bunch of tech interventions to solve for productivity, quality, and traceability. And let me remind you that 80% of this carbon emission happens at the farm, right? The remaining part of the remaining 20% is the rest of the supply chain, right? So we go after both of them. Obviously, 80% is the biggest, win for us, but we also try to see what can be done in the remaining 20% of the supply chain as well. And using our interventions, if we were to apply our tech stack to all of India's dairy supply chain, we can actually cut down the carbon emission by 2/3. We can bring it down from about 1,000 million metric ton to about, 300 million metric ton. And this is something that we have done in smaller cohorts, but just to give you an idea of what this tech stack can do, can help reduce it by a massive 2/3. And just a glimpse of our tech stack. What is the tech stack to? As I said, on the farm side, this has components such as animal wearables, the Fitbit for cows, a herd management solution where we capture about 150 parameters about the cows, about the milk and the farmers. Highly fragmented supply chain. It's a combination of sensors, sensor controllers, data, and apps that help us, do this. Similarly, on the collection center side, the next aggregation point in the village, we do online real-time grading and pricing. Chilling is very critical. If the cheese has to taste good, the cold chain has to be really good, right? How do you manage the cold chain in a very energy-efficient manner? And then finally, consumer-facing tech. We filed for 7 patents. 4 patents has been granted, including India's first ever, tech product patent for an AgTech in India. This includes, just to give you a drill a little deeper, on the farm side include things like animal, genomics, genetics, optimizing for, feed and supplements, vaccination, deworming, improving the overall quality of milk so that the bacterial load is very low. And a lot of our data that we generate is used to also underwrite the credit risk and insurance risk for a dairy farmer. And hence we do things like facial recognition of animals to ensure that you can't, play around, you can't game the system by spoofing the ID, which becomes really critical. We were also recently recognized by the United Nations Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Recently at Azerbaijan, at COP29, we were one of the 4 companies globally, selected for, presented as a tool to optimize carbon in the agri supply chain. And the only company globally that got referenced across animal husbandry, livestock, GHG reduction and traceability, and one of the 4 companies globally to have been presented at the COP29 report by the United Nations Climate and Clean Air Coalition. And across the supply chain, it's just not the farm side, which is 80% of the emission. The rest of the supply chain too needs interventions. You can get some low-hanging quick wins by going after the other 20% as well. But let me just leave it with you that we are also after the 20% as well, not just the complicated 80%, which is a little complicated, but also some of the low-hanging wins we can get on the remaining 20% by things like introducing electric vehicles, by having solarification of our IoT devices, and so on and so forth. And how does this happen, right? So how is cow such a polluting entity? Right? So if you increase the yield from a mere 5 liters to 12 liters per day, right, it reduces the carbon emission by about 60%, which means, for instance, if you have to produce 1 million liters of milk, you basically need just 85,000 cattle if you have to use our protocols versus 200,000 cattle, and each cattle emits about 2.3 tons of carbon per year, right? So if you need 1 million liters, if you use our mechanisms and tech and approach, you could do it with a 60% lesser number of animals. So that's sort of how you could go after the 80% of the emissions which happens on the farm. And as I said, just not the farm, the rest of the supply chain too, the remaining 20%, which is about logistics, about milk processing plant, the chilling centers and the collection centers, we go after that as well. So in this slide, we're trying to show what we have accomplished over the last 3 years. Other than the 24,000 metric ton of reduction on the farm side, we have demonstrated reductions on the chilling side by optimizing cold chain. In India, for example, we burn about 500 million liters of diesel every single year to chill milk. So we used optimizations there to reduce it by about 200 metric ton, and then even in the grading and pricing by using solar and other mechanisms. And how does net zero journey link with livelihood, right? So a typical smallholder farmer in India, the daily income would be about $2. And since 80% of the emissions happens at the farm, and if you were to improve the animal productivity and farm throughput, automatically the income levels also go up, right? So from a $2 per day to, let's say, 10x the farm throughput, by improving yield and adding more cattle into the farm, we have shown that the livelihoods also can improve by an order of magnitude. Right? The farm throughput by 8x and yield by farm throughput by 8x and the incomes by 10x. This is something that we can do. So the net zero and livelihoods are tightly integrated and interlinked. So if you're going after the farm side, the 80% of the emissions, you automatically land up improving the farm incomes as well. Gender forms an integral part of what we do. It fits in quite natively into what we do because Unlike other agriculture, in dairy, women tend to attend the dairying part of the agriculture, right? So 85% of the dairy farmers are women. So in our network, be it in terms of the operators who run these milk collection centers and chilling centers, be it the farmers, be it the borrowers who borrow money from us through our partner banks to buy more cattle, we ensure that gender is a critical part of what we do, and we can quite easily demonstrate that a significant portion of our farmers and stakeholders in the supply chain are women. A case study to show that we have done, if you actually measure this across the various SDG parameters, we have shown these improvements in some of our cohorts. Obviously, I'm putting up some of our better cohorts, but the idea is this gives you an idea of what's possible in terms of productivity improvement, profitability improvement, market realization, gender, financial inclusion, climate action. In terms of scale, we are present in about 42,000 villages in India over the last 14 years. 3.5 million farmers are registered on our platform, and we have digitized about 16 million liters of milk flow per day. This is the kind of scale at which we operate today. In terms of revenue, we closed last financial year at about $45 million. Hope to get to a $50 million revenue in this financial year in terms of revenue. We've been backed by a good mix of financial, strategic, and impact and other investors, including, I'd like to call out a few here. ABB did their first ever equity investment in India into us. They're a Zurich-based MNC. Some of you know them. Omnivore probably is in the room. Gates Foundation did their first ever equity investment in India. IDS Farm Fit Fund, they have LPs like the Dutch government, Mondelez, Unilever, and Rabobank. They did the first ever equity investment in India. So it's a good mix of financial, strategic, impact, and other investors that we have. And our ask is basically, we'd like to aspire to get to 10 million farmers over the next 36 months from today. Get to about 60,000 villages and get deeper into some of our farmer cohorts. So we're looking to, we just finished a Series C fundraise, looking to raise more capital so that we can scale faster. Also looking to partner with companies like Danone or Nestle and Unilever. Some of them are already our customers, to see if we can become their de facto carbon efficient ingredient supplier. So this is sort of our ask, and I'll pause here and thank you. Sure, sure.
So we are running a little tight on schedule, so perhaps the Q&A can come in a little later, and we can speak to one more innovator, and then perhaps have an audience with you offline. All right, so that was Stellab's Technologies, and next up we have Chakra Innovation. Now, they are tackling air pollution through innovative emissions controlled technologies, and they have developed a technology that uses soot from diesel generators to create ink and paint. Please welcome on stage Team Chakra.
So hi, hello everyone. Very good afternoon. So thank you for having me here. My name is Pas Sarthi, and I am representing Chakra Innovation today. So let us start with the presentation without wasting any one of your time. So Chakra Innovation, so we are essentially a material science company incubated in IIT Delhi in 2016. So almost 8 years now since the inception. And I'll tell you the reason behind why we started this company. So in 2014, there was a report published by WHO in which they stated that out of top 10 most polluted cities, 9 of those cities are India. And those numbers have not gone down since the last 8 years of the inception of Chakra Innovation. A few notable things that we already know. Still, I would like to emphasize on this very quickly. So India is known to be the third most polluted country in the world, declared by United Nations. 50 of the most polluted cities in the world, 42 are there in India. And whatever the WHO guidelines are for particulate matter, hydrocarbon and other emissions, India is having 7x more average pollution throughout different cities, measured at different time span. And one of the major contributors for this pollution, specifically particulate matter, is diesel generator. And unfortunately in India, there was no solution which was available for the kind of diesel generator technologies which are available in India, given their duty cycles, given their span. And just to give you an idea of how large this capacity of pre-existing diesel generator there is in India. In India, a total power generation capacity right now that we have ranges about 500 gigawatt. And in addition to that, we have approximately 150 gigawatt of installed diesel generator capacity. So you can imagine the quantum. And plus the emission norms right now which we have for these installed diesel generators are 10 times more worse compared to automobiles. That means if a diesel generator is running for 1 hour and a vehicle is running for 1 hour, same engine, same capacity, generator is polluting 10 times more compared to a vehicle. So this was something that we thought that we would take the first step to define a solution from this, and then one step forward for the different kind of solutions that we make. So that is when and where we developed our first technology. And the core of the company, while we are developing any product in any domain, lies in material science. So we are experts in catalyst, in ceramics, in metals, and we try to play around with these fundamental elements of physics and chemistry to develop solutions for various emissions, various retrofit, and various power generation engineerings in India. So the very first product that we have commercialized is essentially the Chakra Shield. So Chakra Shield is a retrofit emission control device for diesel generators in India. Once installed on any diesel generator, without doing any modification in the engine itself, it reduces up to 90% particulate matter, hydrocarbon, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxides. The only pollutant which is left is SOx, and which is eventually dealt by the fuel itself. Right now in India, the fuel that we have is of BS6 grade, which has 10 ppm of sulfur. So it is already very low compared to global standards, etc. The other 4 pollutants which are not low are, like I highlighted, particulate matter, hydrocarbon, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxides. And this is where our solutions comes in. So our solution, as you can see, gets installed on the diesel generator and reduces these emissions by 90% or more. And at the same time, there is no adverse impact on the diesel generator, because whenever you are developing any engineering products, you have to ensure that whatever you are installing in any pre-existing machinery, there should be no toll on the fuel, no toll on the life, and no toll on the efficiency of the machinery. So this is something that what we have been able to develop. And throughout the journey of this development, as of today, we have filed more than 50 patents, and 7 of those patents are granted to us. So I'll just show a quick video in which you can see the visual impact that this device has on the diesel generator.
As you can see at this very moment, the Chakra Shield 2.0 is operational, and there is no smoke coming out of the Chakra Shield. Now we are shifting to the silencer, and we will note the visible difference. Shift the smoke. Now you can see the smoke coming out of the silencer.
So as you can see on the screen, on the right-hand side, we have our technology, the Chakra Shield. First, the exhaust was passing through the Chakra Shield, and there was no visible smoke which was coming out of it. And afterwards, it was transferred to the silencer, the original engine muffler, and you can see the visible impact that our technology has. And it is not just any other product which you can just develop and install on the diesel generators. Just like any other emission norms like Bharat Stage 6, Bharat Stage 4, etc., you also need to develop certifications, get certifications for these products. So speaking of those, Chakra Innovation is the first and the only company who has received certifications starting from 62.5 kVA and up to 1000 kVA. And beyond 1000 kVA, we also have some development report from the CPCB recommended labs in India, which extends our range to 2,500 kVA. So this is the portfolio that we have of the product. So throughout our 8 years of inception, we have been doing revenue for the past 4 years. And year on year, the revenue has grown by 4x or more. In 2020 F5, we booked around 1 CR of revenue. Year after that, it was 9. Year after that, it was 28. In last financial year, we booked about 130 CR. And this year, we are targeting in the range of 300 CR. So this has been the growth that our company has seen. And again, a testament of how the market is evolving in India and how the companies, the corporates, the government, they are developing norms and awareness around the pollution. So these are the few notable clients that we have. As of today, we have more than 4,000 installations in India, more than 500 clients, pan-India. A few notable names you can see on the screen from the government side, all the 3 defense forces, the corporates, infrastructure, hospitality. You name it, we almost have it. And in terms of recognitions throughout our journey, we have received multiple. A few notable, one being Champions of Change by Honorable Prime Minister in 2019. United Nations Young Champion of Earth, the same year during which our Honorable Prime Minister was awarded the Champion of Earth Award. And the third and the last one from India was Kochi Airport. So these 3 were awarded in 2019, the Climate Change Award. Now as we have developed the first technology for diesel generator, and throughout this journey, we have understood the basic emissions. And like I spoke, we are experts in material science, in catalysts, metals, and ceramics. So now, once we have understood the fundamentals, we are expanding our portfolio into different other regions. Like we have now developed technologies for commercial vehicles, for locomotive engines, for marine engines. And also a new addition to our portfolio is an metal layer battery system, which is a replacement of lithium-ion battery, which again requires in-depth understanding of the material science. It has all the merits of lithium-ion and no demerits of it. So just to give you a quick understanding of it, for the same size of lithium-ion compared to same size of metal layer battery that we have developed, you get 8 times more range, 10 times less powering time, no flammability issues, and plus there is absolutely no risk of spark, ignition. In fact, if you throw out this battery in any flammable, in any flame, the flame will extinguish itself because the basic electrolyte that we use is based out of water. So these are the few expansions that we are currently doing. Now, so this is all from my side. If anyone has any questions, I'm here to answer. Yeah. Any questions from the audience? So I guess I explained that well. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. And me and my team are here. If anyone wishes to connect us post the session, happy to help. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Moving on, up next is Kruppen Technology Solutions that are leveraging data-driven insights to transform agriculture. Well, it accelerates agriculture's digital transformation through AI-powered insights, unified data, and scalable applications for improved productivity, sustainability, and traceability across the agri-ecosystem. Put your hands together for the team.
Hi, this is Krishna. I'm a founder of Kruppen. We are a AI and data company in food and agriculture and climate, and we are going to talk about that in the upcoming slides. So, So we are a 160 plus organization today. We operate from Bangalore, Netherlands, and the US. We have got good partners. Our investors base are likes of Google, Girate, both mix of development focus funds and also the private equity and the venture funds. On our scale side, we have computed intelligence on 1 billion acres today globally for our customers. We operate in B2B space. We manage around 500 crops and 10,000 different varieties of these crops on our platform for our customers globally. And we operate in 103 countries. So this will be one of the world's largest platform deployed in agriculture space. We have some of the logos of the customers. So they deploy our platform across their operations on the supply chain. They want to zoom into the farms from where they are sourcing, and they want to impact acre by acre the productivity, and they want all kind of intelligence which can help them to become more sustainable and make the supply chain more efficient. And then they want to zoom out, and they want to understand the whole agriculture landscape or target crop at the country scale to understand more about the impact of the climate change and the kind of risk supply chain is going through in the current season. But they also want to have a view of what is going to happen next season, after 1 year, after 5 years and 10 years to the supply chain with the changing climate, right? So these are some of the problem statement they want to solve. If you look at there are many headwinds to agriculture. One of prominent one is climate change, which is impacting our ability to produce the crops. If you look at in 2023, almost around 700 million people deprived of nutrition and worsened by the climate change, right? There are floods, there are droughts, and the crops are their ability to grow yield is reducing year on year. Agriculture is 1/3 of the emission comes from agriculture. So agriculture should be a carbon sink, but it doesn't seem like. Around 13.7 billion of tons of CO2 is produced by the agriculture activity. And every degree change is going to reduce the capacity to produce, right? So 5 to 10% of the yield is going to drop. And for many of the major food security related crops, they are going to reduce the yield is going to be reduced by ranging from 15 to 25%. Globally, the growers are spending around upward of $300 billion to fight climate change and safeguard their livelihood. And in the recent past, we have seen that the prices of coffee, cocoa has soared up because of untimely disease, and which is destroying the ability to produce these crops. And there is a shortage, and the prices are going up, right? And we have seen with banana and many other crops as well. So that's the kind of impact we see in agriculture due to the climate change. And then there is a deforestation. There is a consumption of natural resources, and then land and soil degradation, right? So almost like 100 million hectare of land every year is getting degraded, almost double the size of Greenland, if you want to compare it that way. And almost 10 million hectares, the deforestation happens due to the agriculture activity, right? I was just having a discussion with one of the coffee company, and since there is an issue with this, cocoa company, and since there's an issue with this whole disease, they are going to clear more forest and produce the cocoa in different land now, right? And that's going to also, we'll see the impact of that as well on the deforestation, right? Because the farmer doesn't have a choice today. So we are saying AgTech is a climate tech. You need to know from one step closer the problem statement of every acre, and a lot of data to even make a call that what need to be done, either to make that farm a carbon sink, and also how do you make that more sustainable and resilience to the climate change, right? So how do we do it? So we have built a platform, we call it as an industry cloud for agriculture, which is deployed by our B2B customers. And these customers ranges from enterprises to development agencies who are operating in this space, and also the governments who are looking into that. And we have some examples at the end, so we'll talk about that. But on the platform, we have 3 layers, crop-in apps, data hub, and the models which generate intelligence for every acre of the land in the country. And on the data hub, we have all kind of data, right from climate, all the weather patterns, the crop knowledge graph, satellite data, everything which is running on, feeding into the model and generating those insights for our customers. So if you look at this is span of the crops, so all the food security related crops are on platform. We manage around 0.5% of total corn production in the world. Almost 2.2% of total cotton is managed on our platform. And then rest, there are other crops, so there are almost like 500 crops. Now it is important to build a knowledge graph that how these crops are behaving in different countries, in different climatic conditions and environment. And that's helped us to really build these models very, very quickly and deploy it in multiple countries. So as we are in 103 countries, and every crop behaves very differently. So you have to keep enhancing your knowledge graph of the crops to support those customers. We have around 0.5 billion records of the crops on our platform. We add around 10.5 million data records every month, and almost like 1 million images comes from all these activities on our platform. So it's a very, very data-rich platform on which we build all the custom models and AI to service our clients. So these are the models we have built over a period of time, right from crop detection to forest fire to, carbon models, deforestation models. And this is, these are the most used models through our API by our customers to solve their day-to-day problems and also how to fight the climate change. This is a glimpse of our platform. So if you see on the right-hand side top, there is a plot where we generate tons of insight. We know what stage the crop is, what yield is going to produce, looking at the health of the crop, or what disease can hit in next 15 days. In one of the presentations I heard that pesticide is a big issue, right? So that kills the soil and ability to grow. Generally, farmers have a schedule of doing the spray in the farms. But what if he knows that only there is 10% of chance of, let's say, late blight in potato? Can I skip this, right? And then you can you are saving your income and also the health of the soil as well, right? So these models have a lot of ability to solve for the current crisis. And then on the bottom of the slide, you see a country scale intelligence where you can ask questions that, show me where yield has degraded by 10% and the temperature has increased by 0.5%. Or, you can do all the causal, you can ask multi-dimensional question to the system and it should be able to give you all the insight of why, what is happening to the yield over the last 7 years, and the government and the public sector can take a lot of decisions, and this has been deployed in Sri Lanka, Kenya, Mexico, and multiple countries right now. So these are some of the examples of the work we are doing. So if you look at on the, first, I'm going to talk about the corporates who are responsible for the supply chain. They are dealing with this impact of climate change on their supply chain. So their supply chain has become unpredictable, and because of that, many of the customers reported that their losses has gone from 2% to 8% in terms of revenue, right? And how do you model that, help them understand their supply chain better, and give them advance warning and help them to expand in the region where there is climate-related risks are lower. And this has been deployed in multiple countries with our customers. One of the work we did with the Indian government and one of the consulting firm to decode where could be the likelihood of stubble burning. And if you know, farmer burn the stubble because they have a very short cycle between the next crop, right? So they have done the harvest and they want to put the crop in next 45 days and they don't have enough window to sell that produce. So can you predict that using AI, that which farmer is likely to burn the stubble, right? Third one is the climate smart and food security related programs we are doing with the development agencies like World Bank, ADPC, JEF, and Bill and Melinda Gates. So to give you an example, in Sri Lanka, we are helping the government to build a resilience in the agriculture. They went through a bad cycle. and they want every data to be produced on the platform so that they can take a call how much water is required to be released from the reservoir basis the water stress and what yield, what disease can hit the farm so that they can take those, support the growers in that particular region. And the last is we are working in Maharashtra with, along with the SDFC on a regenerative program where government is going to provide incentive to the grower to adopt regenerative, which is one of, which will become one of the carbon sink at the state level. And Cropin is going to monitor those activity remotely and also help them to capture data so that they can make that transfer to those growers and helping them to adopt the right practices for the regenerative agriculture. So these are some of the examples of our customers who are using our platform and data capability to enable their supply chain. Yeah, this is why I wanted to share this. Thank you. Happy to take up any question you might have, or I'll be around. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Following them, EKI will showcase their climate resilient farming solutions. Well, their patented technology maintains an optimal root zone temperature of 25 degrees Celsius without relying on electricity even under extreme outdoor conditions. Let's have them on stage and talk to you a little more about their project.
Hello everyone. I'm Abhay Singh, along with my co-founder Amit and 500 other team members. We're trying to build EKI. I'm an engineer from IIT Bombay. We've mostly been doing robotics and automation throughout our lives. And back in 2019, we decided that we wanted to build something which will last for decades, if not for centuries. And agriculture is one of those problems which I believe is going to have a life as equivalent to human civilization. Now, about 6 months of groundwork, what we realized, there are 3 major problems. Apart from the a very important one, the climate change, we still have to figure out a way to grow nutritious vegetables, grown sustainably. And at the same time, it has to be cost competitive. So what I mean by that is, Israel and Netherlands are known for agriculture innovation. And they're trying to solve both of the above problems, nutrition and sustainability. But the cost of growing is prohibitively expensive. So when I say prohibitively expensive, it is around $2 to grow 1 kilo of tomato. And this is exactly what EKI is trying to solve. So what we have been able to achieve is grow residue-free produce on barren land and sell them profitably at Indian conventional market prices, at mandi prices. So essentially what that means is, we can grow across the year at 10 rupees a kilo, which is about 10 cents a kilo across the year, irrespective of the outside climate. We have been able to generate a yield of 182 tons per acre, which is 18 times the conventional. Israel has at about 130 tons. And we save 90% of water while doing that. Now, all of this is actually achieved at the mandi prices. So we are not saying that our produce is of higher quality when we go to the market. We say it's of better quality, but we'll give you at the same market prices. So we're competing ourselves with soil-based growing. Now, this has been possible because of 3 technology parts of EKI. I already talked about that Ahmed and I, we have been building robots and automation systems. This is like allows us to manage our farms across different regions. And that's the automation system. Now, the first part, the grain chambers. That's something that we have patented. And the second, the plant science. We spent about 5 years developing the plant science to understand what exactly plant requires in terms of temperature, humidity, and provide that ideal environment for them to grow. Let me elaborate on the grain chambers part. We developed a spatial polymer composite that is able to manage or provide the ideal environment for the plant's root zone without using electricity. So what I mean by that is, if this hall was made from the material that we developed, the hotel would not have to pay the electricity bill. And this is enabling us to set up our farms in Rajasthan, where the temperatures go from 3 degrees Celsius in winters and 50 degrees Celsius in summers. So what we do, the peak temperature will be around 50 degrees Celsius. We put a shed, and then we put our chambers inside. The shed allows us to bring the temperature from 50 to 40 degrees Celsius. And from 40, we bring the temperature to 25, again, without using any energy, without using any electricity. And that is exactly why we have been able to do what Israel and Netherlands are able to do and bring that cost down from $2 US to 10 cents in India. We are using this technology currently to grow tomatoes, cucumbers, just these 2 crops. We have grown all of the crops, but considering the market size of these 2, we have chosen to build next 5,000 acres growing only tomatoes and cucumbers. Currently, we have set up a farm in Rajasthan. We have set up a farm, and these sites, each of these 25 acres, and we are currently in a phase of deploying our first farm outside India in GCC, in Qatar, and in Oman. And what we're looking at is to now set up our farms in the multiples of 100 acres. And hopefully, I get to meet some of you who can help us finance these farms, considering these farms have a life of about 40 years. So yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm assuming all the questions are going to come at the lunch hour. All right. Up next, we have Encon Thermal Engineers, and they will present their advanced thermal energy solution. Now, their regen burners utilize regenerative media to recover heat from flue gases, storing it in ceramic blocks that preheat combustion air, thereby significantly improving fuel efficiency. Put your hands together for the team.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Puneet Mahendra. I'm a director at Encon Thermal Engineers Private Limited. The company was founded in 1978, and the vision and the mission of the company since inception has been that of decarbonization. And we attain this using energy optimization and energy conservation. At Encon, we don't only speak about decarbonization, we innovate towards it. We started our R&D center back in 1991, oriented towards combustion technologies. In this center, we've been able to develop regenerative burners, self-recuperative burners, oxy-fuel, and hydrogen combustions. All these technologies have the potential to save around 60% in fuel cost. These technologies have won us various recognitions and awards, the latest ones being the National Energy Efficiency Award in 2022, the most innovative energy saving product in 2024, and innovative energy project of the year in 2024 by AEE. So these technologies that we have developed are transformative. We save, in one of the projects that we completed at BHEL, we retrofitted 7 furnaces. And we were able to reduce the fuel consumption by 40%. What it means in number is we were able to save 2.5 million nm³ of natural gas in a year. We prevented 5,400 tons of CO2 from being added into the atmosphere. That is equivalent to 88,500 trees. That's the equivalent amount of what is required. The payback for this the investment was $3 million, and the payback came in less than a year. What we see the opportunity in India, we produce around 750 million tons of CO2 annually in industries. Out of this, steel, cement, chemical, aluminum, glass industries account for 650 million tons. Out of these, 12,000 of these companies in this sector are MSMEs, and they account for around 100 million tons of CO2. The problem facing these industries are, A, they don't have the financial, and B, they have a production constraint to stop and take up energy-saving projects. This is where we come in, and we offer them these innovative technology products in an ESCO model, where ENCON goes, finances and installs these energy-efficient technologies in their industrial facilities, and we are paid back through the savings they do. So in this way, the industry is able to reduce the capex cost and reduce the carbon emissions. This is a typical payback or a typical scenario of one of the projects that we are doing. The total technology cost is around around $100,000. This company is producing 120 tons of steel a month. The gas consumption right now is just 225 nm3. With our technologies we provide, we are guaranteeing them a saving of 30%, thus saving around $4,000 every month, and we are taking these savings for the next 36 months. Thus, in 36 months, we are able to double, or almost, we are at 1.45 lakhs of payment of investment is recovered. Thus, an annualized return of 21.15% is achieved. The benefits for this model is it gives us a substantial financial return, which is upwards of 20%. Additional revenue from carbon credits will be formalized once the exchange is formalized in India. The exchanges, we are told, will be done very quickly. So the stream of incomes is multifold here. So we are here requesting for some funds to enhance our ESCO model. Right now, we are able to do 2 or 3 of these projects a year. With your help, we want to enhance these to maybe 100 or 200 projects in a year, which you've seen there is a payback. You've seen the potential of carbon credits that we can earn and the decarbonization that we can do. Thank you. I'm all open for questions now.
All right, one more leading innovator before we go for a break, and hear also from our guest of honor. All right, we're going to talk about FreightFox, a logistics setup leveraging AI and data analytics to optimize freight management and reduce transportation costs. FreightFox has been driving change in logistics with its focus on clean and green solutions. They are collaborating with corporates to reduce their Scope 3 logistics emissions. Please welcome them on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would say what a day to present Happy Makar Sankranti to all of you. Anyways, here we pray and love the Mother Nature. We'll be talking about a very, I would say, not so focused part of the overall emission value chain, which is logistics. As we say, an image speaks 1,000 words. And there are a few things which are happening around us consistently. And I would not say anything, but all of us know what's happening. Whether it is algae growth, whether it is fire, whether it is sudden events which are happening around us, floods. So we all know what is it actually. So the question is, we all know as our way into the growth. The bigger question which we are going to share more about is, do we know the root cause of it? Why, or why as we say? Because unless we know the root cause, we will never be able to answer the big question that how are we going to abate it or how are we going to counter it actually, what's happening. That is where, when we know that in the industries where we are consuming all the resources and whatever is manufactured moves to the various parts of the country and the world, the Freight Fox, as Freight Fox, we developed something which is in coordination with the AI and IoT mechanism called as Logistics Emission Abatement Platform, which we are going to present and speak about. But it is all about looking at how well we can measure, benchmark, and do something about the Scope 3 emissions which are happening as a result of transportation and distribution value chains for the manufacturing enterprises. Again, all of us know the supply chain is a larger subject, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. We are looking at logistics as a focus area. Within that, we have pioneered the transportation as a major thing, where we are able to pin down at a granular level, at a shipment level, what is the footprint or cost to serve and footprint to serve for a particular manufacturer across the value chain which is happening. Why this is critical and important is because heavy goods vehicle, what you see HGV, accounts for about 3%. This is India actually. So 3% of the overall commercial vehicles which you see on the road are heavy goods vehicle, but they result into 44% of carbon emissions and almost 53% of PM emissions. Therefore, the impact is very big, and the ability to lever it and do something about it will have a larger and long-lasting impact. So when we look at the solution, or when we looked at the problem, we understood that we don't need a point solution. We need a more comprehensive, sustainable network orchestrator where the data can be acquired in the real time from the networks. The real-time emission can be measured, the impacts could be understood, and the entire DNA of what's happening in the network can be established in order to derive what are the right strategies to abate the logistic emissions in the overall network. We'll show you how it results into, but the moment we get into any network, and all of you would have traveled today, most of you would have taken cabs as well, but just ask yourself how many of us know that what was the age of the vehicle we traveled in today. Right? We might be taking 5 cabs, 10 cabs probably in a month. Imagine a manufacturer which is placing almost 1,000 or 15,000 trucks in a month or hundreds of trucks in a day. Would they know that what is the age of the truck which is carrying their material today? What is the value of material carried in what kind of a truck? Whether it was a Bharat Stage 2, 4, 6 truck which was carrying it, what was the emission which could have impacted because of all the factors which are there? Putting all these things together for a manufacturer, at Freight Fox, we actually created logistics emission abatement platform where a manufacturer can clearly see that, okay, what is the emission which is happening? What you see on the screen, the large orange dots are the factories, and the ones which you see at the red dots basically are the emissions at the destinations where we are delivering our goods. So a manufacturer is able to see in the real time that what is the emission which is happening as a result of every shipment which is moving up in the value chain, and what kind of truck it is going in, so that when they orchestrate, as I said, the entire network, we are able to see that which parts of the network are capable of using electric vehicles, which part of the networks can use the CNG, LNG or CBG kind of fuels. Therefore, what is going to be the overall emission abatement which is possible in the overall network, integrating sustainability to strategic freight procurement, integrating sustainability to the logistics and supply chain execution is what our platform has been able to achieve with some of the very large corporates in the country. I would not go into details of this, but all the vectors which we see usually which supply chain has to look for are usually disconnected. So in order to bring or put from chaos to rhythm, we need to align all this data, whether it is revenue orientation, whether it is our speed of delivery, supply chain execution, put them in place completely in order to deliver a sustainable, I would say, delivery across the network, across the country, wherever we are operating, so that the scope 3 footprints can be in line with our growth aspirations, in line with what sustainability we stand for. Again, a busy slide, but what it means is, if you see, this is called as the carbon emissions spread, a little more deep dive into the technology, you will observe one thing, just focus on one thing, that if you see a particular plant which is using older vehicles and having a BS2, Bharat Stage 2 kind of trucks which are deployed, would have a higher emission or a higher emission spread in probability which is there, right? Now, this is what goes behind in the more broader way as a big data, basically to power the engine and come up with the right recommendations in order to act on it. We all always feel that if we have the dilemma between the economics and sustainability in most of the manufacturers as we observe, we just did a very broad study wherein we found out that if we deploy a 5-year-old truck versus a 15-year-old truck, what is going to be the utilization impact? And you will observe that a younger truck can operate in India about 250 kilometers per day, whereas 5 to 10 years it is 200 kilometers per day, and the older truck can only go 150 kilometers per day. And if we do it for a 14-tire, 14 chakka gadi, which we say in India, the cost is 67 rupees per kilometer. The 14-tire, if it is 200 kilometers per day, 62 rupees per kilometer. It can come down to 59 rupees per kilometer. So, not only having a younger truck would reduce the emission footprint, but would also help us to have the right economics. So, the logistics can be operated very well sustainably, even without electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are add-on, CNG is an add-on, CBG is an add-on, LNG is an add-on. But the most basic form, even if we shuffle our core strategy, we are able to deliver the emissions which are lower. The platform basically deploys something called as a 3M flywheel, where we begin with measurement or the measure phase, where the benchmarking at a granular shipment level is done. Once the measurement is done, the move, which is basically which part of the network is electric vehicle suitable, which part is LNG or CNG suitable, which part is where we can do what, and then the move is happening. Therefore, we are measuring the impact. Motivate is making this entire initiative inclusive to the transport partners or logistics service providers because they are a key element into it. Therefore, giving them the benefits if they emit less, if their specific emissions are lower compared to the other counterparts. So the measure, move, motivate cycle runs consistently to deliver the abatement targets which a corporate usually aims for. We were part of EDF 2022 and our journey has been very, very amazing post that. Just to give you some numbers, so 2022 and 2024, we were doing footprint to serve evaluations or measurement on the platform of close to about 4,000 crores worth of manufacturing revenue. And all these are large listed companies, which has gone to now 40,000 crores from 10,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent for the long hauls and the logistics measurement. We have moved to around 1.25 lakh tons of CO2 now on the platform. And if you look at India generates almost 100 crores e-bill roughly across the year. And through our platform currently, we are almost on track to go to 0.4% of this overall movement at the most granular level possible. So we are delivering the value to the manufacturers in terms of their efficient freight procurement, management, and integrating sustainability to the overall objectives which are there of the supply chain. As it operates, I would say that if you are a manufacturer, if you're an investor, if you're a cheerleader, or if you're someone who just care, we are around to answer any questions. Happy to take any queries, anything specific which you want to ask about logistic emissions. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And yes, lunch will be a good time to take all those questions that we haven't been able to take thus far. Incredible sessions filled with pitches and groundbreaking ideas. We are now breaking for lunch, but we are resuming at 2:30. A small announcement. We will then also welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Science, Technology and Earth Sciences, and he will be talking to us about vision of industrializing without carbonizing. So I'll see you all 2:30. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Climate Tech Convening India 2025. I hope you're well fed and you're all set for the next sessions that we have lined up for you. Now, let's dive into a session that's at the intersection of finance and sustainability. And it's called Financing Climate Innovation Opportunities and Challenges. So, well, as India positions itself as a global leader in tackling climate change, the role of financing climate innovation is becoming increasingly vital. With its ambitious net zero target and the need of sustainable development across sectors, India offers a vast landscape of opportunities for climate-focused innovations. However, scaling these innovations requires a robust financial ecosystem that addresses both risks and rewards, with a particular focus on unlocking capital for green projects, clean technologies, and sustainable infrastructure. Well, to delve into this unique narrative of opportunities and challenges that India faces in mobilizing finance for climate innovation, I would like to invite Reema Tendulkar from CNBC-TV18 to moderate this session. Joining her on the panel are Anjali Bansal, founding partner, Avana Capital, Anita George, CEO, Prosperity. We're just going to wait for the chairs to show up. All right. All right. So we will just move the panel to after the minister's address to all of us, and we have him right now with us. So we're just going to take 2 minutes to line everything up for you. Dr. Jitendra Singh should be here anytime. Well, he's been speaking about green sustainability since the last couple of months at various forums, and has also been talking about tech-driven solutions for disaster preparedness and highlighting transformative power of science and innovation in strengthening climate resilience. And he's with us here today. We are just trying to get the link across. Should be a minute. In the meanwhile, you all have attended the morning sessions. What were your deliberations? What were you thinking? Please do use your social media platforms to amplify the voices that you are hearing here today, and also to tell us more about what you think about the summit and the conclave today. And we are using a particular hashtag to make life easier for us, which is hashtag climate change. I have to, Climate Tech India. Hashtag Climate Tech India. All right, so that will be your, all right, so I've been told that the minister should be joining us in a few minutes. In the meantime, we are opening the floor for some deliberations. If somebody wants to tell us how their day went, what they found striking, what are they thinking about the themes that were discussed in the first half of the day. We will pass the microphones and let's hear it from you. Anybody? Okay, the mics are coming from there. Anyone? Anyone who would like to speak about their experience today at the conference? All right. The lady at the table.
Hello, everyone. This is Rashi. I am from Avishkar Group. And
Rashi, would you stand up, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, if you can.
I've been very new to this industry. I've been very new to this ideology. I was not from this field, but then after joining Avishkar Group, this is something which I've been understanding about. And when I came here, I saw all the industry experts here. I've been talking to a lot of you. Thank you so much for giving your time to me, for listening to me. And a lot of things that I've understood is one quote which I couldn't hear today, but that is something that I've been resonating since my childhood, is that we haven't inherited this earth from our grandparents, but we've borrowed it from our future generations. And I feel that is the very essence of what we're doing today. We're conserving, we're helping to build, and we're mapping what we're doing exactly. So I feel this is wonderful, and a youth like me, a person like me, to understand, thanks to CNBC and all of you, to give a chance for us, people like us, to understand what it's all about and the necessity, and that the time was yesterday, as mentioned by a lot of people here. So thank you once again. It's been a great and a wonderful opportunity learning. Thank
you. Wonderful to hear from you. The gentleman on the right side. And the lady right, yeah?
Hi, I'm Satya. I'm the author of the Single Page Free Act. I just came in to attend this conference. I think this is the first of CNBC conference that I'm attending live. Wonderful. And it's great to be here. I've attended many conferences. Usually the 70% of the conferences are known issues, known solutions, and we look for that 30%, what's new we are going to get here. And being in this field for 15 years, anybody says so much metrics, tons of carbon we have saved, my ears automatically shut off because it's repeat over repeat, too much of data. But one thing I see today is that when people presented from the upstarts, they were talking about not just metric tons, how many, I think one of the guy proposed like 88,000 trees of sequestration they have done. That opens up my ears, and those are the kind of success stories that we want to hear, really what is the impact, not just the data alone. That is one. And the second cool thing that I saw today was the range of startups that come in is not just an idea, a validation, and ask for a fund, but these have scaled and shown, and now they were on their journey to ask for more. So those are very more inspiring in my view. I think these are the two takeaways that I would take from today's session.
Thank you. Thank you. Your feedback does really matter a lot because it helps us curate these summits in a better way. While we are setting the stage for the panel, I can take just one more. Can we pass the microphone here as well? And then, of course, okay, by the time the microphone comes to you, please go ahead.
Sure. Hi, my name is Neville. Sorry. So I'm here as a startup, but it's really amazing to see in my own hometown all of you gathering together to solve these issues. Because obviously, like, we go around, like, hopping around from place to place, trying to sort of attend these events, and it's great to have this right here in Mumbai. Mirik was mentioning earlier, we do CO2 to ethylene through electrochemistry. So anyone that's really willing to connect for CO2 utilization, happy to have a chat. And thank you so much for holding the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We will continue with this maybe after the panel. Mr. Minister is also taking a bit of time. So, Rima, can I have you back on the stage? And I will just invite our wonderful panel as well. All right. Joining Rima on her panel are Anjali Bansal, once again founding partner, Vana Capital; Anita George, CEO, Prosperity; Vivek Adya, Senior Leader, Climate and Sustainability, BCG; and Mahua Acharya, Founder, CEO, International Energy Transition Platform.
Hi guys, a very warm welcome. Hope you've had and enjoyed your lunch. So let's straight away get to the problem at hand. How many of us agree that the climate crisis may be the biggest challenge we all face in our lifetime? I think all of us. And I think every single one of us here complains about the pollution we're dealing with every single day. I mean, we're no strangers to weather anomalies. In our lifetime, we've seen summers getting hotter, winters not feeling so cold, we've seen droughts, we've seen flooding. But just this time, over the last couple of years, I think the climate crisis has started feeling a lot more real to all of us. And you know, the solutions that have been discussed since morning require a lot of capital. So that's going to be the focus of today's panel. The discussion over the next 30 minutes is how do we get climate financing going and make it mainstream. So, again, a very warm welcome to all our panelists. If I may start with you, Anjali. How much capital do we need if we have to achieve our 2017 goal of being net zero?
A lot of it.
Do you want to put a number to it?
I will try. And if you go around, I call it the circular economy of data and numbers in climate right now, because all of us quote various numbers and they tend to go around in circles. The prevalent number for India is about $10 trillion or more to hit our net zero target by 2070. The practitioner belief is it will require, this $10 trillion will have to be significantly front-loaded. So it's not a straight line from here to 2070, but it's really $10 trillion over the next 10 years. So that's the quantum of capital, additional capital that is required in this space.
And Vivek, so far, what is the kind of funding do we see on an annual basis? Say last year, the year prior.
Thanks. I think what we've seen is upwards of $1 billion at least, but we, still have huge number of gaps, as Anjali mentioned. I think very quickly, just to understand, what exactly qualifies as climate finance, right? We need to also look at the taxonomy or the nomenclature, right? If you replace a solar pump or a rooftop, is the entire system qualified as green finance versus just that device? Or, so that's why we see lot of variations and huge differences in the kind of number predictions and what qualifies as climate finance versus not. But yeah.
So what we need is $10 trillion by 2070. And what we're seeing so far, the current state of climate financing is $1 billion.
We might get to 6, but we'll still have that 3.5 gap eventually by 2070.
So, Anita, we're talking about a potential shortfall of $3.5 trillion. That's the number. How do we get that? What is needed? What are the new sources of funding required to get there?
So I think one point I'd like to make is not just the amounts, which, as Anjali said, is huge. It's also the urgency and the time frame. So from that perspective, I would say we need to get funding from all sources, both global as well as domestic. And one of the things that I would love to talk more about is how can we mobilize domestic capital towards climate change. We are seeing a little bit of it in the listed markets, but we need to see a lot more given the magnitude.
So we need to front load our investments, and we need a wide sources of capital. Mahua, hi, and thank you for joining in. So far, right, what it appears is that we have funding at the very early stage, at the nascent stage. I think Anjali calls it the lab stage funding, right? But thereafter, in the value chain of a company, the funding keeps dwindling. So come in on this. How do we ensure that companies get funded, not just when they're ideating, but as they grow and mature?
Thank you for having me. It's great that you're doing an event on climate. Let me just say that, the fundamental assumption has to be that whatever you're doing must make economic sense, must make commercial sense. There was a time 15, 20 years ago where all of this used to sit in the sustainability people. Nothing wrong with that. It would sit in the CSR discussions. We're well past that. The only way to get scale is to make it commercially viable. And if it's not, then quite honestly, I don't think any of us will also do anything. As consumers, as customers, as buyers, as sellers, as investors, as anything. So pure economics, the market moves towards incentives. That's just basic economics. Basic math, the market moves towards competition. And then, of course, you have structures and so on. So to your question, how does the money go beyond the lab stage? If you design to make something commercially viable, structure it, of course, properly, but it fundamentally must be a money-making proposition or a savings proposition. Money moves in. That's the job of money.
You cut checks of $1 to $5 million for many of the companies? For Mana Capital?
Sure. From our early stage fund, we do first checks of $1 to $5 million. We do pre-Series A, Series A. So it's that very early lab scale. So we go TRL 5+. So when a technology is ready to come out of the lab and scale commercially. But going back to why money comes where it comes. Money, the function of capital and commercial capital is to generate a return. And when there is a returns opportunity, there will be no dearth of capital flowing in. So when we talk about this funding gap, why is there a funding gap? Because there is some proof of concept that is required, and that may require investment that is not immediately marketable. The first cycle of, and I call it quote unquote clean tech because there's clean tech and clean tech. The first cycle of clean tech was not as successful because perhaps our technologies were not at a level where they were cost competitive. And markets were not ready. Today, that is not the case. Our technologies are very cost competitive and markets are ready. Markets are actually looking for solutions. If you heard from all the industry experts in the morning, every single large corporate is looking to decarbonize. The economy is looking to decarbonize. Hence, what we really need is innovation financing that takes enterprises. So not the technology or the product, but the business and the enterprise from lab to full-scale commercialization. So it's in venture world, it's Series A, Series B, etc. But really, it is scaling capital. And that requires the full stack. So it requires equity, it requires debt at affordable rates so that these companies can be funded, MSMEs can be funded. India is beautifully positioned because we are able to produce new novel technologies and not just product, We heard from a number of startups that are actually doing patented products, so new polymers, new materials, but also process innovation. So both product innovation, process innovation at a cost that is affordable and accessible in the Indian context. And if it is affordable in the Indian context, in our very complex market, then it is affordable and viable across at least the global south and maybe even the global north. So, the whole context of technology transfer takes a different meaning. It need not be one way, it can be the other way too. That is where financing is required. Big financing gap, and the other side of the coin of a financing gap is a big opportunity.
Is the?
Big opportunity for capital.
Okay. Vivek, come in and weigh in on this. Do you think there is a bridge that needs to be filled? Is there, somewhere in the middle is not getting filled? Because I do see, as a part of the, market, there are big checks which are cut out for large EV companies, renewables. They're raising big money. And then you've got those lab stage, the early checks which are being signed. What happens in the middle, and how do we bridge that gap? What, according to you, think is needed?
Perfect. And, I think beyond the seed stage, only about 3% of ventures have got funding for the growth stage, especially in climate. Anjali talked about process and product innovation, but this is where we also need to call out for financial innovation and what kind of models would really work. And, I think we've seen tremendous success stories on financial innovation, especially from India to the world. We've looked at energy service companies, we've looked at demand aggregation models, we've looked at various avenues to align cash flows to places that, wouldn't have seen vanilla kind of viability, if I can say, right? So you turn CapEx into OpEx, suddenly an energy saving kind of a venture finds a good business case. You use payment for ecosystem services or carbon markets, and you find adaptation projects having better viability and stuff. So that financial innovation, I think, is really, really critical to bridge that gap and help the middle, if I can say.
But Anita, only 3% of the companies get funding from seed stage to growth stage. That's an abysmally low number, because in India, there is capital. There is abundant capital.
You're right, and that's the work that we have to really work on, and that's what we are trying to do at Prosperity, is really figure out what is it that will get investors to fund those early stage companies so that they can get to the growth stage and then scale, as was mentioned. I think what we need to think about is really what kind of support do these companies need? And it's not just capital, it's network to be able to connect to customers or to other companies who are buying their solutions. It is also the ability to hire and build a team. And this is where I'm sure if we talk to a lot of the founders in the audience, they need that patient capital. One of the things that we are trying to do in India, for example, I don't know if you're aware, but till very recently, the regulations on the Alternative Investment Fund didn't allow for blended capital to come into the same vehicle. Today, we are very happy because as of September, that has changed. The detailed regulations have yet to come out, but we really need large amounts of capital. That has been talked about. So the small innovations and the small amounts of money that is being attracted today, that needs to exponentially increase. And how do we do that? How do we get companies to have not just capital, but also the support they need to scale globally?
But Mahua, financial support, do we need subsidies? Do we need some incentives?
Certainly for India, and given the urgency with which we've got to do things, I'll take the view there are two things that are as urgent and they're at the table at the same time. One is the design of our business models. And I'm a very firm believer of if you design a business model, many times they don't exist. We design for things that that we need as Indians in our complex environment, in our congested cities, in our purchasing power, which is suppressed in so many ways. So you've got to design an indigenous solution. Then the second one is, of course, you design for scale. So money to design a business model, the patience to take the time to design that upfront, we don't have all of that. So the traditional way companies grow is you do something small, you get incrementally bigger, little bigger, bigger. Absolutely fine. It takes some time to do that. So one is early support there, which I've seen so many over the years. The other is sector by sector, different sorts of financial instruments are needed. Just remember, when you design a business model, you're often either making something that doesn't exist, or you're fixing a problem in that sector. There's a lot that you can fix through financial structuring, and that often needs all kinds of risk mitigation instruments. And for, if we have one or two sector by sector, it opens up large chunks of our economic system.
Come in and tell us a little bit more about these, having more institutions like Avana Capital. What will it take for us to enable an investment climate where there are more such institutions who understand, right? You need specialists and get in more mainstream capital into this.
I think we have, all of us sitting here in some ways are the early adopters of climate as an opportunity. It goes beyond passion and purpose when you make it into a commercially scalable, viable, and actually very attractive business models. So it is not only the greening of the planet, but it is greening of business and business continuity that then creates value. I believe that there will not be a dearth of capital. We are going through a phase where new institutions are getting created, whether it's Avana or Prosperity and others that are getting built out. We do need to create more receiving vehicles and new product structuring so that can attract capital, global capital to come into India. There is no dearth of global capital coming into India in our developed spaces in the, if you call it climate, renewable energy and EV, for example, large capital has come in. Today, there are attractive commercial opportunities. Every single global large investor has invested behind EV or renewable energy in India in the last 10 years. Very well established returns profile, risk profile, asset class. What is missing is innovation financing, growth financing, and particularly not just mitigation, but adaptation financing. And here, I think we need new institutions for sure. More, we need, 10 Avanas, 10 Prosperities, and then we will make a dent. So being first, yes, carries a big burden, but we hope others will follow. But we also need new financial products and instruments, debt, blended finance we haven't talked about enough. We talk about blended finance at every conference I go to. We still don't have it. So someone needs to create that. We need insurance, and globally we need better climate model parametric insurance for risk offsetting. And fundamentally creating an ecosystem. A lot of these are industrial technologies. Their scaling will happen, and adoption at scale needs to happen in large companies. So the bridging of that innovation and corporate ecosystem, which in India will require some work. We are not there yet, but I think we are starting to see some very active interest from corporate investors and both corporate buyers and investors to do partnerships with startups.
So more institutions, more products, and more insurance. In a nutshell, these three things?
And corporate partnerships. The best form of capital for any company is revenue. And revenue comes when it is adopted by an industry and paid fairly. So as India Inc., we have to start valuing our own technology and giving it the same degree of credibility that we give to foreign technology in some extent.
Anita, we all agree, right, that the capital needs commercial success, right? It has to be a commercially viable financial investment. Do green investments actually maximize or make shareholder returns, which is above average?
Absolutely, they should. And they
do
will.
They should, yes.
And
do they?
Will. And if you look at, there are very good examples, as Anjali just mentioned, the whole solar, utility scale solar, that went from being an experiment in 2008, 2009 to where today every single large renewable energy platform in India has institutional investors. Having said that, that was a journey of more than 10 years. So the question is, where's that patient capital? And I can share with you my own personal experience of having supported a very nascent company, and 5 years later, it didn't end up doing what it was supposed to do because it was a new technology, new area. However, 10 years later, it's the roaring success. It's called Husk Power, and everybody is quoting this company as an example of talking about the Global South, that a company that has worked across the Global South. And what happens is often you write off these investments too soon because you don't have the right kind of patient capital. And that's really what we need to channel. And the need is so huge that while we are very positive about what's already happening, I think to see where technologies get mainstreamed, we really need the kind of long-term capital. One thing that India can do, taking a leaf out of the books of Canada, Australia, as well as now Africa, is using pension funds and insurance companies to come into the sector. And that's still not possible as per the regulations we have today.
Vivek, but I mean, we've seen large investments only in solar, in utilities, in renewables, or in EVs, right? That's where we've seen commercial success for the investments made. What about the other sectors, which are carbon intensive, like agriculture, manufacturing, construction? Is money flowing there, and are they investable?
I think the question is, money is waiting to flow. Money will flow if you have the right model, the right profitability, the right way to underwrite risks, right? It's also important not to be reckless just in the name of climate, but really evaluate the opportunities well and see how it works. So say if you invest in EVs and look at fleet aggregator models and stuff, the use of data, digital vehicle tracking systems, telematics will really tell you if the EV is running or no. And if you know that it's not running for the next 15 days, 20 days, then there is a challenge. You go in and recover the assets. We also underestimate the progress of technology, and that makes it even more difficult to invest into some of these initiatives, right? Battery prices, they keep falling drastically. Solar panels, we've seen, beyond expectations, the prices go down and stuff. So how do you really value your residual asset and then plan for things? So people are actually looking at OEM buybacks and making sure those arrangements are in place. Even in agriculture, a lot of data, AI, IoT-based, mapping of really where is the soil carbon, how can we monetize that value, where can we build this into, say, a carbon market kind of a proposition, or, you look at biochar today, it has the highest carbon credit prices. So there are ways and means to make all the others more profitable. You just need the right kind of insight, structuring, and understanding of that space.
Mahua, you want to weigh in on this? Are we seeing the right business models in other sectors?
So I'll give you two examples. One is international. We don't have a transaction in India, but I'll just put it out there. I chair the board, in a founder chair capacity. And you can look it up. It's a not-for-profit emerging climate. We go out and we buy carbon credits that come out of avoided deforestation. I pay you to keep the plant, to keep the trees standing. And we have contracted a little over 1 billion tons with large companies dealing with sovereign governments. And it's a 5-year-old NGO created by a small group of us during the COVID period. We don't have a problem there with the movement of capital. Our bigger issues out there is how do you sustain the business model, and perhaps you need some grant and non-dilutive capital for the working capital. So it seems to be working. We're oversubscribed. We don't have the ability to respond. Where else are they moving? I think nobody's really talking about sometimes you need the government. You need the government to push for stopping soil degradation. It's not enough to say that soil degradation is happening. You have to, everybody has to go one step beyond that, and not every time is it a subsidy. Sometimes it's a demand incentive, and I'm just coming out of the government where you can see the buses. There was there was a subsidy for a very small portion of the electric buses that you see on India's roads now. The subsidy was very small. You don't need the subsidy all the time. So there is discussion going on in those circles on what else, how else can you structure? And governments have some limitations. You can't do certain things. You can't make investments so easily. So government all over the world work in the basis of pushing money out the door. When the financial year comes, you have to count it and report it. So, you know, the de facto therefore is subsidy. But there are different ways you can design it. So we must remember that there is this other animal that creates the mitigation measures for these large sectors. And I'm glad you asked about soil and payment for ecosystem services. It's really a big hole right now.
Anjali, what else can the government do, right? Subsidy is not the only solution. More can be done. If you had to put out a wish list, what would it be from the government? And how can the private sector participate at a corporate level?
So actually the government, at least in our country, has been not just responsive, but often leading the way. So, and subsidy is not the only way. There are, you can do, actually our government here in India has done a lot to do market creation. Today we wouldn't have a recycling business model and a very attractive, commercially scalable, viable business model. We see multiple startups doing this. We see mid-stage companies doing both urban waste management, agri-waste management, and so on, if we didn't have a EPR rule. So you can do market creation, and government is intervening through tax, subsidy, and mandates. All of these are enabling market creation. I talked about EPR and recycling. The production-linked incentive scheme, whether it's for solar or batteries or EVs, is playing a role. Our EV market was created by FAME. And hence we have all this debate, how long should it stay? Is it time to take the subsidy out? But it is working. Similarly, we are starting to see a lot of support now for deep tech. We are on the, I think on the eve of the unveiling of the deep tech policy. We are seeing a lot of support for manufacturing. And hence the entire value chain of new, so novel, whether it is novel molecules, it's novel processes, it's novel technologies, leading to product, leading to business models, financing of it, market creation. So there will always be some market breaks where maybe a product and a business model is ready, but the market is not yet ready. So it gets created through tax mandate incentive. Our whole blending, the biofuel and the blending mandate has led to the creation of the biofuel space. So whether it's ethanol, it's biodiesel, it's now biosaf. So I think we are starting to see this. And in addition to government, we continue to see business models emerge. We heard from Iki in the morning before lunch, where they are able to grow vegetables with using 80% less water, minimal additional electricity at mandi prices. So completely affordable Bharat ki sabzi, tomatoes at 10 rupees a kilo, right? That's the future of food production. You're not taking away arable land from farmers. As it is in many of our agriculturally intensive states, our soil is depleted, groundwater is depleted. So you have to create new ways of production, both industrial production and agricultural production. And we are starting to see that. And mainstream financing is coming in. So wherever you start seeing cash flow generating profitable business models, and I think as investors, that's the lens we wear. Will this eventually be a business that makes money? And when is eventual, not 10 years later? Anita made a very important point, and you mentioned this earlier. This requires specialized capital because it will not have the same playbook as consumer internet and fintech. So you just need to understand that your gestation period for a lot of the deep tech, biotech, manufacturing type plays, climate tech plays, might be longer. It may take 3, 4, 5 years for it to hit maturity, and then there is a takeoff. So it's not, patient capital does not mean you're not going to make money. You're going to make very attractive returns. It won't happen in 3 years. It may happen in 5 years and 7 years. So you have to think about timing.
You have to think about timing. The inflection point may be different for climate solutions as compared to what you would make in other places.
But similarly here, you'll get gains. Early gains are coming from digitization, right? India has made tremendous progress in digitalization across the value chain. So where you get efficiency gains in digitalization, I think returns come faster. But when it comes from novel technologies, there is a gestation period. And we are lacking today, and I think we need public investment to go into creating shared infrastructure. So maker labs, shared manufacturing facilities, biotech facilities. We don't have enough bioreactor capacity in India. BioRac is doing some work, DST is doing some work. Public financing should come in. We are looking overseas. Why not our own insurance companies and pension funds, right? And you are the expert in that. So.
Do we need, I don't know if you would call them generalist investors, if it's, the insurance companies or the public institutions, do we need them to come in?
So, I think what would be best for addressing climate at scale is as these solutions get mainstreamed, affordable, and therefore general investors should want to invest in it. As I think everybody on the panel said, being profitable, commercially successful, that's what will also make it sustainable over the long term. And definitely we do need these long-term investors because they have long-term assets and they can really provide the kind of long-term capital that's needed. And it also then opens up new sources of funding as more and more of the world faces extreme climate events, etc. You have governments who are themselves strapped. So to expect that you're going to get a lot of global funding to come in may not be possible given the way the world is going. So we really need to be also figuring out how do we mobilize domestic capital, especially at the wholesale institutional level much more effectively. And it can be done. We have many great examples of countries that have done that.
So there is money, but money is coming in when the solution is mainstream and it's shown commercial success. Where we're still lacking is from lab stage, early stage, till the companies show commercial success. And that gap, that gestation period, could be 5 years, 10 years, longer. It's different for different solutions. And that's where the gap is right now in terms of financing. Would you agree?
I think the gap is much larger. It's like the valley of death in the sense that you have very large global funds and also as companies get established, large domestic players who are willing to invest, right? But there is a big middle where companies really struggle between $5 million to $20 million to even $40 million. We've met with so many founders who turn around and tell us it was easy to get that first $1 million, but now we are really struggling. And that's why the failure rate, as you heard,
3%.
No, that's the success rate.
So failure rate is 97%, yeah.
Or even more. I would say at least 50% of going from one stage to the next. And we need those solutions. We need those companies. We need that innovative drive. And for that, we need capital from the different sources. And as Mahua said, also in the beginning, a lot of the regulatory support that's needed. And finally, I would say in India, what's really important is also debt financing, because a lot of our young companies find it very hard. They have to give personal guarantees. They have to, give collateral of every possible thing they own to get even working capital.
Do we see a lot of companies failing in this because they're unable to raise money between 5 to 20, $40 million?
Yes, we've tracked that information, and it's more than 50%.
Vivek, this climate finance taxonomy, can that help in attracting investment?
Of course, I think, we keep talking about really understanding what is climate finance exactly, and the taxonomy does lay out very clear signals in terms of what qualifies as green finance. How do you look at it differently, possibly look at some concessionality there, or look at different models. So it will definitely help, and I think India is building its own taxonomy, and we probably would have different versions of it, right? So you have some mature economies which have like a complete 0 and 1, this is green versus this is not, versus some of the emerging markets, you see a transition taxonomy of sorts, right? So it's like your traffic light, you know, by the time you become completely green, what really helps out and how do you still push investments in that space? So I think taxonomy is the starting point.
Mahua, again, getting back to that point, right? $5 to $40 million, $50 million, which is where the gap is, which is where what we need to bridge. One part of it is equity, and the other one, as we discussed, is debt. We need different forms of debt products which will enable this financing. Give us some, global ideas. Give us some more thoughts. What can help in raising that, getting that money in?
Questions that investors find, and can ask our friends here. Across the sectors, across all the sectors, is my revenue source predictable? Do I know that I'll get paid? So you need some instrument there to give some kind of comfort to the investor that you'll get paid. Then you have questions around where will my battery pricing come out? Every institution has a different house view on where battery prices will land in 2025, 2026, 2027, whatever. Now, there are people asking for support mechanisms to protect out there. In the carbon market back in the day and back 15, 20 years ago, China had a floor price. We have used things like floor prices. When you run auctions, you have floor price. You can calculate the floor price based on so many things. How much money I need, what is the abatement cost, there are many methods out there. So there's no dearth of creativity of using the ability of structured finance. Again, back in the day, there was this thing called structured finance. A lot of pure financial people don't like it because it's there. See, I can see that she's already smiling. Because, it's used to correct market failures. But that's what sometimes you need that. These are very large. I'm, however, very big, it's not a believer anymore. There is no other way to do except to scale and at speed. There is just no other way, not for a country as big as ours, not for a country with our kind of ambitions. We say Viksit Bharat 2047. If you do the math on how much food we'll need, how much land area we'll need, how much more we will just consume. So, keeping 2047 is not very far. It's what kind of instruments in order for us to support scale. I think that is perhaps the more, in my mind, the more pertinent, more relevant question.
Okay, so time is up. So I just want quickly, two-line answers from all of you as we wrap this discussion up. Turning this climate crisis, a challenge, into a financial opportunity. Your last words.
It is already an opportunity. And I did want to close on a note which says, India will go from $3.56 trillion economy to a 10 trillion economy, right? So if you're growing threefold, everything will grow. So there is massive opportunity, period. 80% of our infrastructure, 75 to 80% of our infrastructure that is in our 2047 National Infrastructure Plan is yet to be built. So that's the quantum of built environment. We will consume more steel, more cement, more power. 60% of our power is still coal-based. That said, we get 300 days of sunshine, right? So solar is a given. Companies are taking renewable energy not because it's green, but because it just makes more financial sense today. We see more than 1,000 new ideas every year. And that's just one of us, right? There are many. We may invest in a few, but many others are investable. We are seeing the emergence of new financing platforms. We are seeing tremendous policy support. And we are seeing this ecosystem develop, EDF coming to India, the EDF board coming to India, this big CNBC event. So there's a lot of good action, clearly a lot of financing opportunity here. Financial opportunity and financing opportunity.
Climate-curious investors, we need to make them into climate-driven investors. Anita, your last words.
Thank you, and thank you for having me and this discussion. I think it's great. I would say, one thing about climate change is it doesn't have borders. So whatever we do in India, it's very critical, very important, but we also have to look towards how do we address it globally. And that's something where I think India is also well placed to do.
Mahua?
I have lived and worked in several countries now. I can just say with such assurance and comfort that climate here is really a Nobody's debating it. It's not political. It's not a partisan issue. It's in front of us every single day. Nobody's really debating whether it exists. Everybody's in fact working towards how quickly and how quickly can we solve it. And that's very, very refreshing. So to me, that itself says, you know, it's a no-brainer as far as we're concerned. It's just up to us to build out a solution.
And I love the fact that this topic brings in more women than men. So we're going to save the last word for Vivek.
Thank you. No, I'll also have a very quickly different take on a question that you asked, Anita. You know, do we need more generalist investors to come in? The question that we should ask is not about how do we increase climate finance, but how do we really think of whether all investment or all financing is green or climate? Because to me, you know, climate is driving the biggest capital reallocation in history. And every financing will be green, whether you like it or not. And you will have to either look at the cost of inaction, look at the risk, or you will profit from it. So,
thank you. This has been a very great, insightful conversation. So thank you very much, and to the audience as well for patiently listening to all of us.
Thank you to all our panelists for doing such a wonderful job, and as a token of our appreciation, a felicitation is due. Rima, may I request you to do the honors? Can we have the microphone on the stage, please? Can you just activate it? Yeah.
Just want to make a shout out for Grow Billion Trees, and one of the founders is in the audience. This is a great up and coming enterprise that plants trees, and their aim is to grow 1 billion trees. So we all have planted a tree by participating here.
And last but not the least, to our wonderful moderator, Rima. To all the founders in the room, we are launching the next cycle of the Climate Tech Grand Challenge. It's kind of the Earth Shot for India with Startup India and Atal Innovation Mission. You will see the announcements coming out later this week. Please do participate. Last year we had a wonderful outing. This year we would like to see more. And it will culminate at the Startup Mahakumbh in April. So watch out for it. Participate and tell your friends to participate. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. All right, we are setting the stage for Dr. Jitendra Singh to join us. Minister of State for Science, Technology and Earth Sciences will be with us shortly. This is going to be a Q&A session and will be moderated by my colleague Shruti, but if you have any questions, you can write those questions down. We will see if we can pass the microphone to you, but if not, you can hand over I'll be right here. You can hand over some questions to me if you want to ask questions to the Minister as well. And of course, again, a reminder, if you are tagging your social media, then please do it with the hashtag #ClimateTechIndia. We'll be very happy to amplify your voice and your deliberations as well. So we'll be collecting questions. If you have any, you can hand it over to us. Shruti will be at the forefront of this discussion, and we are patching the link, so we should have Mr. Minister also with us shortly. All right, I'm being told that we still have a little time to connect, so perhaps we can circulate the microphones to the gentleman and the lady who wasn't able to make a point when we were doing the last session. All right, I see a hand raised there, so maybe we can start there and then we can go to the lady on the right. Yes, in blue. Yeah, can we have the mics, please? Yeah, front row here, right here.
Hello everyone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want everyone to say a good afternoon aloud, with a loud cheer. Good afternoon everyone. Yes, that's nice energy, because we want to show this energy to all the startups and these VCs also. Because before coming to this conference, I was under the impression as this would be like a typical conference where we would get bored. But the way everyone has showcased their startups, the ideas. So I totally believe that India is heading towards sustainable growth, and I would urge all the VCs and investors to take advantage of this to become pioneers, and I surely feel that they would really get benefited. And lastly, as I believe, my name is Lakshman Agarwal, and I'm the founder of Lakshman Investment. So we help people become financially free, financially wealthy, but these guys help people become financially wealthy, financially healthy, and the earth as well, to become fit and healthy for all of us. So a good cheer to everyone who are into these ideas, and thanks to you.
Wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much. All right, do we have time for one more feedback? Then yes, there. Could you pass it on the second row from the last? Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janshri Jasani, and I'm the Deputy Director at CERE, which is the Center for Environmental Research and Education. We're an environmental nonprofit. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's been really interesting. I think a gentleman earlier mentioned that he was here to learn what's new that's happening in the climate tech space, and that's why we're here as well. Just some thoughts that I was thinking while I was listening to the speakers today. One, we've been talking about climate finance and climate tech, but there is also a lot of greenwashing that happens with climate tech. So something that has been on my mind is, how is it that when you're looking to finance, say, somebody that's working in climate tech, how do you know that that solution is real? How do you avoid issues like greenwashing? And the other thing that I would love to hear more about is, how do you integrate, and I think someone mentioned it a little earlier, things like ecosystem services and biodiversity into that conversation about climate tech, so that it's not just focused on energy or finance, but on biodiversity and intangibles like that as well. So these are some things we were discussing and thinking about, and I'm hoping these are some of the things that other people in the audience, some of the founders, and some of the investors are also thinking about going forward. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll put in a word to Shruti to keep that for her fireside chat and her panel in mind. Are we linking the Delhi connection? All right, we have time for one more question. All right, here on the right. Okay.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dipali. I'm a founder of ISM. So we work with the waste management. We're a clean tech company with work with multi-layer packaging, which is currently considered as unrecyclable. So we have a solution where we would like to close the circular loop, where we can separate out or remove the aluminum in order to get the plastic back into the circular supply chain loop. So some of the, so we're very R&D backed team, and kudos to CNBC for putting up such a beautiful program, beautiful conference, where as a co-founder, we tend to attend so many meetings, and as a fellow co-founder correctly said, that even I came with that perspective that बैठ के सुनना ही पड़ेगा ज़्यादा, but then here there are a lot of aspirational things that we could come across. One-to-one also happened very well, so definitely a great job, and definitely we would like to see ourselves sometime there. So thank you for giving that aspiration to us.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's actually quite a lovely note to end this interaction and start our next. But thank you so much for saying that. Yeah, we are trying to get into the unconferencing or in-conferencing mode, primarily because everybody who is part of this narrative and conversation today already knows about the challenges. But what are the solutions, and how can we enable solution makers is the question, really. All right, one more feedback. All right, so there.
Hello, this is Sanjay Panda. I am from, I was working with Tata Group. I am the first CSR AOD from Tata Group in the tech side now. In the child days, we used to learn the hydropower. Then we come in the biogas. Then we come into a side just like solar power, wind power. And now in the tech side, one after another things we are coming up. I think that India is the only one country giving 2% CSR in side. In the world, it is a 2% we are getting benefited. We can use it for a proper purpose. We are just like lot of social service organizations. We are not getting any funds. I have planted thousands of trees on the roadside. Such a kind of initiative we all can do of our own. When my daughter started going to school, I planted one tree. And thousands of people have been get together on the Tata groups and other people. And we have planted thousands of trees on the roadside. Keeping aside, being a tech company from my side, I am saying that tech is enabled both of the side, which help the tech and green side and all these things for farming and all other things. We can enable and benefit of our total. Thanks CNBC for enabling this kind of discussion. Thankful to again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Can we pass the mic here to the first table, please? Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Harish Ahuja. I head the Sustainability, Listing and Power and Carbon Market National Stock Exchange. One very important data, because the previous session was climate finance. Year on year, India is short of around $30 billion. And I'm talking till 2030 only for power generation and the transportation sector. I'm talking industrial here. Now, out of this 30 billion year on year, last 4 years, we have done cumulative $10 billion. So roughly we are short at $20 billion year on year. But I'm not showing the pessimistic view here. In fact, the public market like National Stock Exchange has raised last year $19.7 billion in equity. And I'm very happy to share with the participants that out of that $19.7 billion, 25%, almost 25% were raised for green companies. Solar, EV, and somewhere between companies that are looking for green hydrogen. Same thing for SMEs also. I mean, we raised around $800 million. And out of $800 million for this SMEs, roughly 22% went for green companies, again, EPC solar, wind manufacturer, transmission companies, and storage. And so what I'm saying, that public markets are playing a very important role in terms of meeting the climate finance deficit. Having said so, at NSE, my job is primarily to create the financial suite of products which will help the net zero energy transition. We are pushing green municipal bonds. We are pushing sustainability bonds, which have got some penalty mechanism built. We are pushing green InvITs. We are also seeing how exactly carbon credits around project financing can be developed in GIFT City, and also how the ICTS, the new Indian carbon trading scheme, can take place. And last but not the least, I think the very important thing, because so much money is flowing into power sector, can we create alternative in terms of hedging? So we are also working on electric derivatives. So I think public market NSEs is very much sees of the fact of climate deficit, and we are trying to achieve that through some other means. I just want to share this data with the participant here. Thank you very much.
Great to know that. Wonderful. A big round of applause for that. All right, we are being told that we now have the link to Delhi. Should we give it a check? All right. So we've been told that we have Mr. Minister with us. He'll be joining us from Delhi as he couldn't be here in person. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Science, Technology and Earth Sciences, Government of India. And I would also like to invite on stage Shruti Mishra from CNBC-TV18 to come for this conversation.
Thank you so much, Mugdha. Mr. Jitendra Singh, thank you so much for joining us here today. Let's start off with India's sustainability commitments. How does India's vision of becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047 incorporate the principles of sustainable economic growth? The role of Indian industry has become more critical than ever. If you could highlight India's determination to take the lead in achieving sustainable economic growth through responsible industrialization.
Yeah, thank you. The outset, thank you for having me there. I think you asked too many questions in a single sentence, but but I think each one of them at the same time, never is interlinked. If India rises to that pedestal as is being envisaged by all of us, it has to be an economic growth, of course. It has to be sustainable growth, and it has to be also in keeping with the global parameters, the global strategies, the global benchmarks, which by implication would automatically include the considerations of green energy, the consideration of sustainability, the consideration at the same time of economic growth through resources that have hitherto remained either underexplored or unexplored. So I think India is already on the path to achieve that goal, and the advantage that India enjoys compared to several other countries of the world is that we have a huge resource pool, which is also quite varied, which has not been explored. It started happening only in the last 10 years, particularly after 2014, when Prime Minister Modi took over. And he has a special aptitude for science, technology, innovation, startups, and whatever was put across to him, we could seek his approval along with his support and patronage. For example, in startups, we were just about 400 in 2014. Now we've gone up to almost 1.75, where India stands number 3 in the world startup ecosystem. So there has been a quantum leap in the last 10 years. And when we talk of how we will go, we must first understand how we have strategized ourselves over the last 10 years. See, if we have to reach that pedestal that you were referring in your opening sentence, your opening remark, we have to follow the global strategies. We have to, if we are envisaging a global role for India or a global supremacy for India, then we have to live up to the global benchmarks. But what was happening is that the mindset was different. We had a very casual gupshup mindset. Even if you launched, if you made a launch from Sriharikota in the morning walk, somebody would say, "Arey saab kiya to kya kiya? Dekhiye NASA kahan pahunch gaya." But they would not realize that we are not following the strategies that NASA has been following over the last 60, 70 years. It's only now, in the last 3, 4 years, that we have opened up to the private sector. NASA had huge of resource from outside government, always, which we have started doing only in the last 2, 3 years, and that's also not complete. Now we are also into the National Research Foundation called Anusandhan, which will have about 65-70% resource from non-government. But it's only the 3 last years, for example, just for instance, I'm taking the space sector, which is also one of the sectors which remained unexplored all these years.
Yes.
We had the human resource. There was no dearth of acumen. There was no dearth of talent. There was no dearth of commitment. There was no dearth of hardship. I remember those photographs in the archives of Sarabhai carrying some of his saman on the carriage of the bicycle. But we were constrained of resources. It's only in the last 3, 4 years the new space reforms came up. Prime Minister Modi allowed us to open up to the private sector. In 3 years, what wonders have happened, you can see. And I think the best example is that 1969, it was the year when ISRO was born, and that was the year when Americans landed the first human being on the surface of the moon, called Neil Armstrong. But here today, we are landing at the southern pole of moon before any other country.
Sure.
So we had actually confined ourselves behind the gates of Sriharikota, which have now been unlocked. Similarly, also, your other sector, I mean, these are the sectors which are going to lead you to that sustainable goal that you're talking about. Similarly, biotechnology. India has a huge resource of biotechnology which no other country has. You have huge Himalayas, you have marine resources of resources. See, we have about 7,500 kilometer long sea coast, which no other country has. We're the only country who has an ocean named after the country, the Indian Ocean. Australia, being a continent, being an island, does not have an Australian Ocean. So that is because we have such a huge wealth, which is now, so it's now that deep sea mission has been.
Yeah.
See, what we were lacking is kind of an enabling milieu which should come from the policymakers, from the political leadership. It started happening now. Not once, but twice consecutively on Independence Day address, the Prime Minister referred to deep sea mission. Now, this was something very unusual for a Prime Minister making declaration of intent from the Red Fort on the Independence Day and mentioning to something like a deep sea mission, which may not have been very easily comprehensible for many amongst us. So, biotechnology, and why I'm talking of biotechnology, I have very consciously taken this example because you are also referring to industrial revolution in your opening remark. We believe, and the entire world is by and large of the opinion, that the next industrial revolution is going to be bioeconomy driven.
Absolutely,
the
sir.
economy is going to shift from manufacturing to the recycling processes. And
absolutely,
just as
sir. Sorry for cutting you in, but you mentioned a very valid point, especially in sectors like space and biotech. With the government support, the private capital has opened it up, and we are seeing more and more VCs and angels participating now in those sectors, having faith in those sectors. So you also earlier mentioned, growth that has to be sustainable and balanced. What strategies can industries adopt to balance rapid industrial growth with the need to reduce carbon emissions? We're talking about sustainability and balance.
No, you see, what I'm trying to say is it's not a subject to be discussed in isolation. Just because the theme or the title of this program has been made sustainable without carbonizing, that does not mean that we should keep talking only about carbonizing. Carbonizing will happen automatically when we make a shift over. That's what I'm trying to understand. Our next industrial revolution is going to be driven in essentially by the non-carbonizing sources, by the because see, when I talk of shift from manufacturing to recycling, I also talk of shifting your 80% of fuel requirement in India is today being met by petrol, which is being imported from the Gulf countries, etc. When you move over to the recycle, whether it's a plastic, whether it's a biofuels, you are at the same time targeting three important aspects. A, you are making you are ensuring a growth in your economy. B, you are reducing your dependence on imported petrol or imported fuel, thus also serving the cause of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And C, your fuel is again going to be without carbon. So you automatically do that. So all will go hand in hand. That's what I'm trying to say. Even in space now, we are going over to the green propulsion technology. So that's why I said, if you have to reach that pedestal, you have to follow the global benchmarks. And when you follow the global benchmarks, all these issues will be addressed simultaneously. Now, of course, it's fanciful, makes news saying that India has laid down the target of zero carbon by 2070. That's okay. But then that also should give us the satisfaction that from being a country which was never taken seriously for our carbon concerns, for our climate concerns, we have now emerged as a country which is laying benchmarks, which is laying the timelines for other countries to follow. So that is a huge departure. So not only that, now when I was talking about biotechnology, what I was trying to tell you is that in 2014, I don't know how many would be aware, we were just 50 startups in this country, 50.
Yes.
It is embarrassing even to quote that figure. Today we are 9,000. And we are among the first in the world who have rolled out an exclusive bioeconomy policy, realizing the futuristic prospects of this. We have a policy which was rolled out just about 2-3 months back called BioE3, the biotechnology for economy, biotechnology for environment, biotechnology for employment. And our bioeconomy in 2014 was just $10 billion per year. I mean, it's not very flattering to say that. Within 8 years, we grew up to 80 billion. Today, just within 10 years, we are nearing 130-40 billion. It's been such a quantum jump. And we now, the future projections are we are 300 billion by another 4-5 years or so. So we have now, for the first time in the last few years, started moving in that direction where we could meet the global benchmarks and for that you have both the climate concerns and of course far from being taken. And it's not only that, even your health concerns. When you are talking of green energy, you're talking of sustainability, it will not happen without health. So here now there also we have, I think the most important feature which has happened in the last few years is that India is being taken very seriously by other countries. And that, as I said, in the case of biotechnology, is now being reflected, or in the case of the carbon concern, it's now being reflected in the health sector. Now, India was a country which was never taken seriously for our therapeutic healthcare or even curative healthcare. You will see in your neighborhood, somebody falls sick and hardly visit a doctor. They wait for 3-4 days to get well or not get well. Get well ho gaya, the mother ka blessing nahi hua, to pichle janam ka karm. So they had an inbuilt system. But the same country, which was never taken by the world very seriously, I mean, we were known as a country of snake charmers. The country which was never taken seriously with curative healthcare is today being acknowledged worldwide as a leader in preventive healthcare.
Yes.
So that's a departure. We are the first to come out with a DNA vaccine for COVID. We are the first to come out with a herpes papillovirus vaccine for cervical cancers, which of course contributes to that. So that also will go hand in hand. So when your economic growth happens, automatically it will be green growth because you have to reach that, but it will be without carbon issues confronting you. And of course, it will also be your disaster preparedness. Incidentally, we are now observing the 150th year of India Meteorological Department. The exact 150th birthday is going to happen on the 15th of January. That is tomorrow. So we were a country where a forecast about the weather on radio, because television did not exist, was a subject of humor, joke. Now we are the country who is offering our inputs to all the other countries, the neighboring countries. Our accuracy is so precise that people in the heavy monsoon season in Mumbai look at their watches. They look for in the WhatsApp what time to move out of the house, whether to carry the umbrella or not. Even the wedding dates are now being finalized with the consultation of the meteorology experts. So now this also will lead on to that, because now, and that has happened because I said what we were lacking was an enabling milieu. In the first 100 days of the Modi government 3.0, one of the important decisions was to have, and all the three are linked to what you were saying, our economic growth, our sustainable growth, our green growth. First was Mission Mausam. This is going to make us a class apart as far as disaster preparedness is concerned, which was actually aims at making India weather ready and climate smart. So climate smart India means India which is no longer the one which was not taken seriously for climate concerns because they thought you don't get the wages of our, but an India which is now laying down the benchmarks for climate concerns, for the carbon concerns. And the other decision in the first 100 days was that of space startups, 1,000 crore viability fund. So that is the importance that's being given. That again is going to contribute to this, to your growth, to sustainability. And third was the National Research Foundation, 50,000 crore being marked for that. So which is going to supplement all these innovative initiatives. And your deep sea mission, you have such a huge wealth inside. Now, see, what is more important to think instead of, it is very fanciful, very romantic saying we'll be there in 2047, we'll be carbon free. But I think as analytic brains, what we ought to ask ourselves, where is the value going to be added from? Suppose I say I carry only 10 rupees in my pocket today. Tomorrow I'll be carrying 1 crore. You see how I'll manage. So obviously somebody would ask me, my spouse would ask me, kiska jeb katoge? So have you ever asked ourselves, where is the value going to come? The value is going to come from these resources. When we are venturing into our sea bed, which we have one of the longest in the world, we have fisheries there, we have minerals there, We have mines there. We have biodiversity there. We have a huge amount of therapeutic and also the medicinal plant. So that is something which only we have. Then now, for the first time, we are looking into that. Then Himalayas, we have 7 states which are lying in the bed of Himalayas. Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Kashmir. No, nobody looked at that. For the first time, we have started this aroma mission. Your lavender, which has provided startup avenues to about 3,000 already, 3,000 boys and girls. And that is again a clean source, at the same time economic viable source. But you made a very relevant point in the industry. I think time has come not to look at industry or these ventures in isolation.
Yes.
The era of silos is over. So in order to sustain, all of us have to integrate. And my person, who have been advocating this very vociferously, even though sometimes sounding unorthodox, you have to have an early industry linkage for anything that you do. Any project you start, you involve the private industry in a big way. And not only as knowledge partners, because knowledge partnership doesn't carry very much meaning in India as it would carry in West, because there you have knowledge sharing is something like resource sharing. यहाँ तो ज्ञान free में बढ़ता है. आप रेलवे कबाड़ में बैठिए कितने सारे लोग आपको ज्ञान. Here what pinches is your financial partnership. So you make industry a partner by making them invest right from the beginning, and they will sustain your startups.
Absolutely.
Because for the startup, it is more important. It's not that it may not be that difficult to start for a startup, but very, very difficult to sustain for a startup. Because after all, they are children of the same society. When you engage him into a project for 4 or 5 years, and after 5 years he sees one of his peers, a counterparts, driving in a BMW, he says, help with your startup, I'll jolly well do what he's doing. So in order to sustain that, if you make an early industry linkage and make them equal partners, then they would sustain. And then in order to sustain themselves, they would also realize to survive in a global world of today, you have to have a clean, green, carbon-free growth, which would, put you somewhere in the company. So I think, and India, I believe, is already now on the path to that, and thankfully this government has been very supportive.
Absolutely, sir. You gave us some great insights on the kind of collaboration that's needed between government, industry, academia, and of course international organizations as well, which is critical for scaling climate tech investments. But let's also talk about some of the policy frameworks for climate tech R&D. If you could throw some light on how effective have policy initiatives like the National Action Plan on Climate Change and the PLI scheme been in fostering clean industrial practices?
No, I think we have started off late. That's one thing, but we have taken off very fast. A, B, it might be to begin with as a policy which is trying to ensure, trying to regulate, trying to enforce. But ultimately, to gain the optimum results, it has to be spontaneous. And it will happen spontaneous when each one of us realizes the stake in that. When I know that, look here, from here onwards, I cannot move if I am not if I don't follow this option or the policy, whichever is laid out, then my growth retards. It's something like you are riding in a bus of 50 people in a single bus. You have all sorts of people. You may like or don't like. But if you have to, suddenly the bus breaks down, each one of you gets down to give it a push because you want to reach the destination. So when each one of us, I think that needs, thanks to the channels like you who are conducting a program like this, that needs a lot of awareness among the common masses. It has to be a mass movement. Government can be an initiator, but it has to be taken up. Like it happened in the case of Swachhata, for example. Swachhata is a green, green option in another way, in the hygienic way. So Prime Minister made a call from the Red Fort and people lapped it up, became a mass movement. So unless all of us realize that, now look here, of course, why not have this? But what is lacking is mindset. And I give you a small example. We have this beautiful scheme called, what is that called? Har Ghar Surya.
Yes.
Where you can just put a solar plant on your roof, top, you get all the electricity, the surplus of it, you can sell it off, you can make profit also. In spite of that, people are not taking it. I mean, it's totally win-win. I mean, you make profit by turning green, and still you're not. So I think a lot of it is to do with the mindset at the level of the average citizen, which requires awareness. So policies, of course, are there in frame. For the first time, we are following similar strategies also. But I think ultimately each one of us would have to realize that the stake is not only the government's, not only that of the industry, it is that of the common citizen. So that's how it will happen.
Okay.
Like it happened in COVID, everybody started washing hands. Earlier, what did you do? After a heavy banquet, you just rubbed it with some tissue paper and wiped off all the oil on the coat or the clothes of the other one whom you packed it incidentally. So, but then you were washing 8 times, 10 times. So, because there's a threat of imminent risk there. So, unless we realize that for each one of us, it is not only sustainability of the industry, sustainability of the country's growth, it's my own sustainability as well. And when that kind of apprehension or motivation comes in, that would be finally the key to success.
All right, sir. One final question before I let you go. Let's talk about the future powered by renewable energy. What is the potential of India's renewable energy capacity, such as solar and wind power, in driving the next phase of industrial development?
No, I think the solar energy also, we are a little ahead of that. What happened was that, again, the trend didn't pick up. I know how many are aware. We were among the first in the world to have talked about solar energy. But this talk was lost in the din because there were no takers. I think this is one of the crorepati questions, that the first solar cell in India was developed way back in 1977. It's almost 50 years back. But it made no news and there was no follow-up because nobody realized the importance of it. And I was telling some of the friends the other day, if you dig up the archives news before 1977, you would not find a single remote news about this. All the news would be about the fall of the Indira government and taking over the Janata Party government, which happened in 1977. So the whole year was kitne din Janata government rahegi, kitne nahi. Because our media priorities also, our public awareness priorities also were different. So we did not follow it up. Only when the world started talking, we realized the importance of it, or when we realized the cost effectiveness of it. So we are, knowledge-wise, we are already ahead of others. So solar is one thing. Also nuclear energy, which is not being much talked about. We are talking mostly about the others. So nuclear energy is also, we are now very small component, not just a single-digit component contributing to the nation's energy requirements. But gradually that will also increase because we have decided to make our nuclear energy capacity almost 3 times in the next 10 years. So that will be the other aspect. Hydrogen is one. We already have, in fact, I'm proud to say that one of our institutes in Pune came out with the first ever indigenous hydrogen bus about 3 years back. So we are not only moving in that direction, we are also devising our own indigenous methods without importing knowledge or technology from others. So it will take time, but of course, ultimately, as we have laid down the target of bringing it almost 50% by 2040 and then moving on to zero by 2070, we will follow that because that has been laid down after working out certain scientific data.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Thank you so much for sharing your visionary thoughts. Your leadership is truly inspiring as we work towards a sustainable future. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti, for steering that conversation. Thank you so much. All right. After that, we are now moving to some practical action on the ground, and we are going to listen to our tech innovators once again. So this is where we move to the second round of our tech showcase, where we will hear more from 5 more innovators. The rules are the same as before. They get 5 minutes to present their case, and There'll be a Q&A if there are enough and more questions. Otherwise, we will do that at tea time. So let's get started with a company that is already making a lot of noise, good noise, Cashify. And Cashify's tech-driven platform enables seamless selling, buying, and repairing of electronics with instant pricing, doorstep pickup, and data safety. Working on the principle of refurbishment will ensure transparency, trust, and customer satisfaction while promoting sustainability. Please welcome Team Cashify on stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Khyat Mahajan, Vice President, Corporate Strategy and Development at Cashify. As mentioned, we are India's largest consumer-facing platform for buying and selling used devices. As per the panel before Dr. Jitendra Singh's address, we were talking about capital and patient capital. We've been very blessed to be backed by some investors who patiently watched us through. We've been in the business since 2009, and we're proud to be profitable and doing revenues upwards of 1,000 crores. Cashify was founded back in 2009 by 4 co-founders who used to work in the rubber pyrolysis business. Not sure if all of you know what rubber pyrolysis is, but they saw a gap in the electronics, the reverse cycle of electronics waste management, and got into it and were backed by some of the leading investors and patiently waited behind us. Cashify is always perceived as a transactional business and very often not considered as a, clean tech or a, business impacting climate. I'd just like to touch upon what part of climate, do we enable. And in the 10 R's of circularity, Cashify attacks the medium loops, which is enabling refurbishing, remanufacturing, repurposing, and, repair. Now, I'd like to I'd like to ask a question. How many of you have a phone or a laptop or any used electronic device that is lying at your home, you don't know what to do with it? Lovely. So, India's smartphone market is growing at a rapid pace, and we have grown from 520 million devices to 850 million devices. We're also seeing a pace of change that has been fastest ever, which is at about a holding period of between 12 to 18 months. Right? And where are most of these devices lying? In your drawers, right? So 80% of these devices are in drawers, while only 30% of these, 30% of these devices are managed by the organized sector, right? And most of these devices or e-waste or devices that are not working or have been kept for reuse at some point in time are being managed by the, by the unorganized market. Now, why is it important? Because e-waste generation in India is expected to reach expected to rise by 30% by 2030. And as I said, 95% of it is managed by the unorganized channel. Now, why is this so difficult, right? A, we are scared about data. B, we're scared about, whether we'll, what will happen. Will we get the right price? Or it's not, the price that I'm getting is not as valuable, right? So the return on effort, as we call it, is not worth it, right? And when consumers want to buy a refurbished device, what do they do, right? They have no clarity on what the price should be. They have no clarity on the user experience. There's no organized place where they can go buy a refurbished device. And they also don't have confidence on the kind of device that is coming to them. And to top that, no warranties, no guarantees, right? Which is where Cashify steps in. We source at scale. We source from all retailers, Vijay Sales, Chroma, Reliance, you name it, and we work with them. We power trade-in programs and upgrade programs across all OEMs. We also have India's largest direct-to-consumer sourcing platform. We reaching approximately a monthly audience of 10 million customers, right? So you can go to the Cashify's app, check, input details of your phone, sell your phone. What do we do with these devices? When all these devices that come to us, we test them, grade them, refurbish them, and then make them eligible for sales directly to consumer through 200 retail stores and an e-store of ours, or enable 13,500 B2B resellers, small mom and pop stores, to buy graded and tested inventory from us, which they would not have access to. So Cashify's app has about 41 million downloads. You can transparently see the pricing, get paid. Here's an interesting video that I'd like to show you of our refurbishing facility, because most of you might be imagining something else. We are either confused with a recycling facility or something else. So this is a glimpse of our grading and refurbishing process, fully automated. And the technology that has been built is also, built in-house. Only the robotics is something that has been borrowed from the market. Everything else, the, image recognition, all the artificial intelligence on the algorithms is all in-house. To summarize, I'd like to say that, we operate in an extremely low-trust economy, right? As Cashify, we've been we've been enabling consumers to sell with confidence and buy with confidence. From the standpoint of the economy and climate, right? We've been enabling, extending product life cycle, right? And also working very closely with the government to enable OEMs, enterprises, and consumers who sell through us to have delayed, EPR or carbon credits, right? So when all this ties together and patient capital ties together, we have a sustainable and long-lasting business. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now or offline, whatever is possible.
Thanks a bunch for that. So that was our first innovator post-lunch, and now we are moving to our second tech innovator. They're called Recircle, a game changer in the recycling space, so to say, focused on creating a circular economy for used materials and reducing waste. All right, Recircle launched in 2016 and addressed India's fragmented waste ecosystem by adopting a circular systems-based approach, redefining waste as a valuable resource rather than a burden, and tackling inefficiencies among collectors, scrap dealers, and municipal workers. May I please invite their representative? You're right here.
So what most people see as waste, we see them as resources. And at Recircle, we're on a mission to ensure resources are not wasted. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Nainani, and I'm one of the co-founders and CEO at Recircle. Just to give you context, as resources, we've recovered over 161,000 tons of waste, which would otherwise have been wasted. And just to give that context, this is equivalent to the weight of more than 26,000 full-grown elephants that has been recovered from reaching our landfills and oceans. And we are proud to say that this financial year, we'll be actually doubling this number in terms of our recovery itself. Now, waste is a large opportunity, and it creates a lot of traction globally. We're looking at plastics and waste as a sector itself. Now, while there's it's a large environmental issue where consumers are getting more conscious about their waste buying habits, and the big businesses have already committed their sustainable development goals. But where I would like to focus on is the regulatory aspect, which was actually mentioned even in the previous talk. As a part of the plastic waste management rules, there's extended producer responsibility that's come into action. And this is actually made mandatory for brands that are using plastic as packaging to firstly offset their plastic footprint by 100%, and secondly also to start incorporating recycled content within their packaging line items from April this year onwards. And this is where we see the tailwind adding in value into the ecosystem that we are at. Now, what we are primarily building at Recircle is essentially a traceable reverse supply chain for waste, where our current focus is on plastics, but as we scale forward, we'll be looking at expanding into other waste streams as well. We're a B2B company that enables businesses to stop plastic pollutions while meeting their sustainable development goals and the local regulatory requirements by offering them two main solutions. First is where we help them to offset their plastic footprint by providing them traceable plastic credits. And the second now that we're working towards is to introduce recycled content, which is ethically sourced and traceable back into the supply chain of the same brands that we work with, thereby helping them to close the loop on plastic itself. Now, how we're doing this is that we've created an inclusive, asset-light, partner-based model where we empower the informal waste collectors and aggregators across the country as compared to displacing them. So now, and to provide traceability and transparency in the ecosystem, we've built in Clima One, which is our proprietary tech platform providing transparency in this ecosystem. So how this ecosystem works is that businesses come to us, they provide us their plastic footprint state-wise, which is essentially the amount of plastic that they're putting in every geography. Now we've created a network of collection partners, which are essentially waste aggregators, scrap dealers, and waste management companies that go through a diligence process before we onboard them. Now every time a collector collects a full truckload of material, we are getting traceability information in the form of geolocations, photos of the truck, photos of the material, e-bills, invoices, LR copies. Essentially, we are able to validate who collected it, where it was collected from, what is the quantity, what is the quality. This is then channelized to the closest processor that we partnered with as well, thereby helping us to optimize the entire operations and logistics, where all the material does not need to come to Mumbai where we're located, but go to the closest processor. The processor acknowledges that he's received the same quantity and quality of material. Now the collection data, the transportation data, and recycling data is then converted into plastic credit tokens, which is then sold to brand owners to comply with their SDGs as well as their EPR requirements. Brands are able to live track this on their dashboard and extract reports as required for them for their reporting itself. Now, to give you an idea about the scale, we are working with the top FMCG companies in the country with the likes of Coca-Cola, Bisleri, PepsiCo, Mondelez, that we are enabling in their journey towards going plastic neutral. And to give you a scale of our operations, we've been in presence for almost 8+ years, recovered over 161,000 tons of material from more than 250 locations across India, while impacting more than 3,000 informal waste workers with a network of 400 collection partners and 45 waste processors, pretty much covering the length and breadth of the country, and we're scaling this up as we speak. While the credits piece of the business is something that we've already been able to establish, but as next steps, our vision is to work towards closing the loop on plastics. How we envision to do this is to enhance our tracking capabilities to actually now track this material as recycled content back into the supply chain of the same brands that we work with. Also by enabling their consumers to actually scan and see where this material was collected from and how it was manufactured. While we're doing this, we're also in the process of setting up our own recycling infrastructure, which we aim to launch in Q1 of next financial year. This is our team. We're a young team with seasoned veterans that have helped us through our journey. Now, what our major goals for this financial year look like is expanding our existing business, setting up our recycling factory. We're enhancing our tech platform capabilities, looking at exports as a major opportunity for us to export into other markets in terms of recycled content. And finally, we've also started working on textile waste recovery as a pilot this year and looking at scaling this up in the next financial year. We've been fortunate to get some funders on board on the equity side as well as on the grant side that have supported us through our journey. Now, finally, I would like to leave you with this, that in the last 5 minutes or so, Recircle Safai Sathis across the country have recovered more than 1,000 kgs of waste in real time as we sit over here. So I urge you guys to, if you're a business looking at taking up sustainability action, please reach out to us. And if you're an investor looking at building investing into a sustainable business and understand this ecosystem, we're raising a round soon, so we'll be happy to have a chat with you and tell you more about our business. Thank you very much.
All right. We now move on to hear from Biofuel Circle, a company working to drive sustainable energy solutions by transforming waste into biofuels. Biofuel Circle is a digital platform for biomass, biofuels, and biofertilizers, enabling reliable supply chains, market access, efficient logistics, financing, and low-carbon energy consumption, while empowering rural businesses and reducing carbon footprints through AI-driven tools and seamless B2B transactions. Let's hear from them.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks for having us here today. India, being an agrarian country, what it has in abundance is biomass, the agro residue, what is left in the fields after harvesting of the crop. As much as to 35 I'm sorry for that. Can anyone help me with this? Yeah, I'm sorry. So as much as 235 million metric tons of surplus biomass, which is additional, unused, perhaps wasted or even burnt, which in turn, if harnessed, can be converted into biofuels. And you know what? This can actually take care of 17% of India's energy needs to replace the fossil fuels that we are currently consuming. That's quite something. So if that is the potential of bioenergy in India today, then why have we not been able to harness it as much as any other renewable form of energy, let's say the wind or the solar? So what is stopping us? The challenge here is in the supply chain. Typically in India, the farm sizes are small, let's say 2 acres on an average. That causes trouble here in mechanization. There's lack of mechanization. 2, because of the seasonal nature of biomass, what we require is rural storages. Now that kicks in working capital and financing requirements. And on the industry side, if you're talking about the demand, it's coming from an organized sector, which requires a very, very robust, a very, very reliable supply chain if these are the fuels that we are supplying in to the industry. And that's where the need comes in for an organized, a more reliable, a more dependable supply chain of biomass. And ladies and gentlemen, that's where Biofuel Circle comes in the picture. I'm Anita Nerkar, Vice President Marketing, and with me Ashwin Save, co-founder at Biofuel Circle. What we have done is build a digital platform that enables this reliable and dependable supply chain. It connects and brings together the farmers, the biomass processors, biofuel producers, and the biofuel consumers, bringing together all the stakeholders of the supply chain in a digitized, in an organized fashion. Now, if feedstock sourcing is the biggest challenge in this industry today, how are we tackling with it? What we have come up with is a model called Biomass Bank. It is a local participative ecosystem that we build on ground at the rural level, bringing together, working with a cluster of 10 to 15 villages, building a depot or let's say a warehouse, collecting about 10,000 metric tons of biomass from let's say 2,000 farmers from these 10 villages. These depots are state-of-the-art depots. Also deployed here are the aggregation equipment. Equipment like the balers, rakers, slasher, the post-harvest equipment which is required to clear the farms. Now with this in place, how do we actually reach out to farmers? We take help of the farmers again here in the form of network partners. If a farmer has a tractor, or if he's a tractor owner, then you know what? Our app works like an Ola or an Uber. He can rent it out on the platform, start earning. He can also become a partner and take the equipment like the balers, rakers on rent, and he can start a small biomass enterprise of his own. So it's not just that the farmers can sell their agri-waste through us, but they can also create their own small biomass-based rural enterprises. While that is the model on the supply side, the other side is the demand side. These warehouses are run year-long and hence ensuring deliveries of the biomass and the biofuels to the biofuel producers on the other side. So what a biomass bank typically consists of? A, the farmers. How are farmers digitized? As simple as through a WhatsApp bot. They talk to us through a simple messaging and conversation through WhatsApp. 2, a tractor partner works with us in an Uberized way, like how a driver would get how many bookings he has. Our tractor partner will get to know how many farms he has to clear, when he has to clear. The equipments that are available on rent on the platform are all digitally enabled, meaning they are GPS, telematics enabled. We can actually track how much distance is covered, how many hours it has worked, how much fuel it's going to require and is consumed. So all of it is tracked digitally. So what we are operating is this aggregation, seasonal aggregation mechanism, bringing in income opportunities at the rural level. What we have at various locations are year-round rural storages, bringing about enterprise opportunities, again, at the rural local level. And through this entirely, what our digital platform enables is complete green traceability, right from every single farmer, how it moves, transports, stores, till the final delivery to the customer who consumes that biofuel. And in case of, let's say, a CBG plant, the byproduct is FOM, fermented organic manure, which goes back through this reverse logistics to the very same farmer, to the very same soil from which this biomass actually came in. So you see, we are also completing here a circular economy. Well, we have the other side of it too, the industry. How does it procure and how does it interact with us? For that, I will have Ashwin take over.
Thank you, Anita. So our biomass banks are local nerve centers of circularity. That's where we are enabling aggregation. We are helping prevent crop residue from being burnt or being wasted. On the other side, there is industry looking for green fuel. And we have a B2B marketplace which connects processors, typically small and medium enterprises, rural enterprises, which are making briquettes and pellets, densified solid biomass, and connecting them to buyers who are looking to replace coal, looking to replace fossil fuels, and looking for a reliable and a dependable supply chain. We found that this particular industry had a broken supply chain here, had trust deficits. So we have introduced mechanisms where suppliers get access to quality finance, competitive finance. Buyers get a choice of supply and get assurance through rating and verification mechanisms. And the entire ecosystem is connected not just through digital documentation, but digital payments, which then creates a footprint for these participants to access further financial and other such services. We are currently in 6 states of India, and the platform today has demand of 3 million tons on the platform, currently available supply of 5 million tons. We work with 28,000 farmers, more than 1,000 odd processors. Small industries are sellers on the platform, and 200 large companies, consumers of biofuel, are currently using the platform. This is a quick collection of some of our customers. We've moved 750,000 tons of agri-residue or biofuels since October 2021 to date, and on an average, about 40,000 tons of biomass gets traded on the platform right now. We believe the bioenergy space in India is about $42 billion, and we would like to harness 10% of that 235 million tons in the next 5 years, expanding our reach to 20 states, more than 1 billion farmers, and 10,000 businesses enabled through the platform. I will quickly jump through this. 4 of us started this, and 100 more believers like Anita have joined us in this journey so far. And we believe that the tailwinds of policy, the tailwinds of ESG activity, the access to finance are with us, and that is taking our momentum forward. Just to leave you with what we believe is achievable in the next 5 years, the 235 million tons can potentially replace 125 million tons of coal, which we import, or 600 million barrels of crude oil. We believe it has the potential to augment farmer income, an average 2-acre farmer, by 12 to 16,000 rupees annually through not just being paid for the aggregation, but taking part in our aggregation systems. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Biofuel Circle. Sorry I took a little more time, but thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We now move on and bring Kazam to the stage, an innovative electric vehicle startup bringing smart charging solutions to revolutionize the EV ecosystem. Kazam unifies the e-mobility ecosystem with smart OCPP-compliant chargers, advanced fleet management software, and open protocols like UAI, ensuring real-time optimization, interoperability, and substantial CO2 reductions, driving India's electric transition. More on this from them.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I hope we're all doing good. So let's start today by understanding what our transportation landscape looks like currently. It looks nothing like the West. So as Amanda noted earlier today, there were 1.5 million vehicles sold in 2024 alone, and most of them are 2- and 3-wheelers. So while in the West there is a focus on cars, 83% of our vehicles in India are 2- and 3-wheelers. So, and speaking of EV adoption in India, presently we're at 8% of EV penetration, whereas in 2021 we were at 1.75%. So within 3-4 years, jumping to 8% is quite the number we're looking at. So India isn't just adopting EV technology, but we're also creating it. But what do I mean by this? So if we were to look at cars, there's already a blueprint for us to follow. If we wanted to adopt a system, or how would you charge a car, or what kind of infrastructure would that look like? We already have a blueprint for that. But for 2- and 3-wheelers is something that has not been present. So that is something we are creating in India, because we are the leading manufacturers of 3-wheelers. And so creating this blueprint and this solution doesn't just work for us, but also for all the emerging markets across Southeast Asia and the Middle East. And what we've learned is very crucial. Indian consumers in particular won't wait for the perfect solution. They'll create their own. Kuch bhi jugaad kar lenge is the motto that we sort of live by. But for example, this is Vish Ganti back in 2021, charging his EV vehicle on his 5th floor apartment kitchen, because his apartment complex didn't let him install an EV charger at his parking spot. So this was the scene in 2021. But this last December, we ended up going to some of the places where our chargers were installed, and now apartment complexes have this system of measuring how much energy each of these chargers utilize. So it's directly connected to their home meters, and so now you have a method of measurement and also then revenue. So that's where Kazam really comes in this picture. First,
Firstly, when we started, we saw three critical challenges. Firstly, Indian homes weren't prepared for EV charging. And secondly, vehicle manufacturers were very hesitant to commit without reliable infrastructure present. And then third, there was no data present for us to understand how these systems can then work for Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Because adoption in Tier 1 cities is fairly more easier than Tier 2 and Tier 3. But these Tier 2 and Tier 3 is where the real Bharat lives. So that is where we normally see the challenge. So we first tackled three-wheelers. We started working with the top OEMs of this country to bundle our chargers with their vehicles. So ensuring that every buyer of a three-wheeler had accessible and reliable, safe charging at their homes or at any of our park and charge facilities, managed park and charge facilities. And through this, we helped push the EV three-wheeler adoption to 22% majority, so the early majority stage of adoption. After working on three-wheelers, we started with working on the two-wheeler segment, particularly in e-commerce. So companies like Big Basket wanted to electrify the fleet that they're using for last-mile delivery. But they faced a few challenges. Firstly, they didn't own any of the vehicles that they wanted to electrify, so they depended on their courier partners. And courier partners did not have an EV infrastructure that they could then depend on. And the drivers themselves did not have any space that they could charge these vehicles at. So what did we do? We ended up going to Big Basket's fulfillment centers and understanding this entire ecosystem of how the delivery happens and what the charging infrastructure might look like, set up the infrastructure for them, and also connected it to our central management system so that we can ensure that all the charging is happening regularly and without a hitch. And with that, in a year, we ended up electrifying 200 of Big Basket's fulfillment centers across 32 cities, managing 24 gigawatts of energy for them, gigawatt hours of energy for them. So post working with three-wheelers, we started working with vehicle depots and heavy energy vehicle depots. We identified critical operational challenges around energy management. So these facilities were facing operational downtime, manual processes, and recurring cost leakages with limited revenue streams. So to combat this, we implemented a few strategies. First, we implemented our energy management system to understand how the energy was being used at these places and to ensure that they're not overusing or underutilizing the energy that they have sanctioned from the DISCOMs. And then we opened the charging stations when not in use to public use, generating another revenue stream for them. And the entire process was digitized onto our fleet management software. So we hit 3 goals on one screen, creating a centralized system for this entire process. So Kazam really here serves as an energy gateway. We have our hands in a lot of pies, and a lot of stakeholders are involved with us in this entire EV ecosystem, in this EV ecosystem. So we bring together, vehicle makers, battery companies, charging manufacturers, and power utilities all under one platform. So think of us as the bridge that makes everything work smoothly in this EV ecosystem. So from chargers to payments to regulations, all of it can be centralized at one platform. And as the EV charging and EV ecosystem space gets more complex, our role in connecting all these pieces becomes even more critical. So, yeah. We're very glad to have been trusted by a lot of players in the EV ecosystem, and these are some of the numbers that we've been able to pull through the past 4 years. And what truly excites us going forward is that we're just getting started in how India moves, in how India moves, and how we're transforming it, and how we want to build a sustainable ecosystem for electric vehicles and their charging and the energy that moves with it. So bringing the entire ecosystem into one place. So thank you, and I'd love to dive deeper into any aspect that interests you. You can come find us at our stall. Thank you.
All right, and we heard from Kazam, and now it's finally time to listen to our last innovator of the day, and that would be Indra, an innovator providing cutting-edge solution for wastewater treatment, offering chemical-free operations, high water recovery, low energy use, minimal footprint, and consistent results, outperforming traditional chemical and biological systems with reduced operational costs as well. Please welcome them on stage.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much, and being the last speaker, I'll request a little more patience from everyone. So I'm Amrit, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Indra Water. At Indra, we've been focusing on decentralized treatment of industrial and non-industrial wastewater. The problem statement that we're really trying to solve is that of resource challenges and that of water pollution. More than 54% of India is water stressed. That puts over 600 million people in direct stress situations. To compound the problem, almost 70% of this wastewater that is generated in different establishments across the country is sent untreated into the various freshwater bodies. And this is happening because of the challenges we are facing with conventional treatment processes. Existing chemical and biological treatment systems are struggling to keep up with the requirements of today. And why is that happening? We must understand that when we think about water, all of us would imagine massive civil structures, large pipelines, pumping stations, and whatnot. That requires tremendous amount of space, and space is a commodity that we do not have today. Most buildings, most businesses have had to cut down on space. And these conventional systems require a lot of time to treat water. So when you're cutting down on space, you're also decreasing the hold-up time of water, thereby not enabling them to do their job. There is a high operating cost associated with this. Tons and tons of chemicals are added. As a thumb rule, to remove 1 gram of pollutant, people add 4 grams of chemicals into it. So even, for example, a textile facility which is generating about 1 million liters per day of wastewater, they generate almost 5 to 6 tons of solid waste every day, which might contain fibers, it might contain heavy metals, dyes, pigments, all kinds of toxins. And this finds its way to the landfill. The other problem is that no establishment, including this building here today, generates the same kind of wastewater throughout the day. So there are variations. The water quality would improve and sometimes it would become worse. The temperature of the water would change, its acidity would change. And that means something like a bacteria, which is a living creature like us, it cannot survive in those conditions. And that's why the conventional systems are prone to frequent breakdowns. They cannot handle shock loads. And what you see in this image here, this is just 20% of a small water treatment plant treating effluents in a textile facility. Imagine having to upgrade this. You would have to completely demolish the structure and rebuild it from scratch. And this is where we come in. Indra is using electricity to treat wastewater. Using our proprietary ionic reactions and our Electrox reactor, we're able to treat water in just seconds. To give you a comparison, we're treating sewage water in just 40 seconds as compared to 13 hours in conventional methods. We're treating pharmaceutical effluents in just 240 seconds as compared to over 5 days in conventional methods. This allows our systems to be truly plug and play and modular. And this also gives us the opportunity to productize it and mass produce it. We're saving 90% space. We're also using no chemicals in the treatment, which is reducing the amount of solid waste by more than 70%. Overall, this is resulting in direct operational cost savings. Our systems come as modules starting from 5,000 liters per day going right up to 2,000, that is about 20 lakh liters per day. Our technology, just diving a little bit deeper, we do 6 different processes. We don't require wires. We call it non-contact microelectrolysis. And that's the innovation that Indra has developed. We have 4 patents granted for that. And though we are electrically driven, we actually consume 25% less energy compared to before. So the idea is that we're able to give our customers the opportunity to increase or decrease capacity by not depending on an EPC philosophy. They can add or stack modules just like battery packs. They can segregate difficult effluent streams and do more optimal treatment. They can save money, they can save space, and most importantly, speed. That becomes invaluable in our quest to mass produce these systems. I come from an automobile background, and I truly believe that when systems are built and scaled, they need to be standardized. And that's why we are moving away from this EPC mindset. The value adds that we are really creating. Some of the industries where we are working, textiles, we have seen consistent increased water recovery to the tune of more than 90%. We are seeing removal of surfactants by more than 75%, which is generally less than 15% in conventional methods. The metal industry is seeing heavy metal removals to the tune of 95%. When you look at all these benefits, this becomes a compelling use case for industries as well as non-industrial establishments to use our solution. Our business model revolves around offerings such as sewage treatment plants, effluent treatment plants, and most importantly, our reactor module. Our reactor module today can be retrofitted or combined with any existing technology or even older infrastructure. This allows much easier adoption rates, but also reduces cost of adoption for the customer. Some of our engagements. In the first 5 years of our engagement, we had to really understand our system better. So we set up systems which could treat about 5,75,000 liters of water per day. Just a small drop in the ocean. Over the next 8 months, we deployed systems that could treat about 35 lakh liters of wastewater per day. That is a 7x jump. And in half the time after that, we deployed another 48 lakhs. And over the next 12 months, we're going to generate systems that can treat over 3 crore liters of wastewater per day. Our order pipeline today stands at over 50 million liters per day, which is 5 crore liters of wastewater per day. We have 10 plus partners. We are working with some of the largest names in the industry, and we thank them for being patient with us to be able to build a technology entirely in India based on electrolysis, something that has not been achieved. The scale which we have achieved in electrochemistry has not been achieved across the globe for the last 60 years. Some of our case studies, these are actual treatment plants deployed in seafood industries, textiles, where we're actually reducing footprint by 88%. We are recovering water to the tune of 99% in some cases. And it's a broad spectrum pollution removal process, which means water can have 30, 40 different kinds of pollutants. You don't need a different approach for each. We are able to get to almost 25 to 30 different pollutants with the same process, making it much easier for people to adopt this solution. This is what a pilot system looks like, and we believe in the philosophy where a customer, before making that kind of an investment and starting on a journey like that with us, they use our pilot plant, get a feel of it, and then the actual plant is deployed. These are some of our commercial modules. They're really compact. In fact, our largest module today can treat about 10 lakh liters per day in a single module and occupies just 100 square feet of space. So overall, we're creating value in the sub 30 million liters per day category, where we can be deployed standalone, we can be combined with other technologies, and we can also work as a retrofit. And most importantly, because this is built like an assembly line, the product is designed to be manufactured on an assembly line, we're able to build capacities up to 10 million liters per day in just 60 to 90 days. Normally, it takes more than 12 months for conventional industries, even the largest names, to put up such a plant. And we have had sustainability impact, and loads of it. In over 2.5 billion liters of the water that we have treated, we have reduced solid waste generation by over 9,000 tons. We've reduced the usage of harmful chemicals by 7,500 tons, and more importantly, potentially achieved 1,800 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. That's over 73% net carbon savings for every liter of water treated as compared to a conventional chemical or biological process. We are a team of over 55 people, and me and my co-founder Krunal, we started our journey from University of Washington in Seattle. We raised our Series A in January 2024. On the board, we have Mr. Helge Dabel and Mr. Krishna Kumar Natarajan. And we have also been supported a lot by Mr. Sameer Shah. He's also one of our board advisors from Peak Sustainability Ventures. We were selected by World Economic Forum among the top 10 water companies, and they're supporting us for 5 years. We were also selected among the top 4 water companies by Global Water Intelligence last year. So this is, in a nutshell, our journey, starting from 2018 on a small benchtop, coming to a module that can actually be mass-produced, built entirely in India, for India, and now moving out towards the world. So the vision has been to move from a centralized past to a decentralized future that looks and feels like this. So I urge each one of you to join us in this journey to create a water-secure future. We might raise funds in the upcoming future, maybe around 6 months to 12 months. But what is more important is I urge each one of you to help us create more opportunities, increase acceptance to water treatment and recycling at every establishment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I also express my deep gratitude to all the innovators who shared their stories and groundbreaking ideas with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get into a fascinating conversation which is bridging the worlds of art, cinema, and sustainability. From stardom to sustainability, using art and cinema to drive change. We are seeing a lot of influential figures from the entertainment industry are using their platforms to raise awareness and spark action on some of the most pressing global challenges, be it environmental advocacy to social impact. Art and cinema have had the power to shape public opinion, inspire change, and drive meaningful transformations. Well, to dive into how the world of art and cinema can create a lasting impact on the world we live in, I would like to invite Shruti Mishra, CNBC-TV18, to please come on stage and moderate this wonderful session. And joining her here are two icons from the world of entertainment who have transcended the boundaries of stardom to champion important social and environmental causes. They have used their craft, their voice, and platform to create lasting change and raise awareness on some of the most pressing issues of our time. Please join me in welcoming Rahul Bose, Indian actor and athlete, described as the Indian art house icon by Time magazine from English August, and Mr. and Mrs. Iyer to Bulbul and Bulin. Rahul Bose is one of the most unique actors in Indian cinema. And in a first for any Indian, Rahul was invited by the Climate Action Network in September 2009 to deliver 9 lectures in Canada to the South Asian Canadian community on the global politics of climate change. Rahul is here with us. We also have with us Nandita Das, the Indian actor and director. Nandita, as always, an honor to have you. She has acted in 40 films in 10 languages, directed 3 critically acclaimed films, Firak, Manto, Zugato, and she has served twice as a jury member at the Cannes Film Festival, and her films have traveled to festivals worldwide. All right, all yours, Shruti.
Thank you so much, Mugdha, and welcome Rahul and Nandita. Now, before I start our conversation, here's a quick fact. We've stepped into a future that climate scientists for decades have warned us about. Temperature data made public recently by the Copernicus Climate Change Service reports that 2024 was the first year in history when mean global temperature went 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels. Now, while a single year with temperatures 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels does not mean that we've reached 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming, it does mean that we're getting dangerously close. And experts say that given the high rate of carbon emissions, the 2024 temperatures represent a point of no return. So while we've had many conversations regarding climate change, is there enough action that has been taken? To discuss this and the use of art and cinema to drive climate change, let me go across to my panelists. Rahul and Nandita, welcome again. Rahul, let me start with you. As my colleague just mentioned, your journey as an eco-warrior started off sort of in 2009 when, in a first for any Indian, you were invited by the Climate Action Network to Canada to raise awareness in the lead up to Copenhagen. And since then, there's been no looking back. Over the years, Rahul, what kind of an impact, what kind of an action have you seen that has taken place? And not just conversations.
There's a two-word answer for this, not much.
Not much.
That's the sorry truth about climate change. It's political. We can use wooden toothbrushes, and that's fine. And we can use cloth bags, and that's fine. But if you really want to make a difference, it has to be political. And this world has gone 2 steps forward and 3 steps back and 1 step sideways and 1 step the other way in the last 15 years. Ever since I was one of the opening speakers at COP15 in Copenhagen. And there was so much of hope in the air, and then it's almost as if Groundhog Day. Every single COP you go to, it starts with this excitement, and climatologists from all over the world are furiously debating, rising seawater levels and,
yes.
Surface sea temperatures, and someone's talking about the South Sea Islands, and and at the end of the time, of those 3 days or 4 days, it's back, because the big boys in the room have said, no, we don't believe this is a problem, or, yes, it's a problem, but let's kick the ball a little bit further down the road. We promise to do something at the next COP. So truly, I mean, whether it's methane, whether it's greenhouse gases, whether it's fossil fuels, the really big, pardon the pun, burning questions, have they been confronted as yet? Has anyone actually done anything substantial and massive? And at this point, I just want to say, we did it for cancer.
Yes.
People don't smoke. We did it for AIDS. The world was talking about the dreaded disease. We have managed to have global conversations sustained over decades. Fats, saturated fats. In the 50s when the sugar lobby and the fat lobby in America were trying to, get the government not to talk about this versus that, the sugar lobby won. And it was fats that everybody today talks about. So you can successfully have a global conversation over decades
yes.
on an issue. But it hasn't happened with climate change. And of course, those reasons are not political. That's another reason altogether, but I'll get to that when you ask that question.
Yes, Rahul, we'll delve deeper into that in just a bit, but coming across to Nandita. Nandita, similar question to you. In your view, you've been advocating environmental awareness for over a decade now. Have things changed? Have things progressed?
I think it's very difficult to answer that, because a lot of it is so intangible. Actually, most of it is so intangible that how do you measure it? And it's all about behavior change. It's all about that shift in the individual, and collectively are we really looking at it as an urgent issue. I don't think there is that sense of urgency. It's too amorphous, it's too large, it's too overwhelming, it's not my life, you can't humanize it. And I think that's where cinema, arts, that's where hopefully one can kind of give it a name, give it a form, humanize, like what do you empathize about? How do you realize it's a big problem till you don't sort of distill it into human lives or into lives, not just human, but all kinds of lives. So I think that's why that's a challenge. I'm sure there are good people doing amazing work on
yes.
the ground. They may not be as known, they may not be big, they may not be able to scale. So it's a bit of a catch-22 because nobody's shedding light on them. There aren't all these celebrities and all of that, or media shedding light on them. So they are doing their great work, but it's not being scaled. They're not probably being able to come to St. Regis to be able to talk about it. So I'm sure good work is happening. I want to sound more optimistic, but it's true. We take 2 steps forward and 2 steps backwards, as Rahul was mentioning. So I feel the problem here is that sense of urgency
yes.
is just not there. And you talked about whether it's cancer, AIDS, because you see somebody suffering. You can feel it, you can see it, there's someone in the family. Now, every family pretty much can tell you there's someone who's suffering from cancer.
Yes.
But, we don't realize if the air quality, Delhi air quality is really bad. But yesterday was Lodi, a festival where you burn wood and you throw food into it for some of those who don't know what Lodi is. So there are food problems, there's air quality problem, but did people celebrate it? We celebrated. I mean, I'm sure there were people who celebrated it. So, I think that sense of urgency is lacking, and how do we bring that as a center stage is really the question.
Yes, and bringing that point up on the sense of urgency, you know, we are all seeing from soaring temperatures to forest fires, the latest one being the LA fire, droughts and floods. The earth has suffered gravely, especially in the past few years. The urge to make Earth a better place is real. And while the world is slowly adapting to sustainable living practices and making conscious efforts to protect and preserve the planet, you know, again, we've not made it urgent like we've been discussing. So where do we stand today and how do we go to that next step?
I'm telling you, it's political. I'm not joking. You can keep asking people not to burst crackers on Diwali, but that's not going to solve it.
Unless stringent.
There has to be massive political action to be taken, and it then goes down to military-industrial complexes of some nations. It goes down to political compulsions of other nations. It goes down to geopolitical and geographical compulsions of certain nations, and that's where it's at. The reason why this issue and awareness of this issue is 100%. Everybody knows about global warming. They might not even understand that it's not just the heating up of the planet, but about unpredictable climate events. But everybody knows that something is wrong, either in their ecosphere or in the neighboring ecosphere. Why is anybody not doing anything about it? Because they truly believe that they can't. That this is a policy, invisible thing that somebody else has to do. And it is. It's true. Somebody else has to do that.
And it's mostly going to affect the future generations. It's not...
So the quality of empathy that Nandita was talking about with cancer, I saw my mother pass away, or you saw a close relative pass away, and you go, my God, if I can stop this, I would love to. But with climate change, post this generation, then people will say, you know what, my father, he died because he couldn't breathe in Delhi. It could happen. But this generation still hasn't had those cataclysmic individual personal events that climate change, you can actually say, she suffered because of climate change. Or my child could not breathe because of climate change. So never wish it on anybody, never wish it on any society or any epoch. But if that's what it takes, then it's still a while away. It's only when you couldn't see the building next to you in New Delhi or even in Mumbai in the winter that you began to say, oh God, this is something real. This is not something theoretical or something that's happening somewhere else. So that quality of empathy you're asking for a generation that is yet to come. It's a mirror up to human beings and the human condition to show that we are finding it so difficult to empathize for those we cannot see today.
Absolutely. We need to, like you said, make massive political policy choices, make everybody understand that climate change is real and it's directly or indirectly affecting everyone, be it your health, your jobs, your livelihood, everything. It directly or indirectly affects that. Nandita, coming to you, in your experience, how can creative industries such as films, theater, visual arts contribute to driving conversations around sustainability and environmental innovations? Any particular film projects that you've been involved with and have highlighted these themes?
While I agree with Rahul about everything is political, I also feel that, sometimes we absolve our responsibilities if we just put all the blame on politicians or politics. It's important, and that's true for many different issues, not just climate change. So I think all of us have a responsibility, and that's why as artists, as filmmakers, as teachers, as parents, whatever role we are in, I just think there's overconsumption. Like, I think just by being mindful consumers, even if it's a little shift, we may never see that change in our lifetime. But the fact that we are at least contributing, that's why Gandhiji's quote, even though it's very cliched, it really rings true. I think, be the change you want to see in the world. Otherwise, you keep absolving yourself and say, okay, those guys have to do it. And while they have to, and the way they can scale it, we can't. But it doesn't mean that we can't do anything. Because otherwise we are reduced. We anyway feel so disempowered. We anyway feel that what difference is it going to make whether I use a cloth bag or whether I, use plastic or whether I use an air conditioner or not. 10 years ago, what we thought was luxury has become a necessity today. Because we keep pushing our boundaries. We keep pushing that and saying, no, but now I really need it. I have a 14-year-old child, and, you know, a lot of your own values get tested when you have a child and you're trying to teach. And we often talk about what's a need and what's a want. And he's, for instance, now in a school where that doesn't have air conditions at all. You know, where they measure how much food you waste. There's a bucket kept, and you're supposed to throw all the leftover food, and they actually measure. They measure how much electricity each dormitory actually uses. These are small ways. But imagine if children were just made to be aware right from that age. Maybe there would be a shift. So as filmmakers, as artists, what can we do in our own little sphere? I know it's a drop in the ocean, but as they say, every drop counts. You know, how you create your own production company, the kind of material that you use, the kind of stories that you tell. Even when you tell human stories, I mean, while we think of this as climate issue and that's as human rights issue, this is a social justice, this is health, they are not so segregated issues in silos. And we are not here to compete whether one issue is more important than the other. If it impacts you, then, you know, that's an important issue for you. Somebody could have died of malaria, and that's the most important issue for that person, and I'm not going to question that. But all these issues are also connected. If you're talking of displacement and migration, it's connected to climate. You know, you build a big dam, and the most fertile village is being submerged, then it's a human rights issue, but it's also an environmental issue. And who's going to fund those projects? Today it's hard enough for the kind of films that I make. It's really difficult. Everyone says, oh, it's really good to have all these social issues and we need to plug them. We need to be, you know, we need to tell better stories. But who's funding them?
Yes.
What are the films that are making 500 crores or are being made in 500 crores and are making even more? So I think we are all complicit in keeping it as status quo and not really changing and not really re-evaluating or really doing some soul-searching as to how each one of us can really live differently. Because, again, I'm quoting my child and, you know, he's my biggest teacher. But as parents, it's not what you say, it's what you do. How do you live? Do you wear the clothes that have been with you for 10 years? Or do you keep buying it? How much food do you waste? How many switches do you switch off when you don't need them, etc.? So I think living authentically and mindfully, consciously is something that we all can do. So that's a responsibility we can't absolve ourselves of.
Absolutely, and great insights there, Nandita. But Rahul, you know, again, getting back to the point, how can we get more young people to join in? Because, again, they are the next generations are the ones that are going to be suffering the most from this crisis if we do not address this now. The role of social media in kind of getting the youth together and, you know, taking charge and inspiring action. How do we do that?
You have to make it easy, you have to make it relatable, you have to make it urgent. Three things that anybody will respond to, forget the youth. The ice bucket challenge for ALS. Suddenly everybody was doing it. That was one, easy. It was weird, and it was kind of attention grabbing. So I think, let me give you an example. How many restaurants do we have in Bombay? Come on, let's do this quickly. 1,000? 10,000. 10,000 restaurants. How many covers in each restaurant? 50? An Udupi restaurant? 50? How many times do you have people coming in? Twice a day? 100 people coming into a restaurant? Does anybody have a calculator? 10,000 into 100? That's 10 lakhs. So 10 lakh people are eating in restaurants in Bombay every day, right? Everywhere you go, whether it's an Udupi restaurant or whether you go to a 5-star hotel, you get a glass of water poured for free. It's 200 milliliters of water, purified by the municipal corporation, that's gone through the entire cycle of purification and comes to your table. Free. 200 milliliters into 10 lakh. So divide 10 lakh by 5, and you'll get 2 lakh milliliters, 2 lakh liters of water every single day is being poured into glasses. How many people drink the whole glass? 50%?
Not even that.
50%. Okay. So you're wasting 1 lakh liters, 100,000 liters of purified water every day in the city, and all you have to do is this. When the guy comes to pour water, all you have to do is this. You just cover your glass. And you save a lakh of liters of water, purified water.
That's true of so many things, right?
Now that's something that can just catch fire. Anybody can do it. So you just have a campaign where you're doing this. Not too high, just this.
Yeah.
And there you go. So you have to find ways, and this is because you're actually doing the math. And this is not some theoretical nonsense. This is every single day in this city.
Absolutely.
You're just doing the math. And you're saying that's it. Or even if you want half a glass, that's it. Then you put your hand out and say, that's all I want. Just take as much as you can drink. So I'm saying, make it relatable, make it easy, make it urgent, make it eye-popping. And yes, there have been so many films. I'm thinking Day After Tomorrow. I'm thinking Don't Look Up. I'm thinking The Avengers. Climate change is a huge money spinner.
Yeah.
But you need to, whenever you have an issue of this magnitude, and I'll just take 30 seconds more.
Sure, go ahead.
Issue of this magnitude, you need to attack society from all angles. Smoking in California in the 80s. Look this up on the internet. They did I think, 12 or 15-year sustained campaign. They went to schools, and there were school plays done around the evil effects of smoking. They went to colleges, and rap was taking a root in the 80s in America. So there were rap songs about non-smoking. Then they had a non-smoking, vitamin pill in many series that were being made in those days, where smoking was woven into the story, just like Hum Log did in India. For each episode of it had a vitamin pill. So they did that. Then they had the monies raised by the film industry, 25% would go into the anti-smoking. So they attacked the issue from all sides, and despite that, I think they brought smoking down by 11%.
Yeah.
But it was sustained effort for about 10, 15 years. That's what you have to do. You can't just do one film or one campaign and expect everybody to start buying into it and change their ways.
Nandita, your thoughts on this?
No, I totally agree, and I think that's true for everything, right? I mean, even you go to malls, you go to airports, you go to hotels, it's sometimes freezing cold. And there's really no need. You just increase the temperature by 2 degrees, sometimes 5 degrees, and it'll still be comfortable. We don't want to be comfortable. We want even more. I mean, what is this greed? And that's the price we are paying for it. So,
and in fact, we're seeing real issues. Players getting heat breaks within matches that were not heard of like 10 years ago. We see players coming in, in cricket matches wearing masks. Now, that is something that I did not grow up watching. So the issues are real, and like Rahul said, there needs to be sustained effort. Decades probably, but do you see we've even reached halfway? Like, is there a halfway mark that we've reached, or we're just at the start?
Let's take a poll.
I don't think it
Does
even
anyone
matters
believe we've
whether
reached even halfway in all the various markers we put across, whether it's Kyoto, whether it's Paris, whether it's Copenhagen, whether it's UAE? Does anybody think we've reached even half the way? 10%.
10%. Okay.
Not even 10%.
Yeah, we've
Because
gone
what happens is that
backwards.
as soon as you don't take a decision, it's like a compound interest. The next year it's getting even worse. So now you have to do much more to keep the 10%. So it's that dire, and it's the elephant in the room. It is political. It's the 5 biggest polluters, emitters on the planet. If they got together and decided to do something drastic, it would happen.
And there's almost a fatigue, right? I mean, I often get that, oh my God, everything doesn't have to be about social issues. Like, why can't art be for art's sake? Why does it always have to have something at the heart of it? And you feel so much money, time, resources are coming together. Why wouldn't you want to make it about something that's pressing?
I mean, women trafficking their children in some parts of this country. And how are you relating that to climate change? I'll tell you how. Because those villages, because they don't have any water, the men have to leave the village to go and seek employment elsewhere. So for vast amounts of time, months on end, those villages have only women and children. And sometimes the men don't even make enough money to send
the story of migration and all
absolutely.
of that, right?
And therefore the women have begun to traffic their own children.
Yes.
Just to survive.
So like we discussed, climate change is affecting everyone.
Everyone, everywhere. Sport.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't have certain you can't have cricket being played in certain venues and certain times of year because of rain or because of pollution or whatever. I mean, it's everywhere. Perhaps, Nandita, what we need to do is to make people aware that this is because of climate change. That's what started all of this.
Yes.
And what you're seeing is just the end part, which you believe is, oh, women are trafficking children. But it's, if you work backwards, you'll realize it's because of climate change.
Great insights there, Rahul. Now, we've got about 5 minutes left. My final question to the both of you, how are you integrating eco-friendly practices into your lives? And how can all of us, by making small changes, make big differences, like you always say? Nandita, go
Well,
ahead.
I think, I don't know, it's not a conscious, I mean, it needs to be more conscious, but I think it needs to become our instinct. You know, when we just, and for me, it is just about consuming less. Can one just be more mindful and aware and ask oneself, do I really need this or do I want this? Like constantly for every little thing that we buy, we use. And, you know, sometimes like people also make fun of me, like you're in a hotel and you're just there for one night and they give you this huge towel, or you're there for 3 nights and even though they tell you to put that card on the bed so that you don't change it, but they are being extra nice and they still change it. Even if you put that card or not put that card, whatever the rule is, to not change your bed sheets, they'll still change it. So I literally stand there and say, you're not going to change it for these 3 days or 4 days, because we don't do that at home. You know, to use a big napkin in a hotel and not a towel. So how to be conscious when no one's watching, where it's not, you're not, you know, propounding something or professing something, but just to your own self. So I think for me, the big one is just to consume less and to see what changes you can bring truly in your own life before you even go around telling everyone.
Sure, Rahul.
First of all, who is us? Are you going to, I was just in my house in the mountains, are you going to stop them from burning wood fires when it's 0 degrees centigrade in the morning? Not at all. Are you going to tell them, look, climate change, you don't burn the wood? What are they going to do? So who is us? I mean, there are 19 different, if not hundreds of different striations of us in this country. So Nandita's point is extremely valid. She always makes valid points. But equally valid is the fact that if I don't get coal and I don't get wood, what am I going to do?
But I don't think they're, sorry to interrupt, Rahul, but I don't think they are in contradiction. Because of course you're going to live. We all are already consuming more than what we in a way need. And when we are talking about the man in the mountain or the woman...
I'm not contradicting the least.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is, you have to do what you have to do, but you don't have to do more than that. So as far as this room is concerned, it's so simple. Consume less. Live in a smaller home. What do you need more than 2 or 3 rooms for if you're alone? What do you need it for? You know, what do you need 25 different... I mean, I have lots of friends who have closets for their shoes. No, men. I know what you guys are thinking.
Yeah.
It's such gender stereotyping happening in this room. I know a guy who has 265 pairs of Nike shoes.
Oh, God.
I'm thinking to myself, that's obscene. Forget climate change. It's just morally, it's obscene. You shouldn't be doing that. So I think if this is just, and Nandita said it twice already today, consume less. Eat less. Wear less.
Eat less.
You know, genuinely eat less. How much do we eat and for what?
I like food.
And I'm a guy who's been, you know, who's been playing sport all his life and played for India for 11 years. I still never ate as much as sometimes I see a boy of 11 eat, you know, at an airport. I'm like, where is that? Why would you be taught to put away food like that? So consume less and automatically the planet will begin to breathe easier.
I think waste less. I would eat what I like food. So I would eat
She's
what I
gotten
want to eat.
very nervous about this whole thing.
Yeah, food. That's a touchy topic. I'd like to eat, but I wouldn't want to waste. So, you know, in buffets, especially Indian buffets, when we see, they just pile up food. This thing of getting it for free, getting lots. Like, maybe you can't even finish it, but you still want to take it and then you throw food. So I think definitely waste less. And that's a very long conversation.
Yeah. But I do think we need to look inwards. We need to look inwards and ask ourselves, do we have even 1% space in our heart for the future generation, who we can't see? Do we actually, can we just make a little bit of space when we vacate here? Can we leave this place at least not as incredible? at least the rate of degeneration can be slowed down, can be retarded. But can we look into ourselves and say, yeah, this much I will do for those I can't see today?
But who teaches us empathy? We are not taught that in school or in our homes. When empathy is not an instinct, when being conscientious is not an instinct, when we are just taught these subjects and, everything is seen in silos, how are we going to do? Forget future generation. All of us 20 years from now, I don't think we're going to be even things that we are enjoying right now, we're going to have those, right?
So absolutely on those points, waste less, empathize more, consume less. Thank you so much, both of you, for such invaluable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Rahul Bose and Nandita Das. Thank you so much. And like you said, like we discussed, we hope to see more action and less conversations, or more conversations and even more actions. Thank you so much.
May I please request all of you to stay back on stage for felicitations, a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Shruti. Thank you, Nandita. Thank you, Rahul. Well, what an amazing day it has been so far, filled with insightful discussions and incredible innovations. Our next session takes us into the heart of India's economy, agriculture, feeding over 1.4 billion people and supporting the livelihood of millions. Agriculture is the backbone of our nation. Yes, this is a very vital sector that faces growing challenges, from erratic weather patterns and depleting resources to the urgent need for sustainable practices. Now we are looking at a panel. We're looking at a panel titled Climate Tech for Agriculture and Food Systems, Harnessing Tech, Finance and Data for Impact, and it will explore how cutting-edge technologies, innovative financing models and data-driven solutions can transform agriculture into a more resilient and sustainable sector. Now, to moderate this discussion, I would like to invite Nigel D'Souza from CNBC-TV18 on the stage. May I also invite his panelists. Joining him are Jinesh Shah, Managing Partner, Omnivore; Nidhi Bhasin, CEO, Digital Green Trust; and Burjis Godrej, Executive Director, Godrej Agrovet. Over to you, Nigel.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Let's get some energy in the room. Good evening, everyone. I'm sure it's been a long day. All right, great. So, I'm looking forward to hearing from our panelists, and please feel free to join in as and well you'll think that you'll want further clarity from any of them. Hi, good evening. Thanks a lot for joining in, on this discussion. Well, Burjis, let's start off with you first. I wanted some clarity on a couple of aspects. You'd like to get the triple win. That's increased incomes, improved yields, and climate benefits as well. How do you go about this? How do you think we can achieve the triple win?
Thanks, Nigel. I think there are a few things that are very important. One is that we need intensive agriculture. A lot has been written about, intensive versus extensive systems. I think intensive is really the need of the hour. We have to keep our forest lands how they are, and whatever agri-land we have, we need to maximize productivity on that. And there are many ways to do that, and of course we have to do that sustainably. We need to use chemical inputs, biological inputs, and to have integrated pest management, integrated sources of fertilizer, combining chemical fertilizer, manure together to get the maximum kind of output. So that is very important. We've got to keep our forests as they are so that they can sequester carbon and use agri-land to maximize output. The other thing is that we have to use water sustainably. We have to cut down on our use of water. So for example, if you were to switch from flood irrigated rice to these direct seeded dryland rice varieties, you can cut down your water by about 30%. So that is so valuable. So let's think about how we can use water in a more efficient manner. That's really what I'd focus on for this part.
Could you help us out with the data point yet again, the water usage?
Yes, by using direct seeded dryland rice rather than flood irrigation, you can cut down on water usage by about 30%. Studies have shown that.
Well, very interesting. Janesh, let me come across to you. You know, there'll be various challenges in everything. And I want to ask you, what's the unique challenges of building or investing in climate tech for agriculture? If you could, help us out with that.
Look, agriculture and climate are interrelated, right? I mean,
And more importantly, how do you overcome them? You know, there'll be
Sure.
challenges, but if you could give us some insight on that.
look, agriculture and climate are interrelated. I mean, agriculture uses 83 or 85% of total fresh water usage by mankind. So saving a glass of water is not going to help us out. But if you reduce 20% usage of agriculture water, you save a lot of water. Issues like soil becoming rocks. I mean, we're seeing in states of Punjab where because of excessive usage of chemicals and not being able to absorb, the soil quality is getting degraded. Earth is losing like 20% of soil. Earth's soil is getting bad. At the same time, we have issues of climate change because whatever the reason is, right? I mean, agriculture, while it's a victim for climate change, is also one of the biggest contributors of climate change, right? We create a lot of climate, methane gas emissions, CH4 emissions, because of agriculture sector, right? Our food habits also decide how the climate change happens. So I think it's all related. and it's very difficult because for a lot of people, agriculture, I mean, when they want to eat food, it's simple. You go to buy a big bazaar or a supermarket, you buy it, right? But what goes behind it, how many people are working? I mean, it's easy to say that we have to change agriculture practices, but you have 130 million families in India depend on agriculture. I mean, even if you want with the best of intentions, I mean, everyone on the panel is doing with the best of intentions, it's not easy to change the practices. I agree with Burgess that intensive agriculture is the way to go about it. Changing what we produce, I mean, it's like moving from rice and wheat for a country like India. I mean, you don't want to produce rice in India unless you're doing DSR. You want to start producing horticulture, you want to start producing millets. That saves a lot of water, that saves a lot of chemicals. I mean, that's what you have to do about it. And all those things happen over a long period of time, right? When you're doing investments, if I'm doing a tech investment, it's easy because I know I can get a transaction every day. The next day, if I make a mistake today, I can come back tomorrow and do my experiments again. In the agriculture sector, if I miss one season, I've lost my 6 months. I mean, not many people would like to invest in agriculture sector because it's a non-glamorous sector, right? It's dirty. Practically, we go in the fields where you really get into dirt, and that's where the business happens. Not many investors are willing to put money, except few philanthropists and few global DFIs who really are there for a long-term patient game, right? You talk to HNI, I mean, in India, HNIs would want to invest into stock markets and try to do a transaction every day, right? I mean, asking them to put investment money, I think that's the most difficult job, right? Unfortunately, agri-tech investments in India is being driven by people who are not Indians. I mean, global citizens are putting capital in Indian ecosystem, in the small farmer ecosystem.
So we need to get our act together then.
I mean, we need to become more patient, right? In India, if you talk long term, everyone thinks 3 years is a long term. I mean, ask Burgess how many years it takes to get one seed or one variety to be done. It's a decade journey. But who is going to wait? And unless you do that, we're not going to solve the problems. So that's the difficulty we have in agriculture. Look, why? I mean, we have been able to get over it because we've been very patient. Like Mark and I are two stupid idiots who started this like a decade plus. We stick to it, right? And now we are seeing the fruits of that action coming out. And now because of the effort which Omniver put over the last 13, 14 years, we are seeing other investors now willing to join that effort, right? In the first fund, where Godrej was a sponsor, I mean, it took 4 years on average to get a follow-on funding. Now we get in less than 12 months, right? Things have changed because we stick to the basics for the long time and that's worked out. I think now things are getting better, right? So hopefully agriculture will become an asset class and hopefully investors will put money.
All right, Janesh, during the course of the day for around 5 hours odd, I cover the livestock markets. So I'm more interested in the cash flows, the profit and loss, etc. But typically, what's the ticket size? If someone is looking to put in money, as you said, there are various challenges. People are not willing to stay in there for the longer term, and you're getting most of the funding at times from outside India. So at rough ticket size, what would it be?
Look, now on average, we put like $4 to $5 million of startup when we, as a first round of investment. The round is probably $6 to $7 million we generally lead. But now, so that's where the round sizes are now becoming like traditional VC investment style, right? But when we started out, I used to get one third of a company at 5 crore rupees of investment, right? Those have really changed out. So things are getting more normal, looking like more VC investment style,
Okay, interesting. Nidhi, coming across to you then. What will it take for the digital revolution in agriculture? I'm talking about AgriStack. India Stack has been fairly successful. But what is the booster shot, you think so?
Since you gave the example of the India Stack, I think it's important to understand that why did India Stack become successful, right? Whose need it was, right? So, of course, it was a government need. Government needed Aadhaar, right? So, they built options, and, of course, it had a long-term plan. So, it was not something that they needed to do in 2 or 3 years, right? So, there was a long-term strategy behind it. There's a lot of thought process behind it. And that is the reason that it was successful. And, of course, when it had certain incentives like cashback, right? And that's how your Paytms and all of these options were successful because they were options, and that's why people started adopting those. In a similar way, the education stack and our health stacks have not been very successful, right? But right now, at least from an AgriStack point of view, there are conversations which are happening which are more on terms of, from a credit point of view, if there can be a linkage, right? So again, if there is, you need to understand who are you using the stack for, right? If you want in a country like India or even globally, there is a conversation happening on open AgriStack at the global level, right? There are philanthropies, government, non-profits who are talking about it, investors who are talking about it, but it has to be who's going to be the user and how do you attract the user to it, right? So one needs to understand, and probably there have been conversations to say that how do you link credit to it, right? Or how do you link cashbacks to the farmers, right? So there has to be a thought-through process behind it for success, because something like a Diksha in education has not been successful. So I do feel that there are a lot of efforts going on here right now from the AgriStack point of view. And but it needs to have, one, a little bit more capital investment, patience, of course, a role of government, other investors, stakeholders, but it also has to have a lot more pull towards it, right? User incentives, all of that.
Nidhi, I think you've got a couple of proposals on your mind. So if you could tell us what's topmost, because as you gave us that answer, there were a lot of thoughts I could make out, and there would be a couple of suggestions. So if it was in your hands.
A suggestion in context to the AgriStack?
Yes. If you think there could be, just one, there could be many, but if you could want to narrate to our audience just one of them, which you think?
I've already given you an answer in terms of the credit linkage, right? So if there was something which in terms of where there is a thing to say that how the farmers get connected to this network, right? If there is a pull to say that if you're using the network from a point of view of access to certain loans, right? Or access to certain products in the market, right? Or maybe something else that you need, maybe seeds or something like that. If you're using the AgriStack to get that, then what is the incentive you're getting back from there, right? Do I get some cash back in my account, right? You have to understand who are you building it for, right? And in a country like India where you have 150 million farmers and out of that majority is small and marginal scale farmers, why has the whole UPI thing been successful, right? Because today you go anywhere from a daily wage earner to a person who comes in a car is using it, right? But the scale has been in India because of the maximum population belonging to a certain economic segment, right? And farmers belong to that segment. So if you are able to link that to some kind of incentive, that's why I use the word. So credit is the best example for that in my view, that there has to be some options. If I am seeking any product or a loan, there has to be some incentive, either a subsidy or a cashback or something which makes me use that.
Got it. All right, Burgess, coming back to you then. How can we transform the food systems to enhance climate resilience and ensure food security, especially in the face of climate change, whether I'm talking about floods, heat waves as well?
So there are a number of ways we need to do that. I'd say technology is, of course, extremely important, both on the seed side and on the irrigation and other sorts of input side. So let's take seeds, for example. We need more heat-resistant varieties, drought-resistant varieties. If you look at where breeding is, it's mostly focused on herbicide tolerance, insect resistance. But how can we change that to develop more climate-resistant varieties? So that is extremely important. Financial inclusion, very important. We need to give farmers access to insurance that helps them in climate vulnerable environments. If the private sector is not willing to come in, if there isn't a model for that, let's see what sort of government models are available. So those are really key. And then drip irrigation, of course, extremely important, extremely efficient way of giving water to crops, which leads to less wastage and isn't as dependent on all the vagaries of the environment, the unpredictability of the monsoon that we see. So I'd say that is extremely important. So these are the areas that I would focus on.
Indeed. Let's focus on a couple of other aspects then. Nidhi, I'm coming back to you. If you could help us out with how can regenerative farming practices help safeguard soil health and also contribute to a radical transformation in agriculture to meet India's growing food demand? If you could help us out with that.
Because from where I come, which is basically using technology to ensure that we are able to reach the farmer and help the farmer increase the income, I'll just slightly change my answer, because while, yes, we as an organization work on regenerative agriculture, and I think there's enough studies and there's assumption that regenerative agriculture helps in increasing the soil health in terms of better water management. And I think somebody gave the example that if there was, if a particular set of farmers are using, moving to millets, like we in Digital Green, we are working in Orissa, we work with the Orissa Millet Mission, where we are encouraging more and more farmers to use millet, right? So that is, again, from a point of view of increasing the soil health, right? Which for one, which in the long run will increase their soil health, conserve the water, but will also help them to increase their income and have more sustainable income. So it is linked to that. But for us as an organization, and I want to highlight that because how is that, yes, we all understand that it helps to increase the soil health, the water, the overall impact on the climate, but what is important is that how does a farmer understand that, right? Because, we all are talking about, yes, this is the need of the hour, but we also need to understand that what is the need for the farmer, right? Yes. So the small and a marginal farmer needs more income, more sustainable income. So you need to convince the farmer that how does moving to this practice will help you to have more sustainable income in the long run. How does it help to regenerate your soil quality? How does it help you in conserving water? For that, the farmer needs to be armed with information, right? Indeed. And that's what our agenda is, and that's why I want to stress on that we use technology, we use AI to make sure that you get very localized, very hyper-local, contextual information, which helps the farmers to take very important decisions when they are planting a particular crop. So it is just to say, yes, regenerative farming helps you to have more income in the long run, but they need the proof of the practice, right? So, but for that, they need information, they need advisory. So that's what I would just say, that yes, it is something that can be scaled up, and we can ensure that more and more farmers are being able to get that information and advisory through digital technology, other means and all of that. And that is, I feel, more of a need of the hour. There is a acceptance. There are enough case studies to say that how that helps. It is, I think in a country like India, we need more case studies for farmers to understand how it helps, right? So more localized demonstration, more contextual information, more data-driven information, which will help a farmer to apply that in the field and rather just not be a conversation on paper.
Okay, interesting. Jinesh, coming across to you then, what needs to be done by investors to ensure that the food companies, well, they prioritize sustainability as well as farmer incomes, as much as, they will look at the profitability of themselves?
Look, I think if I'm an investor, I'm just keeping my life uncluttered, right? Your investor's job is to create shareholders' wealth.
Right.
In case of farmers, in case of farming, you have to create the wealth of the farmers, right?
Yeah, keep that, yeah.
Right, and how do you do that, right? You help them to... Farmer's biggest concern is not, he doesn't need to know how to grow food, right? He knows how to produce. His biggest challenge is doesn't get paid for what he has done.
Right.
Right, so issues about farmer protests, issues about farmer wanting MSP support, they are looking for some kind of assured income. It's like everyone here is looking at assured income on the first of the month that I'm going to get my salary. Farmer is one entity which doesn't know when he's going to get. It's not that farming is not a profitable business, but he doesn't know when he gets his money. So as a result, farmers don't want their sons and daughters to be doing farming. And also the land holdings in India have gone to such a small extent. In case of farming, if you put 5,000 rupees investment, in 6 months you can get 15,000. No business can give you this return. But the problem is the average farmer owns 1 or 2 acres, right? So it's 5,000 to 15,000 is 1 or 2 acres, like 20,000 bucks, which is not helpful. So if I'm an investor, if I'm looking at farming, if you were to bring economic value to what you're doing, saying that I'm going to bring farmers in terms of FPOs all together, I'm trying to work with a cooperative way of doing things, I'm going to help farmers to not do beyond things beyond farming. It could be dairy farming, it could be livestock feeding, or it could be even giving them jobs in non-off-peak seasons. That's what you do around it, right? Investors need to understand that farmer needs to get an entire solution for what he wants. So if you are going to pick up solutions saying I'm going to solve his particular problem of inputs or seeds or fertilizers and not solve other pieces, it's not going to work out, right? So when we look at companies or when we look at our startup founders, bets into a particular area, they look how much problems of farmer they're able to resolve it. What is the wallet increase is going to make for the farmers? And for every increase in the income of farmers, how much money is going to get it back? If you're able to align this is a very profitable, very scalable business. I mean, we have companies which have created a few thousand crores of business. And it's not because in India, agriculture is such a huge business, right? It's a $500 billion GDP. I mean, if I add the processing piece and everything, it's even bigger than that. So you can create a large companies, right? I mean, India is an ironical situation. We have small farmers. Everyone talks of small farmers, but we have got very large agriculture companies. I mean, Godrej is one of them, right? I mean, you got UPLs, you got Mahindras. They're leaders across the world. So it is possible to create large businesses, but you need to focus on a strategy, and I think you can make money on that.
All right, Burgess, I want you to narrate, as Jinesh said as well, you all have done so much on this aspect. Give us a couple of examples, challenges that you all have faced with regard to taking up something new, a new initiative, and then ultimately, driving the message home and for the well-being of everyone.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks, Jinesh, for your very kind words about our company. There have been a number of challenges we face and a number of different ways that we've addressed them. So let's take the example of oil palm. That is a crop that has a terrible reputation for deforestation because Indonesia, Malaysia, there's a lot of deforestation happening to, cut down the forests and grow oil palm plantations. So when this model came to us on how to do it in India, we worked with the government to make sure that there would be no deforestation done for oil palm in India. It would all be grown on agricultural land. That's used for other crops like, rice, rubber, and those farmers would be growing oil palm, and we would partner with them. We would provide them with the inputs, the seeds, for example, other kinds of solutions like harvesters to help them improve their productivity, and we would assure buyback. So whatever they produce, we'd take those fruits and we'd process that to get the palm oil, the palm kernel oil, and now we're into refining as well. So we've created an integrated cycle for them. We're even providing them with financing solutions, because this is a crop that has a gestation period of 3 to 5 years. So what is the farmer going to do in that time? So we've worked with State Bank of India to provide them with a financing solution where, their needs are met initially for those first few years while they are growing the crop. And the State Bank of India has insights into how they're going to do, who is likely to pay back that loan that they're being given, because they're working with us and other players in this space. So that is one example that we're very proud of. And there are other examples across, our crop protection business. We're working on integrated pest management solutions, like our partnership with the American company ProVivi that has pheromones for biological pest control. So what it does is that it just reduces the overall population of the pests by affecting their mating behavior. There's no killing involved in it. So it's not a toxic chemical, which is a big issue in the pesticide industry with a lot of toxic chemicals that can have carcinogenic and other kinds of effects. So we're very much moving towards that direction where we're focused on integrated pest management. We don't want to play in the illegal chemistries or more dangerous chemistries, just in the safer chemistries. They could be chemical. That's absolutely fine. Not everything chemical is bad. But we're also looking into biological solutions, other kinds of local practices, involving local communities, local culture, and understanding what other kinds of solutions can work in pest control.
Okay, interesting. I wanted you to build on that. You briefly mentioned AI. So how do we build technology and expertise that will be relevant to, say, a small holder, like the farmer community? If you could give us some insights.
So we have recently built something called what we call as farmer.chat. It's an AI-based application.
Okay.
The background was that we started by making something which was on WhatsApp and Telegram chatbot. Pretty successful. We got about 3 million farmers to use it across Kenya, Ethiopia, and India. But when we found limitations in that, that's when we worked on this application, which is AI-based. We just launched it about 2-3 months back, but I have to share that we started testing it more in a place like Bihar because the percentage of small and marginal holder farmers is very high out there. And within looking at, initially we went through a lot of resistance because another application on the smartphone. But once we did the capacity building and the training of, let's say, the government extension workers, other non-profit organizations, in the last 3 weeks itself, we've onboarded about 50,000 farmers in Bihar because that's when they started realizing the use. So what we have done is that for years we worked on what I mentioned earlier, is providing advisory to farmers. Now, in the recent past, a lot of on natural farming, climate resilient farming, regenerative farming.
Yes.
And the idea is through these practices, through these advisories, how can the farmer increase their income, the household income? What we have done is all their content and the advisory, our own content and content externally available through the AI application. Right. We are actually giving it to the farmer. Now this information is become very contextual, whether it is about what is the market price in my area, in my region, whether it is the weather update, whether it is about what practices to follow out here, which is then leading to a farmer probably adopting these practices and testing it probably in a small piece of land. And then when they're getting quicker results, they are coming back to the application to ask more questions. So the first question, so the first question may be from typically pest control or weather, but as they're getting results for it, they're understanding that they can actually engage with it much more. So recent has been that in the last few weeks, each farmer is asking for more than 5 to 9 questions. Now, the overall idea is that through the AI lens, how can we provide them very, very localized but intentional knowledge. So if we want them to practice regenerative agriculture, we're sending nudges which are on regenerative agriculture. We have done a bit of a testing where we've taken 2 or 3 villages where we are only sending nudges on regenerative agriculture. We've also done some things where we are sending nudges to only women at a specific time of the day. Like if you send a nudge to a woman at probably 9 o'clock in the morning, it's of no use. But if you want a woman farmer to use it, then we need to send it probably at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening. But the whole idea is it's not some knowledge which is somewhere else. It's a knowledge which is a combination of a tried and tested, but also localized knowledge. So AI is helping us to do that. AI is helping us to make sure there's a scale. It is also more cost effective. So when we started working on advisory, probably our cost per farmer was 3,000. We brought it down to 350. And with this, we are looking at probably bringing it down to 30 rupees. Oh. So that is how we are managing to get the scale through it. And also that regular nudge to the farmer that certain practices over a period of time will help you to bring a change. It's also a lot about, if you need to work on climate change, it's a lot also about behavioral change. So the application is also a lot about bringing that to the farmer. And of course, everything impacting their incomes.
Okay. All right. Janesh, I want you to weigh in on this, the use of technology, for the end solution. And also, if you could tell us, just out of curiosity, is there an export potential as well?
Oh, yeah, I mean, India is becoming a big agri-exporter, right? I mean, we are, just to give you a scale, India is number 1, number 2, or number 3 in most of the agri-produce, right? Whether it's rice, wheat, horticulture, we are the top, we are the top global exporters, right? I mean, in livestock, in shrimp, we export $5-6 billion of export every year, right? So, I think there's a huge demand of Indian horticulture produce, huge demand of Indian livestock, that's being done, right? So export produce is definitely for sure. And I think the government focus in the last 10-15 years is saying that agriculture is not inward-looking focus, right? Indian agriculture used to be island, right? We didn't import much, we didn't export much. But in the last 10-15 years, we realized that the way agriculture productivity is improving, Indians cannot consume that much of produce, right? We have enough food security in terms of grains and everything. We have enough produce. Our agriculture supply chain is rocking, right? I mean, if you have a problem in a crop, in 3 to 4 months, our Indian small farmers will give you a solution for that everything. So now Indians are talking of, okay, how can we export that produce, right? So horticulture, we are doing one. I mean, bananas, grapes, pomegranates, shrimps. I think
do you have a number off the cuff, in terms of export potential? Where were we, where we are at, and what's the potential?
I just have a number on shrimps. It's like $5.5 billion of export we do. What are the shrimps you find in the Western world? I think Indians produce it. I think we are one of the biggest exporter of grapes in the Middle East, in the GCC countries. We are one of the biggest exporter of bananas in the GCC countries. And look, Indian farmers are superb, right? They have more varieties of bananas. If you go to US, there is one variety of banana you get in the entire states, right? But in Indian farmers, you have 2,000 varieties of farmers. Depending on what texture of bananas you like, you get that, right? So that's being worked out. And I think the Indian government for the first time is willing to experiment with hybrids, looking for more seeds. They're talking to corporates, they're talking to startups to figure out what can be done more, right? India is now looking to export, we believe in next 5 years, around $50 to $70 billion of agriculture produce would be exported out. So things are looking that good on the agriculture perspective.
Very, very interesting. Well, closing comments, Burgess, if you'd like to close down the session with some closing comments.
No, I'd just like to close by saying Indian agriculture has tremendous potential from an economic point of view, as was discussed already, and from a climate point of view too. There's a lot of sequestration we can do through measures like agroforestry. There's a lot that we can contribute to biodiversity through, moving away from monocropping and integrated systems where you have your livestock, various kinds of crops together. So I think it's really key that we think about how to do that, how to put the farmer first and how to improve farmer incomes while contributing to other goals like international climate change mitigation, improving our domestic food security, keeping all of these in mind, working together, getting various stakeholders on board, private sector, public sector, non-profits, and then really finding ways to create win-wins for everyone. I think it's very much possible, and we have great case studies to share from our company and from what we're seeing from other companies in the industry. So I'm optimistic despite some of the big challenges we face.
All right. Encouraging. Nidhi, what about you?
Of course, in a country like India, we have both the need and the opportunity. And of course, we need to build the scale. But what I always say is to bring in any change, it has to be intentional, right? So whether what Rahul was saying earlier, intentional from the government or intentional from the private sector, but it has to be intentional. And no matter what technology or what products we bring in, especially from a point of view of smallholder farmers, there have to be more incentives. There has to be, especially if you're talking about sustainable agriculture, there has to be a little bit more hand-holding financially for people to experiment and move from one practice to the other. It has to be a long-term thinking out here.
All right. Together we can do plenty. Janesh, closing comments from you?
From my perspective, look, I think if we can bring capital to the Indian agriculture sector, whether it's terms of equity from Indian HIs and philanthropists, from the banking sector, directly giving credit to the farmers, I think you solve a large problem in the Indian agriculture sector, right? because the absence of good capital at the right price point for the farmers is the biggest challenge, right? They're currently buying credit at 40% interest. No business can make money at 40%. Yeah. So if you can bring that to 10-12%, I think Indian agriculture problem will be resolved to a large extent.
Well, that's right. Getting the right balance between economic as well as environmental needs is very important. Well, thanks so much, gentlemen and lady, for joining in on this. Please, round of applause.
Thank you so much. Nigel, could you please do the honors? And the felicitations, please. We weren't able to take questions for this session, but if there are any deliberations, would be very happy to hear some. All right, we'll get the microphone to you soon. Thank you so much, Nigel, Nidhi, Janesh, and Purchase. Thank you so much. Can we have the mic sent to the lady there? Could you just stand up, please, because I don't think they can spot you. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question to the panelists regarding the high-density plantation, which is becoming a boom nowadays. So for this technology, deforestation of the natural plants which are happening, is it necessary or there are alternative ways which can be taken care of?
I am just wondering if we have a panelist here,
Yeah, so
but can somebody chime in?
Anyone, please?
We'll get you an audience with them.
Please, yeah.
Don't worry. All right, a deliberation, if I may have some. Right here. Here. You'll just have to raise your hand, sir, because they're just trying to locate you.
Not anything specific to the panelists that were
Right.
there. It was more in continuation to the earlier discussion with Rahul and Nandita.
Right.
I think what's important here is, like we keep talking, I think all of these elite members being here, it's very important to understand about all that we are talking. Are we walking the talk by a show of hands? Really, right? Now, various examples. Suppose we talk about Swachhata Abhiyan, right? Now, in a complex, if you call out, if it's a cricket scenario, you will probably have near to 100% participation, right? But when it's a Swachhata Abhiyan, you don't have probably even 1% participation.
True.
And it's probably the same people who are
Talking at forums.
coming into forums like this and speaking, right?
True.
So I think it's very important. Certain things need to be driven as what kind of Rahul stated. It needs to probably come from the top. So there are a lot of these discussions that happen that if you're earning more, then you need to pay more, right? I think it's valid because they are the people who should contribute and possibly it can reach out where it has to reach and contribute towards the various changes. It could be, climate is one part of it. Similarly, there are a number of other aspects. So at that level, if it comes in, is where it can happen. A simple example about the water was very relevant, right, today. Examples of plastic. We all talk, it's happy to see glass bottles over here, but most of the organizations have just gone ahead and adopted, you go there, you'll get a plastic bottle.
That's true.
A little thinking that why not keep a jar of water in a glass jar.
Or carry your own bottles and fill them.
I'm saying when you go for a meeting or within the office, have a glass jar and have glasses, steel or whatever you would want to use it. If those kind of things start coming in or possibly indirectly you get incentivize people or penalize people depending on what is the action that they are doing. Today you talk about big complexes, you say that do the garbage segregation at home. I think everybody says I can pay, you get the your guy to clean it, the housekeeping guy to do. Why not do it what you can do much more easily, right?
Point
so
well
a lot of such introspection if we do, I think it will do changes as what we want.
Wonderful. So could you, the microphone, could you pass it there?
Good evening, everyone, and this is Rohit Sumani from Inditron Enterprises, and I just wanted to answer the question raised by the lady regarding plantation of local flora and fauna versus the Miyawaki forest, which is the dense forests. So, yes, there is a change, but the change is good or bad is something which cannot be really defined, because if you look at Rajasthan, what has happened, in the last few years, the local species of the khejdi tree, which gives us the Kher and Sangri, which is the local delicacy of Rajasthan, that has come down significantly. Why? Because people are now growing, the other crops which are giving them better returns. And now water is available in Rajasthan. In fact, if you look at what's happening in the last few years, Rajasthan is in news for floods. Right. And not droughts. So things will change, but definitely I can say that having a dense forest is helpful because it increases the oxygen in the ambient atmosphere. But vis-a-vis having a local flora and fauna, it's very difficult to comment whether it is good or bad.
Thank you so much for speaking to us about that. In fact, I'm reminded of Sonajuri. It's a huge market in Shantiniketan, and there are no Sonajuri trees anymore there. And that's the reason why the tribals are now fighting a battle to move the entire placement from there, because, the area was known for Sonajuri, which meant Sone ke jaise jhadne wale patte. But now that does not happen. The name is Sonajuri, but it doesn't happen anymore. All right, okay. These are some lovely stories that we are hearing, and we want you to share your thoughts and ideas and stories with other people as well. Please use the hashtag #ClimateTechIndia, and let's innovate together. Let's talk about these things together. All right, we now move on to a very exciting and impactful fireside chat titled Empowering the Next Generation, Youth Leading the Charge for Climate Action. Now, the fight against climate change demands the passion, the creativity, and determination of young leaders who are shaping the future. This session will celebrate that energy and influence of the youth in driving climate action, inspiring communities, and bringing fresh perspective to the global sustainability movement. Now, to lead this conversation, I would request Shruti to please come back on stage. And joining her for this discussion is a true change maker and a young icon from today's youth, a widely celebrated YouTuber, actor, author. She has built a massive following for herself with her relatable content and dynamic storytelling, and her influence goes far beyond entertainment. As the UNDP India Youth Climate Champion, she has emerged as a leading voice for climate action, using her platform to amplify critical conversations and inspiring young people to take charge of our planet's future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in welcoming Prajakta Kohli, YouTuber, actor, author, and UNDP India Youth Climate Champion.
Thank you so much, Mugdha. Prajakta, welcome.
Thank you, Shruti.
Like Mugdha just mentioned, apart from being a content creator, apart from being an actor, now an author, you're also a global voice for climate action. You're the first United Nations Development Program India Youth Climate Champion. So first, tell us, how did the journey as a climate warrior, as a champion begun? And, how did it all begin? And what made you, or what inspired you to dive into the urgency of climate action?
Okay, thank you. First of all, hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very honored to be speaking on the stage. How my journey started, I'll be very honest with you. I started working as a creator in the Feb of 2015. Next month, it'll be 10 years that I've been creating content online. When I did start creating content, it was comedy. That was my main vehicle of creation. Eventually, I did start having conversations with my audience around body positivity and mental health and girls' education. climate action was a fairly newer conversation, and that actually happened because of the UNDP. They reached out to me in about 3 years ago, saying that they would like to collaborate with me on a few projects and kind of start working together and see what we can do together. And at that time, I remember thinking, how can I be of use in this role, since, honest to God, I had not done any work in climate before that. But that slowly, when I did start working with them, I realized that the one thing that I could help with is amplification of content in general. I have a platform that has impact, that has reach. I have a relationship with my audience where I don't talk to them, but they speak to me as well. We have very, very constant and very engaging conversations on my platforms very often. So which is where I see my place in this fight against climate change, where I like to be in rooms like this, meet with people who are making changes happen, take these lessons, break them down into smaller content pieces, and then disseminate them so that it's easier for the younger audience to understand what they can do in this fight. Because I feel very fortunate that we come from a country where a huge chunk of the young audience actually wants to make a difference. The problem is they don't know how to do it. Because a lot of times the conversations around climate action involve a lot of maps and graphs and statistics and numbers and color-coded, things that become very difficult to translate. They also become overwhelming as a young person to try to understand. Because the minute it becomes so official and so complicated, the first thought is, oh, maybe the MNCs will take care of it. Or maybe the NGOs will take care of it. Maybe the government's going to take care of it. Like, how can I help sitting at home while I scroll through my phone? So I think that's where I come in, where I like to take this information, break it down, and try to use simpler storytelling to make sure that content like this gets consumed easily.
Absolutely. And, you represented India at Climate Week 2024 in New York City as well, where you shared your vision for a youth-led climate movement. And that's where, like you said, that's your USP. So tell us, how are you empowering the younger generation? How are you using your platforms to amplify impact? How are you doing that? Give us an example.
I remember meeting a lot of dignitaries, meeting a lot of people who are doing beautiful work in climate action. I remember speaking to Dia very closely, because her and I, we both work with the UNDP. And literally just those conversations cut down into 90-second clips have gotten me engagement on that I'd been trying to get on climate conversations for much longer before that. So I think collaborations is a huge, huge step forward towards this. It also adds credibility to the conversation the minute you have someone who's been doing work around what they're doing. And just, I think similar to what I said before this, just kind of breaking it down, making sure, I know I see a lot of people who are very important in this room. If you are in places of authority, please make sure that if there's any kind of communication that goes through you that you need to reach the younger people, that you don't use a lot of big words, that you don't use a lot of, I've been working, when I started working in climate 3 years ago, it's embarrassing, but I had to go and actually Google what carbon footprint exactly is. There are the number of people that I meet today that ask me, okay, Prajakta, you keep talking about SDGs. What are the SDGs? Yeah. I think just the terminology, if we could just start breaking that down, I think that's where we could make a huge difference.
All right. And like you mentioned, that data and statistics are overwhelming. While they are important, they don't always inspire action. How can we better connect the dots between the numbers and the emotional side of climate tech? And you do that beautifully through your stories. Give us an example. How do you bring out the human side of it?
I think just call to actions are huge with a lot of younger people. I think one of the things that I end up learning every time I meet them and have conversations about this is that, Prajakta, we love that video, but what can we do? So anytime there is any kind of problem that that we do end up showing that our planet is facing, I think what can be an easy to start solution could be a great conversation there. I remember when I started talking about climate action, one of the things, it's a very, very silly example, but it kind of worked, and I didn't expect it to work the way that it did. When I for years now, I grew up in a house where we've always had a compost pit, where we never used single-use plastics, where we were very careful about the electricity and the water consumption and stuff like that. My parents taught me about waste segregation when we were growing up in the house. So when I started creating content around this, I've always had a sippy cup, so that I don't have to have plastic bottles everywhere I go. One of the fan clubs actually picked up that and made a Instagram handle of the sippy cup.
Okay.
And then that made a lot more people buy sippy cups and talk about it. Now, it's a very, very simple case study. I didn't think this would even qualify to make it to the rooms.
No, but the kind of impact it
But
had.
it did make
Yeah.
a change. When I meet people, they're like, oh, look at that. I've got my sippy also because you have a sippy. So it's as simple as that. I think the minute you can simplify conversations for the younger people to understand what they can do in this, I think it's efficient.
Clearly, small changes can make big differences. Prajakta, speaking of telling a story, telling the human side of the story behind climate tech, also, that also helps bridge the gap between innovative technology and people, especially in rural areas. Yeah. What kind of impact you've seen there in tier 2, tier 3 towns?
I think one of the biggest things I realized was that we have been sitting so happily, I felt that for myself, that I've been sitting so happily in the city that I grew up in, just assuming that life in rural parts is going to be a certain way. I remember doing a project with Google where I went to Pune for one of the campaigns that they were doing, and there was a small village outside of Pune where we went. Now, thanks to the whole digital boom that happened in our country a few years ago, the fact that the internet facilities are so easily available, accessible, and affordable in the smallest cities and towns in our country are magical. I remember going to that town and seeing a whole economy that is run by women based only on YouTube video tutorials of different things that included sewing, that included basket making, that included cooking, and not just do they have this as a business model, they're expanding it by training other people. So now at this point, they have training centers happening. So anytime I'm making any kind of content that I need to penetrate into markets beyond just the urban ones that I organically reach out to, the one thing I keep in mind is that things have changed and it's not as they are not as unknown to the possibilities of what the internet, even the AI, is doing at this point as we think they are. So I think not underestimating that whole chunk is a huge way forward.
Absolutely. And like we've discussed in previous panels as well, that the youth of India is seen as a pivotal force in driving sustainability. What role, Prajakta, do you think that Indians, particularly students, can bring in making climate tech more mainstream and more accessible?
I think they're doing that already. The number of times I'm at similar conferences that happen in collaborations with colleges and stuff like that, the number of people I meet who are already working on startups that work around saving energy or that work around using innovative tech to make sure that climate action comes about. I remember so I work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We were with them in Gurgaon, where there is a very, very smart set of students who have actually come up with a prototype where they take all the waste from fields and actually generate electricity from it. And this is a prototype that they were testing in the fields in Gurgaon, outside of Gurgaon when I was there, where they kept driving in different fields. I think the fact that ideas like this are now heard, the fact that every time a young person comes up with this, attention is paid, the fact that I even get to be on a stage like this and talk about this is a huge step forward already.
Absolutely, and India has made significant strides in climate tech, especially in renewable energy. Prajakta, what do you believe India's role will be in influencing global sustainability efforts, and how can we transfer our knowledge, our technology to other nations now? Position as a global leader.
I think as the biggest digital economy in the world that also has the biggest population of the most aware young people right now online, I think we're already leading there. The fact that we have so many people starting off so young. I remember, I'm terrible with names, please forgive me. I did my homework, but I'm terrible with names. But I remember meeting a really young child who has been working around this for a very long time, who has published a book as well. I will put it out on my Instagram very, very soon, so that if you don't follow me, it's at Mostly Sane. You don't have to follow, but you can just check the story. I'll share it there. But if you want to follow, hey.
Absolutely, I love the subtlety. Yeah.
Where I think she started working around climate action when she was 4 years old. The fact that the seed of the conversation starts that early in our country is is very, very affirmative. And also what the digital platforms have done right now is that we've gone beyond borders. The fact that there is absolutely no boundary to any kind of innovation or collaboration to happen between countries, I think that opens up gates for even more innovation around this.
Prajakta, in your travels across India, do you think, or what are the barriers that people face when it comes to adopting climate tech solutions, and how can these challenges be today addressed for wider adoption? What are the challenges that you've noticed?
You'll be so surprised. It's a very simple thing everywhere, and I'm not even talking about the rural areas. I'm talking about urban cities. I'm talking about cooperative housing societies in Mumbai. This is in Andheri, in Bandra. The number of places, I go to my friends' places, I ask them, I said, do you all segregate your waste? It's a yes or a no. Most of the times it's a no. If a yes happens, they're like, Tarak, that makes no sense, because even if we segregate our waste, when the garbage truck comes in the evening, they take both of them and put it in the same truck. And I remember one of my first projects with UNDP was me working with everyone who works in the dumping grounds and everything that they had made. So UNDP has a project where they get all the waste and they're actually making walls and school benches out of waste. So I went to the center where they do that, and I remember talking to everyone who works at the dumping ground saying that there is absolutely no segregation happening at all. So I think somewhere if these simpler conversations start, or simpler actions start getting taken a little more seriously, I think the amplification or the domino effect of that is going to be a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, collaboration is key to everything. So how do you scale climate tech solutions? How do you think partnerships between influencers, tech innovators, local communities can bring about the most effective solutions?
Honestly, for me, when I started making content around climate, I remember saying this in every other video of mine that, I can't tell you to change the world, or I can't tell you to write petitions, and, I can't do any of that. What I can tell you is that you can start at home. So even if, for me, one of the things that helped the most was that anything around preserving energies or even segregating your waste or composting didn't come as news to me after I turned 25 years old because it was cool and it was spoken about on the internet. It came to me from my parents. I always knew it. So then it wasn't a lifestyle change, it was just lifestyle for me. So I think if we can start small, where conversations around this are actually very, very normalized every day at dinner table conversations, I think that's a great start. And that's where I am working. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are doing a lot of great work on ground and with governments and bigger organizations who can help you with the more large-scale answers.
It has to begin from the home at an early stage. And that
it changed my life when it came to that.
All right. We don't have time for many, but if you could share probably one inspiring story or personal story that you've encountered and, has motivated you to pursue a career in sustainability.
So I was in Vengurla, which is a little town on the Maharashtra and Goa border, across the coast of Maharashtra and Goa. And I'm from the Kori community, which is the fisherman community of the western coast. And I remember going to that village where they have a lot of mangroves, and when the tide is high, and this is all just the women of the village, okay? So, I'll tell you properly. So, what had happened was that they had run out of marine biodiversity, so the fishermen couldn't fish anymore. So, UNDP ended up doing a project where they equipped the fishermen with the equipment and the right knowledge to start fish farming in the mangroves. So now what happened was that the men started doing this and business started booming, but the women were like, how do we kind of contribute to this as well? So what they started doing was they started giving guided tours of the mangroves. So it was very, very fascinating for me to go to the mangroves, sit down in a boat with the women of my community where they would tell me, and you know how you go to the mangroves and all these botanical names of everything are like really long ones with like lots and lots of words to it. It was so fascinating for me to sit there and listen to women from my community tell me about these different botanics around the mangroves, tell me what they use it for. And that happens in the day. After sunset, they actually run restaurants where they cook from the fish. So I I had a great day. The fact that I spent the whole day learning about climate action, seeing what can be done about it, learning about all the calls to action, but at the same time, having a great time with this community, eating with them, playing with them, and then eventually going back home very, very happy. And I feel like I keep going back to that day because it also hits closer to me, closer to home for me because I'm from the same community. But I think that was a beautiful day at work.
And it's so beautiful to see how one thing you change and it impacts so many other things.
Yes.
The kind of positive impact it brings to an entire community.
Also the kind of gratification that you get financially from doing something like this. I mean, the village has been doing much better than it had all these years when just farming, when just fishing was happening. The children are going out to study now. That makes a huge difference.
Absolutely.
And I think that, and for generations to come now, the dominoes just going to keep falling. So I thought that was a beautiful way of setting the tone right.
Absolutely. Prajakta, what simple steps can individuals take in their daily lives to contribute to a greener future? Something perhaps that you also practice and you want people to follow definitely.
I feel like just the basics. No single-use plastic, segregating your waste, make sure you compost, please don't use energies beyond what you absolutely need. Also, please talk about this at home with your siblings, with your family, with your children. Make sure that this conversation is very, very simple. And again, bringing back to that, since I am a creator, if you are sitting in a place where you're making creatives, make sure it's not a lot of like static posts of just pie charts, you know. Get in touch. I would love to collaborate. There are a lot of creators like me who love collaborating and are very passionate about climate action. Collaborate on storytelling. For example, I'm working on a couple of stories. One of them became a book of mine that released yesterday, but another one I'm trying to pitch to OTT platforms. But there is a beautiful storyline there where this girl who works as a climate activist is kind of going by. So try to normalize these conversations more than sensationalizing them, because I feel like that'll make them easier to understand.
You know, you've painted a picture that's too good to be true. And speaking of too good to be true, that's your latest book. Talk to us about that. I believe you've coming from a
signing.
Yeah, exactly.
I am. Yesterday we were doing a book hopping, book signing thing all through Mumbai. It has nothing to do with romance. No, it's a romance novel. It has nothing to do with climate action. So when you get tired of, I wouldn't say tired. One should never. But if you want to take a break from climate action and read my romance book, it's available online.
All right, okay. Before I let you go, one final question. Looking ahead, where do you see the climate tech industry in India 5 or 10 years from now? And what are some of the innovations or developments that you're most excited about?
You know, I was in New York recently where Google kind of had a whole show. It was like a museum tour of every app that's working around predicting calamities from happening. Also in the medical field, they had a similar thing going on. So honestly, I wish I had a more precise answer to this. But everything I saw and learned makes me feel very optimistic about the future. But I think someone with a lot more knowledge around tech and innovation could give you a better answer than that.
All right, but on that optimistic note, we'll have to wrap up our conversation. Prajakta Kohli, many thanks for being so candid, and thank you for your brilliant insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again for Prajakta Kohli.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, ladies. As a token of our appreciation for you, Prajakta, thank you for people doing the honors. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of the Climate Tech Convening India 2025, it's time for our last panel of the day. The discussion is around building domestic partnerships for climate tech. Well, in the race to combat climate change, collaboration is key, as we have been discussing it since morning as well, for India with its vast and diverse ecosystem. Fostering domestic partnerships across industries, startups, research institutions and government bodies is essential to accelerate development and adoption of climate technologies. To explore how India can strengthen these collaborations to achieve its climate goals, I would once again invite Nigel D'Souza on stage and moderate our next discussion. Let me introduce you to the panelists. Vineet Rai, founder, Avishkar Group. Shweta Shalini, State Secretary, BJP. Dr. Anuradha Ganesh, co-founder, R&D Consulting Services. Dr. Jyoti Parekh, Executive Director, Integrated Research and Action for Development and a former member, PM's Council on Climate Change, India. And Sindhu Srinivas, Head of Sustainability Engineering, SAP Labs, India. Nigel, over to you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I think we've got the last half an hour, 45 minutes, so request your attention because this is going to be quite an interesting one. Well, let's start off with Dr. Jyoti. The first question comes across to you. What role do domestic partnerships and collaborations play in India's green transition? Basically, I want to understand about the public-private collaborations that are essential to drive, go in the right direction. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Well, public-private partnerships are very important, and public partnerships, by that you can mean several things. Public policy, you need government support, and government has to give pricing policy signals, incentives, and tax breaks and so on. Also, star labeling and this type of innovations that government can promote can also help in people doing better and better. Also, you can talk about people. Public means people, and this whole climate transition is about energy going to people. Earlier, energy was a big people's game, and there were 7 sisters and so on. And now it has come down to many small players, and these small players have to get together and to solve the problem. And that has made it come very close to people. And people could mean also as far as, of course, there are many other people in the supply chain, but the consumers like farmers, women, small and big scale, middle scale industries, and so on. So there are many types of people into which you have to cater to your innovations. Plus, there are, of course, the modular type of innovations. Just solar panels can be used anywhere, so that's a large type of organization. Third possibility is also public sector. Now, public sector, in India, it's a very typical Indian innovation where you have large companies like NTPC, ONGC, NHPC, and so on. And these people are also pushing the boundaries in terms of R&D and in terms of many other, they get large projects and give it out to the big projects, the smaller entities and so on, so that they are also supporting these things in a big way. But we should also talk about R&D. And R&D is very important because here we are talking about affordability as well as durability and simplicity. We are talking about millions of consumers, and these we have to also reach out to other countries, I would say, Africa, Southeast Asia, and so on, to make it approachable and accessible to all of these people. And that has not been done earlier. The And once African told me, when India uses it, we will use it. Because it's not, suppose, very fancy high-tech alone. It has also many simple things like cooling, LED bulbs. They are high-tech LED bulbs, but we managed to make them come down from rupees 800 to 80 rupees by proper policies and by proper involvement and so on. Similarly, many people have two-wheelers, if you see. It's very typical of developing country. It's not something you see in the United States. So one has to need a very different type of R&D. And we made them very quickly, electric vehicles, and that went very well. Also FAME project, the faster access to mobility, that also helped. So government is public, help is there.
All right, Doctor, got that. Since you touched on R&D, I want to go from the left out to the right out. Sindhu, let's come across to you. What more you think can be done on the R&D front? Clearly, I think we're lacking a little bit with regard to climate change and even otherwise. So your take on that, R&D spends.
So hi everyone. So I think since I represent, I think the software industry here, probably the minority, right? Let me talk a little bit about how software can then influence R&D spend, right? R&D spend will make sense if you expect investors to invest more, obviously they need to see the return on investment. With climate tech, this is a big problem because the tenure is huge, right? You're talking about 10, 20 years, you don't see any return, right? So where can software kind of plug this gap, right? So the concepts like carbon accounting, for example, right, in which you're really treat carbon like currency, right, like how you treat finance. If you have software and policy mandates that help you measure this, right, then you can clearly see where you stand and then you can look at what you can act at. But it's not such simple because then you need data, right? What we are looking at largely is at least large corporates within their own operations, Scope 1 and 2, they're able to calculate. Scope 3 is a huge problem because we are all in a mindset of competition, right? We have to maximize profit. We have to, I feel we have to step away a little bit from that and get into a more collaboration over competition, right? You figured out how to do Scope 1 and 2 within your walls. Why don't you involve the ecosystem a little bit more and teach those processes, teach those ways to patent IP maybe, right? Mentoring capabilities, even funding, yeah, to some extent. So what I feel is that we need software kind of to open the eyes, right, to people to say where they really stand. What you can't measure, you can't see, right? So you need to find a way to partner with technology which is growing at a tremendous pace, right? There are multiple solutions out there that can do many of this, right? Even if it's average data, even if it's not actual data, having all of that in your systems can give an insight to the investors, right, on what are they talking about, what kind of action you can do, right? So that's my take.
And do we have a number in terms of the R&D, push as of now as a percentage and where it can go, or what is the desired number?
No, I don't have a number on top of my mind, but it is very, the R&D spend in India is generally low, right?
Yes,
because
yes.
as a conservative economy compared to everywhere else. But I feel if you show the value more and more, right? Some of these concepts also sound like, oh my God, when am I going to get like one accounting system for carbon? I mean, we are just about doing our regular business, right? But it is important to think about it even from a future point of view, right? So you have to have all the data in place and that mindset to kind of keep this going so that maybe 4 years from now, you can have a relatively more accurate prediction of where your emissions are, and then you can act, right? Otherwise, you're just shooting in the air. You're saying, okay, maybe I do this, maybe I do that. There's no good way to measure any of this.
All right, so Shweta, let me come across to you then, and if you could comment on this. How do we get better partnerships going between Indian R&D shops, the governments, as well as corporates?
Okay, good. First and foremost, let me thank a few people sitting out here because after Prajakta Kohli, sitting back hearing these boring stuff is a good idea. Having said that, let me come to your question. See, I think as India, we have come a long way from Shastri ji's Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan to Modi ji's Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan. I think we've done fairly well for ourselves. So we must pat our backs. Having said that, you were asking her the number. Let me give you this number. The best investment that as a government we did into R&D was in the year 2018, which was 0.8% of the GDP. Otherwise, we are usually in the range of 0.6% to 0.7% of the GDP. World over, the world average is about 1.7%, right? And countries like the United States of America or Japan does about 4% to 5% of their GDP. Having said that, there is another number that I want to give you. In India, the corporate sector contributes to only 37% of the R&D spend in the entire GDP, whereas this number is about 75% in the US and about 80% in Japan. So what we are looking at, we need to understand this, that until these three things don't come together, the corporate sector, the higher education institute, that means the academia, and because see, academia will give you the width, the scope, right? The corporates will actually give you the length of the entire R&D scope. And it is the government that gives you the depth. Until the depth, the width, and the length does not come together, the body of the entire work of R&D does not come together. Hence, I personally feel that the collaboration, also another thing that I have to point out here is that India, the mindset and the behavior for R&D is extremely STEM-oriented. When we look at 22nd century challenges, we need to understand that interdisciplinary way of looking at things needs to be achieved. And hence, it is important for a lot of corporates in various segments to come together with the government. The government is like a white elephant, right? It takes time to sit down, it takes time to stand up. And we have done fairly well as far as policy is concerned. For example, the Anusandhan Research Fund is there, which understands that there is a gap. I myself understand that there is, if the world average, if the global average is about 1.7% of the GDP, we will get there the way we are growing. But then the fact is, it is important for us to get into the entire body of R&D, to actually get into usability, to understand the use cases. It is important that all these three people come together, and then only we will see India progressing as far as the grassroots innovation and R&D is concerned.
All right, so tremendous scope and tremendous potential, and as of now, 0.8%, as you said, and the global average at around 1.6, 1.7%. Doctor, let me come across to you. What barriers, obviously, including finance, but beyond finance as well, hold Indian academic institutions back from building the R&D capabilities? Your take on that.
Okay. So, first of all, thank you so much for bringing me here. It's an honor. And I will continue, I'll take from where she left. Collaboration is a culture which we need to develop. And it is not just industry, government, and the academia. It is academia also. Okay, we seem to be forgetting that. And that is the very first thing which is required. And I really appreciate, I must put on record, ANRF has just brought in something where they said some of the IITs will be the hub and then there will be spokes. And that's very, very important, because when we talk about capability, we tend to, people like me who have been at IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, we tend to think only IITs, but there are so many other universities. And we need R&D capability to be developed all over, right? So we definitely need some hand-holding. We need some interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary interactions, which we are really missing out. So that is one. The next is, of course, very obvious barriers of finance. You already said you didn't want me to touch on that, so it's okay.
No, you could give us some insights.
No, but the other barriers, finance is available, okay? Let me tell you. If they know how to get it, finance is available. The problem is, since we start talking, for example, the green hydrogen, there was a huge call for proposals from MNRE. Will you believe it? There were more than 400 projects which were proposed. Now, that happened because there was not a single collaboration. Every person gave their own project. Now, how does one, evaluate? How do you give, and then how do you review, and how do you integrate? All right, so the basic collaboration between the academia is the first. So even for financing, I'm saying, you want finances, you convince that you can all work together and finally deliver something. That is very, very important. But the other things are some barriers, like, for example, the assessment, okay, within the academia. Now, assessment also, it also gives an indication on what are the priorities, what do we look at. Now, when a person is assessed for a promotion, if a person is going to be assessed for number of papers, if it's going to be assessed for number of courses that you've done, what administration do you done, what incentive does that person have to collaborate and do something which is long-term? And climate action, climate change, all the technologies which are developed for here is not just development of technology, but reliability of the technology. The impact of the technology is going to take a long time. So we need a different assessment, a relook at a different assessment system. All that aside, let's look at why should one develop the capability. I mean, who's the capability? It's the students who are going to do PhD, right? So as she said, we need to invest more on R&D. Very good. Corporates need to invest, all the more good. So corporates invest in R&D where? They give it to the faculty to develop the technology. How does the faculty do it? He has students taking. Fine, he's delivering something. What do the students do after they finish PhD? Where are the jobs? Okay, where are they? You want them to go back to the same academic institution which don't have the software, tools, LCA, carbon accounting. They don't have anything with them. All right, and there are no jobs anyway, let me tell you. Okay, STEM or no STEM, there are no jobs. There are hardly any. Okay. IIT institutions are very, very less. So what do? That's where industry collaboration also comes in. It's not just for technology transfer. It's for taking in. It is time, especially for climate change, that we align the MBAs to the PhDs with just some supplementary training. I think it's time. After all, the PhDs are doing a case study for 4 years. All the skills that an industry wants is developed, believe me. All the skills. So that is where we want the industry to come forward, take them in the art strategy, take them in wherever there is a new project to be started. They are the ones who will, 10 years down the line, tell the industry that we can do in-house R&D and collaborate with the academia. Otherwise, Indian industries will end up giving it to academia because government is forcing them and nothing will come out of it. For example, green hydrogen, you put up the plants. I remember a supply chain leader telling me, I wanted indigenous technologies, but there was none available. And this will continue to happen. So I'll stop here.
Okay, all right. Driving home a point there. Doctor, got that. Vineet, we're in minority today. I don't think we're feeling too bad after the opening comments. But let me come across to you. How do we build these, distinctive capabilities that will support middle of the pyramid as well?
Thank you. This is the third time I'm in a minority panel. First time in India, so compliments to you guys for arranging it. It's wonderful. I think I would leave the pyramid. I have my own position on the pyramid itself. I genuinely have always believed that this whole bottom of the pyramid thinking or the top of the pyramid thinking started.
Climate innovations,
Yeah, so if you're looking at climate specifically, and since we were on green hydrogen, let's actually ask ourselves, with this transition is taking place, what is happening? Ultimately, the core of this is cell and the battery, and the cell and the battery constitute the elements that are there are basically controlled by 1 or 2 countries. We are in a serious disadvantage as we transition. And as we transition, so I am a layman, I'm an investor, that too also an IC, so I only get educated at the end when I actually receive a company. So I started educating myself by visiting and trying to see what is happening around the climate innovations. And the more I went in, the more I realized that our understanding to put capital there without understanding where the follow-in capital will come from is actually going to be a disaster. So if you want to set up a cell manufacturing in India, it's not that there is any great skill required there, but you require $1 billion to be at all competitive with anything coming out of China. If you get into battery, the same thing applies. And more importantly, if you actually go into EV, everything on lithium is controlled by somebody else, and we do not know where the prices will be sooner or later. So the challenges are far more complex than from an obvious perspective. When we come to green hydrogen, I'm just taking this example, and I'm just telling you what is happening in India. So I heard about green hydrogen when this RFP, or basically the policy, came from the government, and I started trying to do our own research, and we stumbled across this very unique challenge about the PEM technology, which is the membrane. There are only 2 manufacturers of the membrane for the electrolyzer production. But interestingly, the cathode and anode has significant amount of rare earth metals that makes it extremely expensive. So how do you scale green hydrogen? And the biggest challenge with green hydrogen is very expensive compared to gray hydrogen. Now, the world wants it to change, but how long can you continue? So I initially thought maybe over time it will come down. But if the rare earth metal continues to be controlled by a small 1 or 2 countries, and if the membrane continues to be manufactured by only 2 countries, then this won't happen. So we started looking for, are there any innovations taking place? And to my surprise, 2 Indian boys sitting in Bangalore had actually come up with a very early prototype of no membrane and a cathode and anode without actually rare earth metal. So I was very surprised. I thought this must be a fraud. Indians are very smart at coming. And it was impossible for me to understand whether we can do. So we went to IIT Bombay. We got cross-validation done 4 or 5 places. And we recognized that these guys are the most advanced amongst the 4 potential research that is going on across the globe. And after seeing that, we went ahead and made an investment. So not just us, but Sequoia and others. We came together and we put an amount of capital, and we are following it up again this year. Without all of us coming together, it's just impossible for us. And they also actually received one of the largest subsidy from the government. Yeah. So there are these path-breaking innovation taking place, and the government is reasonably aware now that deep tech is going to be the way to define. And in climate tech, especially, deep tech is going to play a very important role. The problem with deep tech is unpredictability. The J curve, we call it the J curve. So that you go down and then you go up. That J curve is very unpredictable. At what point of time will it happen? 6 months, 6 years, 16 years, we don't know. And while the companies in pharma and others actually have a predictability, you hit one molecule, at some point of time you have $1 billion business. In our case, we do not know that will happen. So for deep tech, you need to actually recognize that, and again, you look at capital, it's impossible for us to actually raise money from outside or raise money from family offices like in India. I mean, just to give you an idea, AIF 1, 2, 3, the 3 categories of funds that exist in India, 67% of the money is basically into AIF 2. So AIF 1, which is about research, technology, deep technology, etc., there is only around 8% of capital that has gone in. And there is a reason for it. It is just very difficult to make money in a short term. So unless Government of India, now 2014, we didn't have any fund of fund. The equity markets were very shallow. 10,000 crore fund of fund actually triggered almost 50,000 crores of investment. There is actually on the anvil a discussion around a deep tech fund of fund, which will then, I think in my view, trigger a large number of capital mobilization that will then fund significant number of these technologies. Some of it may not deliver the results that we expect. So, but if you want to really expedite the movement, then you have to sink in very large amount of capital very early. And that really is a problem. We as Indians want to build a step ladder to the moon. Jugaad karte jaiye. And that jugaad, in my view, has actually become a bane for the country. So while it was a very good word 15 years back, it is no more a word that will take this country forward. So it applies to climate side also. We come from a very capital-starved society. So we want to hold on, we want to see profitability immediately. Unfortunately, that will not deliver the kind of results. If you want to build $1 trillion company, you cannot do it by actually, and that's why I keep giving, the step ladder to moon won't take you to moon. It will only take you some this way. So I think our challenges are slightly structural, both in terms of our thinking and our inability to buy this idea that big changes will give you big returns, but it takes time for that to happen.
Indeed, and the government support is going to be important. So Shweta, let me come across to you. As you said, there is a gap between what we're doing and where we are headed. But as you said, there are measures being taken on ground as well. If you could help us out with the glide path.
See, I've always said this, and I want to continue where Vinayji left. See, you need to understand that R&D primarily needs a lot of patience, and government understands patience. Government understands scale. So if you actually look at the policy, whether it is the research parks in the IITs or the ANRF fund, the government is looking at or the deep tech policy, the government is looking at a large scale policy where they will invest in R&D, whether it is bottom of the pyramid or middle of the pyramid and so on and so forth. But again, I bring the point back to investors like Vineet, because, in the times of quick commerce, where most of the investors are looking at quick returns from quick commerce, there needs to be some patience as far as the investors is concerned. There needs to be a lot more skill added to the academia into the game, and not only the skill added, they need to also add skin. And that's where I think the most important part, which is the corporates, which come in, which fit into this block, because the corporates need to understand. I know a lot of countries which have policies where they have foundations which have been set up to primarily scale the IPs. We are a country, we know that sustainability is going to be the next $15 trillion business. Having said that, we are 90,000 startups today, out of which about 107 as we stand today are unicorns. But not one, we are looking at a sustainability space which can probably, we can look in the near future as one of the unicorns very soon. Why? Because the investor backend does not have that kind of patience. The academia is not giving that kind of backup, and the government is not looking at that kind of scale. And hence, I personally feel that the path forward needs to be full of patience with regard to all three people coming together. Again, academia, the corporates, the government with the policies, and of course, the most important, the entrepreneurs who need to understand that sustainability is the way forward.
All right. Since you mentioned IP, Dr. Anuradha, I want to come across to you. What steps should be taken to strengthen the intellectual property projections to ensure safety of indigenous climate innovations?
Okay, so that's a little digress from what we've been talking about. So when we say indigenous technologies, I think there are, again, there are obvious statements which I could make, like we need IP policies, we need a better governance, all that. But I think the basic thing which is required is a database. Okay, we need to have a database. We need to have a database of the prior art and the inventions in such a way that it is available access to the public, so that there is no chance of any repatenting or any cheating there, and it should be recognized at least by globally. So it's very important that we take care of that first thing. Having done that, okay, it's also very important to have then special IP offices or something like that, where then we know how to do it. And very importantly, the definition of patentable, that patentable definition is very, very important. And I'll give you one example. So, I just recently met one person from Pune, and who said, rather when I get a cold, I take that particular blanket, which is traditionally made out of saris of my mother. Okay? Now that means a lot. You see, it's a tradition, it's a recycle, it's an art, which is not patented. And how do you patent it? So the definition of patentable for indigenous traditional technologies need to be seriously looked at. And that, imagine, I think Rahul said or someone, you just trace it back. That's one of a very good recycling technologies, very good for climate change. It's neither warm nor very cold. It's a brilliant thing. Similarly, Leh Ladakh. Now, we are talking about so much renewable energy there, but I read an article where they said they have a traditional way of making houses, okay, which keeps them warm. How do we forget that? But how do you patent that? right? So these are indigenous traditional technologies where we need to redefine the patentable, that word. I think that will help. And then you have a database. And then, of course, we have funding, and then we have awareness, and then we have IP offices. All that follows. So that's my take on it.
Well, Vineet, I want you to come on the jobs aspect. Just a very, I wanted your view on this. Going by all that you were saying, there's obviously a big demand for green jobs here in India. But there appears, some reports indicate that there's a gap, talent gap out there. So, what can be done to fix that gap?
I would leave this question to somebody else, but I actually have a question for the audience. Which is the best technology to take carbon out of air that is available? Anybody, any guess?
Can't take carbon out of air.
Okay, so I'm a forester, by the way, guys. So the reason I wanted to make this plug is because you're talking about jobs, but where do you want these jobs? Do you want these jobs to actually happen in Mumbai? We are already falling apart in this city. So where do you want these jobs? You want these jobs in remote parts of India. You don't want people to be coming here. They want to be where they live. So there is something called a tree, which God has actually come up with, which is probably the best machine to take carbon out. Now, the unfortunate reality is, or fortunate reality is, the Europeans were very smart. They came up with voluntary carbon thought process to help the net zero transition, or at least those who cannot use the technology to meet that. So I have been trying to copy that, and we have actually launched a company called Avishkar Carbon, trying to essentially grow trees, but do that in very remote parts of India where people live. Give them science to grow trees in such a manner that they can actually last 20, 30, 40 years. The tree belongs to them. The fruit belongs to them. The timber belongs to them. They just don't need to cut it. Their role is to actually grow it on their land, keep it there, and then all the millions of dollars, and just to give you an idea, for 5,000 hectares, we need to actually roughly invest around $15 million to plant. This $15 million money will come from outside India, and we can procure billions and billions of dollars which will come in. And those who are actually looking to take the money back, they will not take the dollar back. I mean, RBI is right now struggling to keep the dollar in. You would actually trade the voluntary carbon and pay them out while leaving the asset here. Now, where will this magic? Of course, the Europeans came up with it. I didn't come up with it. But I have copied it and I have understood it. I genuinely believe this is one of the best ways for countries like India to prosper. Create green jobs. Not necessarily to actually build the most fancy Tesla car here, but just growing trees. 40-50% of this country still live in the remote part. And you can do it while earning billions of dollars to come in. That will actually change the RBI governor's biggest problem. So I think there are wonderful solutions that are available, which can simultaneously be taken care of, which can make this country go forward, create jobs where people live, and at the same time solve some of the financial fiscal problems that the country is dealing with. What best would you like to do?
All right, Sindhu, you come in as well. We've heard of what the government is doing. We know as we spoke about the focus on R&D, maybe or maybe not, there's a gap in terms of talent versus the green jobs that are required. Weigh in on all of these points.
Yeah, so I think it's a relatively new awareness topic, right? So even if you look at courses, so even in corporates where there is access to enough material, right? Even with that, to educate, maybe even within my own company, right, when you hire freshers, right, to teach them about the domain of sustainability. There aren't too many courses available, yeah? Most of them are from other countries, right? So I feel first, now awareness is there, and there are a lot of people who are also in the field, right? So I feel into academia, and not just, PhD students. This needs to start from school level, right? I feel from our primary education, we need to a little bit change the way we are teaching, right? Some examples that Nandita gave, right? About how her child in the dormitory, they have these energy meters, and even the vehicles that go, even showing what is that emission of that, right? Just make them more and more conscious. I feel start from primary level, but at the same time, we also need to have good content courses out there, right? That can upskill people quickly, right? We cannot say, oh, now this primary child will come 20 years later and then will do a green job. That doesn't serve us, right? We need to start thinking about the long term, but at the moment too, I feel there is a gap, even in the number of courses that are available that can train people quickly, right? With AI, the minute AI came out, there are 1 million courses out there, right? Every IIT, IIM, you look at it, whether it's an engineering course or an MBA course, there's tons of material out there. That's not the same for sustainability, right? Even principles of things like circular economy, the basics, as even Prajakta said, right? There's a ton of jargon out there. How do you even understand? And corporates add like 10 layers on top of it, right? So it's really hard to train youngsters who come to know, I mean, they know the engineering, they know how to code, they know all that, but they have to understand the domain, they have to understand what they're dealing with, right? So I feel you have to simplify these things and start with courses that we are all proud of, right? That we can say, hey, we did this course, we now understand what the subject is, even if you know nothing about it, because that's the future. Everything that's coming up is something that we actually don't know. We all have to upskill. So to make that as easy as possible, in my opinion.
And maybe awareness younger as well, you know, as they're little. Well, Dr. Jyoti, let me come across to you. You know, let's wind this discussion down, and I'll give you, the final take on this. Closing comments, where we are, where we're headed, and the measures that are required.
Yeah, I think we have covered a lot of ground here. I just wanted to add two more points. One is that within the industry also, let's say when you do energy transition, you would not cover 24 hours. So you need solar has to collaborate with wind, and so storage technologies and fossil fuels and so on. So the options by which the whole day's energy is met is by many, many types of industries, and that's where also the partnership is increasing, and AI has to be really right there to connect them all at the time when it is needed and constantly. And secondly, I felt that we did not quite discuss the adaptation technologies. These are what we call climate mitigation technology, how to reduce and how to reduce CO2 emissions and how to meet energy needs in energy transition situation. But also we have to deal with heat stress, we have to deal with floods, droughts, and how do the farmers cope with these alternative situations where one day there is floods and next season there is drought. So there is a lot of early warning systems have to be developed. But otherwise, I'm glad that the speakers covered from academia to investing and also government perspectives and so on. So we have covered as much as we can, but there is always something that you cannot do.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining in. Well, so I guess we've got the direction right. Plenty needs to be done, but we have headed in the right direction. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, sir. Nigel, if I can request you to do the final honors. Wonderful. Thank you for this panel. All right, we are nearing the end of our incredible day, but we have one last absolute treat for you. We have with us Dr. Stephen Hamburg, Chief Scientist, Environmental Defense Fund, who will be presenting on Methane Sat, an exciting initiative to track and reduce methane emissions globally. Please put your hands together for Dr. Stephen Hamburg.
Wow, what incredible passion we've heard today. I'm really excited to hopefully be able to add a little bit to that. I want to talk today about a revolution. I will talk about a satellite, but it's not a satellite revolution. I want to talk about a revolution in creating greater clarity and understanding of the climate problem so that we can act far more forcefully than we've ever been able to act before. We launched a rocket, or we launched a satellite on a rocket earlier in early last year. But what I want to think about is really how can we use data? How can we put on an ever better set of glasses that allows us to see the climate problem with a clarity we've never had before? And it is that clarity that allows us to really move faster than we ever could imagine before. I'll talk about how this satellite gives us, I think, tools to begin that revolution that's absolutely critical to making the progress we all want. I have to start with my own journey for a minute, because we all come to this problem, as we heard from so many people, in our own way. So I was a professor for many years, and I studied forests, and I saw the changes that were occurring. And I modeled it, we looked at it, and we said, climate change will have impact, but that will be after I'm long gone. Unfortunately, after just a couple decades of studying those forests, I saw the changes that I thought would only come 50 years hence. I realized personally that I needed to get into the fight. I needed to be involved in making the change that would allow us to slow down those changes that we were seeing in the forests. This is a story about doing just that. Methane causes about 30% of the warming that we currently are experiencing. And it provides the fastest way we can to slow the rate of warming. Nobody was paying attention in a serious way to methane 15 years ago. And part of that, largely why that was we did not understand where methane was coming from. Why do we need to look at methane? We need to think about climate not as one problem. We have two problems that we have to solve. We have to worry about the rate of warming, how fast it gets warmer, as well as the total amount of warming that we experience. Both are important, but if we care about the rate of warming, the biggest lever we have to change what's going on is by reducing methane emissions. We also care about the total amount of warming, and we have to reduce CO2. So we need to do both, but we need to recognize that we have two big levers to pull down on, and when we pull on both of them, we get much more progress much faster. These are just some graphs. I want to point out that we can slow the rate of warming significantly by reducing methane emissions. Regrettably, we just heard that the climate has warmed since pre-industrial times by 1.5 degrees in this past year. Hopefully it will go back down a bit. The bottom line is we are warming far too fast, and the damages are too great. We know how to do those reductions, and if you look at the far bottom panel, you see the economically feasible things that we can do to reduce methane, and the biggest piece is reducing methane emissions from the production of oil and gas. We know how to do it. We can do it cost effectively at no net cost for much of it, and we can do it very quickly. That need to be able to do it really rests on having data. So we set out to collect data on methane emissions from the production of oil and gas. This is a picture on the right-hand side is just all of the well pads in a part of the Permian Basin in Texas and New Mexico in the United States. At the bottom you see the Mexico and the U.S.-Mexican border. It's the largest producing region in the United States and one of the very largest in the world. And you get a sense on the left-hand side of just the density of the infrastructure. And we needed to know something about what was happening in all these places. So we got hundreds of scientists together in the United States, roughly 14 years ago. We used an incredible different diversity of technology, airplanes and drones and towers and cars and all kinds of technology. And we were able to produce an understanding of methane emissions that we never had before. But we realized that we couldn't produce that kind of data everywhere in the world or constantly. We needed to produce data that was present and constant, and we could only do that by going to space. And we needed to look across the world. These are the places where oil and gas is produced around the world. We needed to be able to have data for all these places. We had data for almost none of them. So we worked together to develop with technologists this satellite, this instrument you see here that went into a satellite. And that allowed us to produce data, or will be, that we would now have a clarity of what was happening that we never had before. So we combined with working with lots of people in the collaborations to produce this satellite, an NGO. We need R&D, not just, we heard before, not just in academia, not just in the business sector. We need it across society. So as an NGO, we took this issue on in collaboration with many, many people, and we produced this satellite that allowed us to measure what's going on across the globe. What's unique about this, if we succeed, we will provide the first sector for which we have empirical data, directly measured data on methane or any greenhouse gas for the entire sector on a global basis. We've never had that level of clarity. We don't have the data we need to act quickly and effectively on climate change. We have assumptions, not actual data. If we can contribute and create a data revolution that allows us to bring a clarity, a really good set of glasses to this problem, I promise you we'll make progress that you never thought possible. So we produced the satellite, we launched the satellite in March of 2024, 10 months ago, and we produced data like this. Now this is a concentration map of methane. There's lots of data like this produced, not as good, this is more precise. We have advantage of some very fine technology in the United States that unfortunately is not shareable, it's export controlled, but we could produce, this is for the entire Permian Basin, the biggest oil and gas basin. We collected this data in 30 seconds. The problem is this is what the world's been collecting. This data is not usable to address climate change. It's concentrations. It doesn't tell me how much methane is being emitted and where it's being emitted. It's not answering the three basic questions that are critical. Where are the emissions? How much are the emissions? And how are they changing over time? We need that for all greenhouse gases. We need it for all sectors. And we don't have it for any of them. We need that data. What we needed to do is not just produce a satellite. We needed to produce the software to convert this into a policy-relevant product that gives me now how much is being emitted in the whole area, where it's being emitted. You can see these heat maps to the different rates of emissions, and now you have a roadmap to what action you need to take. And we can start to do that. I'll show you a few other places. This is the Permian in the United States. We can look at areas in Turkmenistan, along the coast and inland. We've never, ever had data like this. We will start opening the pipe of this data over this year and start providing the roadmap to action that we didn't have before. I would encourage you to join us in the revolution of providing that clarity, understanding the problem, whether it's at those small landholder farmers, big farms, industry, wherever it is, so we can understand what we need to do and how we need to do it to ensure that people can be prosperous and the climate can be addressed, and we can do it together by having the data that we need. The revolution we need is the data and the action that goes with that. So with that, we also just show you, this is the kind of amazing technology where you see all the black is all the clouds. Historically, you couldn't see because you had clouds. We can actually see between the clouds from 580 kilometers up in the sky. This is through a collaboration with a lot of great scientists from around the world. And the bottom line is we need to bring all of this data together to be able to integrate it in a way that's open to everyone. And all our data is free for everybody, no charge, open to the world. And this is for the UN Environment Program, has a program called the International Methane Emissions Observatory, where you bring science and transparency and implementation together based on good data. They are bringing all the methane data from around the world together, making it available to everyone so that we can collectively work together to create the change that we need to cause the revolution and address this crisis that we all face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hamburg, for sharing such a groundbreaking project with all of us. It's a perfect closing for our sessions today. Now I would like to invite on stage Hisham Mandol, Chief Advisor, India to Environmental Defence Fund, for the closing remarks.
Wow, you survived. Raise a hand. How many of you have been with us since 10:30 in the morning? Wow. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. Because it is late in the day, I'm inspired, but I'm tired. You've been awesome, but I know you're tired, so we're going to keep this really, really brief. I have two things to do. One is to just issue some thanks, and the second is to talk about the road ahead. A few of you have come up to me and said, what happens now to Climate Tech Convening? We did it once in 2022. We're doing it again. So I promise this, we will not wait another 3 years to come back with Climate Tech Convening. What we are going to do, though, is go to the drawing board and try and figure out what is it that someone like an Environmental Defence Fund can do distinctively, what are those strategic gaps that are there in the country, and how do we fill them. So we will be back, and we'll be back with, a bigger, better, version of Climate Tech. The thanks that I have, I'm going to keep them, again, brief. There are three main organizations behind this. There's the Environmental Defence Fund. We thank our partners, Climate Collective, the crew at CNBC. Environmental Defence Fund, you've seen some staff today. There's a whole host of people all over the world, actually, who've been working in support of this. There's a local Section 8 India company called the Environmental Defence India Foundation that has worked extensively to vet the innovators. But thank you to the innovators especially, the kind of time that they have taken. First of all, the work that they've done, but just how much effort they've put into making their presentations. And thank you for surviving. We shall meet again. Drinks and dinner are open outside. Yeah. Thanks, folks.
Well, thank you, Hisham. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the close to the Environmental Defense Fund and CNBC-TV18 present Climate Tech Convening India 2025 in association with Climate Collective. A huge thank you to all our speakers, panelists, innovators, and of course, all of you for being such a fabulous audience. Let's continue our conversations over the drinks and dinner.